Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, a transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Oh, hello, Chester.
Oh, come on in, Doc.
Where's Matt?
He ain't here.
Say, where have you two been the last couple of days? I haven't seen either one of you.
Well, I just got back from Hays City. Mr. Dillon sent me there to fetch some government papers. And you know what? I took the Santa Fe both ways, Doc.
You did? Oh, well, that beats riding. But where's Matt, you say?
He left a note, but he didn't say exactly where he was at.
Well, you mean he's out of town?
That's what the note said. It seems somebody told him where he could find Jack Brand.
Jack Brand? Well, what's he doing around here?
I don't know. I guess Missouri got too rough for him.
Why don't they handle their own outlaws instead of chasing them into Kansas for Matt to catch?
Mr. Dillon says Brand's got 3 of his gang with him.
You mean Matt's gone out alone after 4 men?
Well, if I knew where he was, I'd go help him, Doc.
Oh, well, there's nothing you can do about it, Chester.
It worries me, though. That last hold-up the gang pulled, they say 4 men got shot down.
Well, maybe they've quit. Maybe that's why they came to Kansas.
When did you ever hear of a bunch of outlaws quitting?
No, I guess I was just talking to myself, Chester.
Chester!
Oh.
Chester!
Oh, that's Mr. Dillon, Doc.
Where is he?
Well, there he is, sitting on that wagon.
Oh, yes. Well, who's that with him?
Some fella give him a ride, I guess. Hello, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester. Doc,
Hey, you lose your horse, Matt?
we left our horses out at Bauer's Ranch and borrowed this wagon. One of his riders will bring him in tomorrow.
Who's this with you, Mr. Dillon?
You've seen his picture, Chester.
Oh, my goodness. It's Jack Brand.
Let's get on, Brandon. You first.
Sure. How come you let him drive the wagon, Mr. Dillon?
To keep his hands full, Chester. Here, take my shotgun and lock him up.
Yes, sir. Where's the others? I thought he had 3 men with him.
Well, tell him, Marshal. Tell him where they are.
They're in the wagon, Chester. Under that canvas.
Well, are they all dead, Matt? All 3 of them?
They're all dead, Doc.
Bloodiest marshal I ever saw. It's just a wagon load of meat to him.
That's enough, Brandon.
It ain't hardly enough. I never seen such killing.
What happened, Mr. Dillon?
It doesn't matter. They put up a fight and I had to take them.
Well, I'll tell him what happened. You're a lawman here. hid himself in the grass and just waited for us to come out of that cabin. And then he yelled, so naturally we headed for cover. Who wouldn't? He just laid there and he cut loose with a shotgun. Tore up 2 of the boys that way. Then he stood up and he cut down Hank Smith with a 6-shooter.
How come you got out of it, Brand?
I jumped back in the cabin and I give up. We weren't putting up a fight. He spooked us yelling like that. Make any man jump.
Oh, I suppose you're trying to say that you wouldn't have shot him.
We tried to shoot him. Who wouldn't? Any man's got a right to defend himself.
Oh, well, I never heard of resisting arrest called self-defense.
I never heard of no marshal shooting down everybody on the landscape.
Lock him up, Chester.
Get going, Brand.
Well, he actually think he was killing hogs, not men. Shut up and keep bloody as Marshal Edwards.
See, how come you brought the bodies back, Matt? Why didn't you just bury them out there?
I wanted more witnesses than me to identify him, Doc. Might save trouble when Brand goes to trial.
You say you were mighty lucky, taking 4 outlaws that way, man.
Yeah.
And you killed 3 out of... Oh, say, wait till people around here hear about this.
Brand's right, Doc. It's a lot of killing. An awful lot.
Oh, no, you don't. Don't get to thinking about it too much now, Matt. It's your job. You did it, and so it's over.
It's over? Wait till tomorrow or the next day. There'll be somebody else. There's always another man to kill.
Oh, no, that's not the way to look at it, Matt. I've never heard of you shooting anybody you didn't have to.
No, I never did. But sometimes that doesn't help much.
Say, you look tired, man.
Well, I haven't slept since I rode out of here 2 days ago.
Well, now you get some rest, and you'll feel better.
Sure.
Brand's snug in jail, Mr. Dillon. He don't like it much, but I told him not to try kicking his way out, that I'd be sleeping in the office.
We'll both be sleeping in the office, Chester. I'm too tired to walk to my room. Take care of this wagon. And what's in it, will you? Mm-hmm. You and Doc can identify those men. We'll write it out on paper in the morning.
All right, sir. I'll be coming to bed about midnight, but I'll be real quiet.
Nothing could wake me, Chester. Not tonight.
Gosh, Doc, you sure I shouldn't wake him up and tell him?
It can wait until morning, Chester. Matt's too tired to do anything about it tonight, anyway.
I guess you're right.
Yeah, of course I am.
Okay.
Good night, Chester.
Good night, Doc.
Don't go for your gun.
Don't go from a...
No,
What?
don't do it. I tell you to leave the gun alone.
Mr. Dillon?
No, don't make me kill you. Don't make me kill another man.
Mr. Dillon,
No, I've spilled enough blood. I don't want to kill you. No.
Mr. Dillon, wait.
No.
It isn't me, Mr. Dillon. It's Chester. There ain't nobody here.
What?
You was asleep. You've been dreaming.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'll light the lamp.
No. It's all right, Chester.
My gracious, I come in and I heard you talking and I thought somebody was here. That moonlight ain't too bright. I couldn't see good at first.
Sure.
I had to yell at you a couple of times before you woke up. You was dreaming you was in a fight, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was dreaming.
Nightmares like that, they're just terrible, ain't they?
There's a bottle in the desk drawer over there. Chester, get it for me, will you?
Yes, sir, I know where it is. I used to have nightmares sometimes when I was a boy, but I don't get them much no more. Here it is, Mr. Dillon. A good stiff drink will do you good.
Thanks, Chester. What time is it?
past midnight.
Jack Brand awake?
No, he'd be bellering if he was. But, Mr. Dillon, now that you're awake, there's something I ought to tell you.
Oh, what?
Well, me and Doc was having a drink over at the Alfregans, and a fella come in there and started talking real loud.
Talking about what?
Well, sir, mostly about how he's going to tree dodge and how he's going to tell you, too.
Oh?
He says he's a friend of Jack Brand's, and he's heard about how you caught him and all.
What's his name?
Stanger. Joe Stanger.
Yeah, I know him.
Well, do you think he'll cause trouble?
Probably. But I'm not going to worry about him tonight.
Yeah, no, sir, that's what me and Doc figured. He won't try nothing tonight.
All the same, keep your gun handy, Chester. Now let's try to get some sleep.
What's that Brand hollering about now?
Time for breakfast.
Oh, go shut him up, Chester. It's hardly dawn.
I swear I'd like to throw a bucket of water on him.
Yes, sir.
Oh, shut up, Brand. I'm coming.
Time, too.
Cut out that cut yelling, Brand. What's the matter with you?
Come on over here. Just unlock this cage, Chester.
What?
I'm holding a gun on you. Can't you see it?
Where'd you get that gun?
All right, now, come on over here, I said.
Well, the keys ain't over there. They're hanging on the wall down here.
Don't take your own sweet time about it. I've been in this chicken coop long enough.
Drop it, Brand.
What?
You're not hurt. I hit the gun.
I got the keys, Mr. Dillon. I'll get his gun out of there.
All right, go ahead. Stand back, Brand.
You like to bust my hand.
You're lucky.
Luck you didn't kill me, I suppose, just like you kill everybody.
Shut up.
I got it, Mr. Dillon. It ain't no good anyway. Not now.
Where'd you get that gun, Brand?
I made it, Marshal.
Don't be smart.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Joe Stanger brought it to you. He tossed it to you right through those bars on the window.
I didn't know Stanger was in town.
Didn't you? Chester, get some boards and nail them over the window so nothing can get through it.
I'll fix it, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, wait a minute, Marshal. That's the only window in here. You can't board it up.
You'll get enough here.
Nobody, it'll be dark. I don't like it dark.
Don't you? When you get it fixed, we'll go to breakfast, Chester.
It won't take long, Mr. Dillon. Well, it's been some time since I've been out on the plaza this early in the morning, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, weren't you up gambling all night last Saturday, Chester?
Oh, well, that's different.
Oh, how?
Well, I've been asleep all night this time. Things looks different when you had a good night's sleep.
Yeah, they sure do.
You didn't have no more nightmares last night, did you?
No, but I didn't sleep well.
Yeah, you ought to take some time off. Go out buffalo hunting or something.
Yeah, maybe I ought to take a lot of time off. Wait a minute, Chester.
What?
That's Joe Stanger coming there.
Say, by golly, it is. What's he doing up so early?
Maybe he wants to find out why Jack Brand hasn't shot his way out of jail yet.
Well, he won't throw him no more guns. Not the way I got that place boarded up now.
Get out of the way, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Marshal.
You're up early, Stanger.
Train leaves for Abilene in about an hour.
Going to Abilene?
I'll be back next week.
Jack Brand will still be in jail.
I heard you caught him.
Good friend of yours, isn't he?
Sure. But I ain't part of his gang. I never was.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, there ain't much gang left now.
No.
You're a pretty rough man, Marshal.
When I have to be.
Don't it ever bother you, killing people the way you do?
Stanger, I shot a gun out of Jack Brand's hand this morning. You come by the office later and I'll give it back to you.
Now, what would I want of a smashed-up six-shooter?
It's yours, isn't it?
I'm wearing mine.
I ought to throw you in jail, too.
What for?
To get you out of sight, if nothing else.
I wouldn't go to jail, Marshal. Not without a fight, I wouldn't. I ain't afraid of you. You want to try it? Go ahead. Go ahead, draw.
No.
What's the matter, Marshal? I thought you liked killing men. What's holding you back? You're gonna have to fight me sooner or later.
Get out of here, Stanger. Go get on your train.
Wait till I tell everybody about Matt Dillon. How he's lost his nerve.
Get out, I said.
Well, I don't want to shoot down a man that won't draw. Not today, anyway. But I'll be back, Marshal. Next week.
Why didn't you shoot him, Mr. Dillon? He's nothing but a big bluff.
Chester, you go on to breakfast. I'm going back to the office.
What? Why, you told me...
You heard me.
Well, yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Dillon. I brought you a can full of coffee, Mr. Dillon.
Thanks, Chester.
I'm going to put it right here. What you doing, writing a letter?
It's a telegram. Here, Chester. Take this down to the depot, will you?
Sure.
I want it to go out right away.
U.S. War Department. What are you telegraphing Washington about?
That's my resignation, Chester.
What?
I'm quitting. Right now.
Why, you can't do that.
I've done it.
Oh, I don't believe it. You're funny now.
A man can quit a job, Chester. I've quit jobs before.
Well, I know, but this is different.
What's different about it? The government doesn't own me.
But think what'll happen if you ain't marshal here.
There are other men can be marshal.
Mr. Dillon.
What?
You ain't doing this because of, well, what Joe Stanger said.
That I've lost my nerve? No, he's wrong about that. And he's wrong about my liking to kill men, too.
You never killed nobody unless you had to.
And now I don't have to. I'm through, Chester. And I knew I was through when I didn't draw on Stanger this morning. I've killed my last man.
I just don't know what to say, Mr. Dillon.
I've hated this job since the day I took it. I never did have a taste for killing, and now they can find somebody who has. And he'll make a better marshal than I ever was.
That ain't true.
Go send a telegram, Chester. I'll be at Delmonico's having breakfast. And with a good appetite for a change. After breakfast, I went to my room and got some of the sleep I'd missed the night before. And I slept good. It was as though what was past, and none of it bothered me now. I didn't have to face it happening over and over again. And when I woke up, I felt better than I had in years. I even felt a little cleaner somehow. There wasn't going to be any more blood on my hands. Washington, as usual, was pretty slow answering my telegram. A week later, I still hadn't had an answer. But I didn't care. I'd quit, and that was that. I even began to enjoy myself for a change. Like the day I finally took Kitty fishing.
Matt? Hey, Matt! Look, I got another one.
Well, throw him back, Kitty. We got more than we can carry now.
I will not throw him back. I will steal you.
Come on over here in the shade. You've done enough fishing.
Okay. Hey, look at him, Matt. Isn't he a beauty?
Yeah, he's bigger than any I caught. Why don't you throw him in the sack and then sit down here, huh?
Say, you're right. I didn't know we'd caught that many.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have a fish fry tonight, huh?
Well, we can feed half a Dodge with all those.
Well, I doubt it. You ever see Chester go through a mess full of fish?
The last time he starved himself a couple of days in advance. Maybe we can kind of sneak up on him tonight.
No. He knows we're out here.
Maybe you ought to go into the business, Matt.
No? What business?
Fishing. You could do it for a living.
Well, I am going to have to find something to do for a living, I guess.
Well, it won't hurt you to loaf for a while, Matt.
Yeah. I'm enjoying it.
You know something, Matt?
What?
I think this is the first time I've ever seen you that you weren't wearing a gun.
It is. And I'm enjoying that, too.
Someday maybe nobody will wear guns.
Yeah, maybe. You know something, I'm sleepy.
You're lazy. So lazy you're probably going to starve to death before you find a new job.
I don't care.
Matt, look, somebody's coming on horseback.
No?
Uh-huh.
Hey. Well, that's Chester.
Oh, he's as lazy as you are. Imagine taking a horse to come this far.
No, Chester hates walking. Besides, he looks like he's in a hurry.
Oh, maybe he couldn't wait for that fish fry.
Mr. Dillon? Hello, Miss Kitty.
Look in that sack, Chester. We got about 30 catfish already.
Well, that's fine, Miss Kitty, but Mr. Dillon, Joe Stanger's in town.
Oh? Well, it doesn't matter to me, Chester.
But you don't understand.
Understand what?
What I come to tell you. Stanger's at the Alfraganza. A while ago he had words with one of the girls there, and she slapped him, and he pulled out his gun, and he killed her.
What?
Who was the girl, Chester?
Kate Hawkins.
Oh, no.
That's who it was, Miss Kitty. And then the bartender tried to stop him, and Stanger shot him, too. And I hear he's going to die. I grabbed the horse off the hitch rail and come right down to tell you, you've got to stop him, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not marshal anymore here, Chester. I quit.
No, that don't matter.
It does to me.
You mean you're going to let Joe Stanger walk around Dodge and shoot everybody that gets in his way, including women?
I'm through killing. I told you that.
Who's going to stop him, then? You're the only man around here that'll go up against him, and you know it.
That may be true. But I'm still not going to do it.
Wait, Mr. Dillon. Wait a minute. I've been thinking a lot about all this lately, and there's something you've been overlooking.
Oh?
Men like Stanger and Brand, they got to be stopped. I'd do it if I could, but I can't. I ain't good enough. Most men ain't. But you are. It's kind of too bad for you that you are, but that's the way it is. And there's nothing you can do about it. Not now. It's too late. It's way too late.
Give me your gun, Chester.
Chester? Want my holster?
I'll carry it in my belt. Oh, Kitty. Chester will help you carry the fish back.
Sure, Matt. Sure.
now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield, smiling all the while with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Listen to Gunsmoke again next week, transcribed for L&M Filters. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Figured a pound of them horses, Luke?
Well, they're dry, Milt.
Don't get 'em a wash. You'll be needing to move lively.
Yeah. Hey, Milt, you sure about this job?
What's the matter? You scared?
Hey, you know better than to ask me that. Just holding up a bank right in the middle of the day.
I told you, Lute, I know Dodge City. It's asleep on its feet when the sun gets high. Folks don't even rouse enough to swat flies.
Come on, boss. Well, it's your game.
So don't you worry. What we do is hang around like we was just trying to stay out of the sun till we wander into the bank about 3 o'clock. There won't be no trouble.
You must be awful sure about the law there.
We'll be out of town before that big marshal can wake up and get there.
Well, I hope... What's that noise? Something in the bush down there.
It's some animal, Lou. You got nerves like a woman.
I'm going to look. Hey, you there. Don't you move.
No. All right. Who you got, Luke?
Somebody sneaking through the brush. What are you doing here, mister?
I just been fishing's all.
It's Chester.
Oh. Hello, Milt.
You been here long?
Oh, dang, I don't really know. I fell asleep. A body gets mighty drowsy fishing in the sun.
Look to me, you got mighty big ears.
You hear us talking, Chester?
I told you I've been to sleep.
He's lying, Milton. He couldn't help hearing. He's been right under our feet the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Luke, put down the gun.
Well, we let him go. We ain't got us a Chinaman's chance.
We kill him, the whole of Ford County will be out looking for him. He works for Marshal Dillon, Luke.
Oh. Well, then, tie him up. Leave him here. Somebody find him sometime, maybe.
Luke, it's the same thing. If he don't get back, the marshal will start looking. He might start looking just the wrong time.
You can just bet he'll start looking. I'm supposed to be back there at the office at noon, and Mr. Dillon ain't want to just sit around
Well, I
and
still
wait.
say our best bet is just to kill him.
Now, wait a minute. And then maybe we can use him. You're a pretty good friend of the marshal, ain't you?
Mr. Dillon's my best friend, and I'm proud of it. Why?
You see a lot of the folks he sees, don't you? Like the doc, for instance. That woman, the one at the Long Branch.
Well, I see Doc and Miss Kitty. Of course I do. What are you getting at anyway?
Well, it just seems to me like maybe you wouldn't want to see nothing happen to him. To any fault of yours, that is.
Just a minute here.
You wouldn't want somebody to take a shot at one of them while they was walking down the street, would you?
Why, no.
Of course, I wouldn't want to do it if I didn't have to. But you're the one who's going to make me decide if I have to.
Now, you listen, Milt. I ain't going to have nothing to do with shooting Doc or Miss Kitty.
Then you better do what I say.
What
you
I'm trying
better
to...
see that the marshal's out of town this afternoon at 3 o'clock. A good long way out of town.
Why, I can't do that.
You'll do it. You'll do it, or you'll have one or two dead friends. And I don't ever talk idle.
Not about shooting, he don't.
So it wouldn't be healthy for the marshal's friends if you was to tell them what you heard out here, you understand?
Yes, sir. Reckon I do.
All right. Go on now, get your horse and head back to town. And you and the marshal had better be a long way off at 3 o'clock.
You ain't no good, Milt Cole. You ain't no good at all.
Then just you remember that. Now get.
You think he'll really do it? Get the marshal out?
Sure he will. He's too scared. Anyway, he hadn't got enough sense not to.
Sam? Sam, I gotta find Miss Kitty quick.
Well, she's right over there, Chester, over at that table.
Oh, thank you. Miss Kitty?
Oh, sit down, Chester.
Thank you.
Something wrong, Chester? You look upset.
Whatever give you an idea like that?
Why, I can't imagine. Except that you come in snorting and all red in the face. I don't know why I should think anything was the matter.
Well, I sure am glad you don't think so, Miss Kitty.
All right, Chester. What's on your mind?
Well, I just got me a wonderful idea, that's all.
And what's that?
Well, see, I was thinking this would be a fine day for you and Mr. Dillon to take a ride out in the country.
In the middle of summer?
Well, yes, but it's real pretty out there, Miss Kitty. All them lilacs around.
Oh, Chester, there hasn't been a sprig of lilac out there since spring. Not for a couple of months.
Oh. Well, I bet the castor beans is blooming. They're a mighty pretty sight in castor beans.
Not to me, they aren't. They're about as poor an excuse for a flower that I can think of.
Well, Miss Kitty,
Look, getting sunstroke isn't going to do me any good, Chester.
Well, but now sunstroke
Chester, I'm not going out in that sun this afternoon with Matt or anyone else. And you might as well stop talking about it. Oh, here comes Doc. You ask him.
Hello, Kitty.
Chester. Hello, Doc.
Hello, Doc.
Well, what are you two doing to pass the time of day?
Why, Chester's trying to talk me into going out riding with Matt this afternoon.
Oh, wow, right. A pretty hot day for traipsing around the country, Chester.
I just thought it might maybe do him some good to get away from town for a little bit.
You were just acting silly about it, Chester.
Well, maybe I got a good reason for it.
There's no good reason for sending folks out into the prairie sun.
Yes. Well, if you was as smart as you think you are, you'd go along, too.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Don't worry, Kitty. I'll take Chester off your hands. Come on, Chester. Come on. Let's have a bite of food. It's getting toward noon.
Well, maybe you'll feel better after you have something to eat, Chester.
Miss Kitty, food ain't got
Come on, Chester. Goodbye, Kitty.
Goodbye, Doc. Some other time, Chester.
Another time ain't the same thing. Well, I sure did try.
Yes, it seems to me you tried too hard.
Doc, I thought you folks were supposed to be my friends. You ain't got no call to act so smart alecky and stubborn.
You know, it sounds like you got a touch of the sun yourself. Where have you been this morning, anyway?
Fishing.
Fishing? I always thought that was supposed to calm a man down. What happened to you?
Nothing. Hey, Doc? Doc, have you got somebody real sick out in the country? You driving out there this afternoon, maybe?
Well, not that I know of now, but it could happen. It seems some of the biggest belly aches come on the hottest days.
Sure, they do not. Now, I expect that can be mighty worrying, can't it?
Well, what do you mean?
All that driving by yourself. It seems the body should have some company.
Oh, Chester, if you think I'm going to go back there and try to get Miss Kitty to go driving with me this afternoon, you're...
No, Doc. No, you told me yourself it wouldn't be good for Miss Kitty. I ain't thinking about a thing like that.
All right, then.
I was thinking it might do Mr. Dillon some good to get off with you this afternoon.
Oh, now, Chester...
Well, he could even help you, like lifting a sick person up or holding him down.
Oh, Chester, you stop this nonsense right now. Just what is it that you've got on your mind?
Nothing.
You've got some reason for wanting Matt out of town. Now, is that it?
No, Doc, no, it ain't nothing like that.
All right. Let's hear no more about it. Now, come on in here. Come on, let's get some food.
Yeah, no, I ain't got no time to eat, Doc. I'll see you later.
Good, but wait, where are you going? Chess? Oh, my, that boy. What in the world's the matter with him?
Mr. Dillon?
Oh, hello, Chester.
Yeah, I see you're busy.
Yeah, I gotta get these forms filled out for today's mail.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon, you been down to Reed's Creek lately?
What?
Reed's Creek, the fish sure are biting down there. It's only about an hour's ride.
Uh-huh.
It sure would be a nice day for it. You could go down there and catch a mess of fish for dinner.
Chester, what are you talking about?
Reed's Creek. Well, I just thought it'd be kind of nice if you was to go fishing this afternoon. Down to Reed's Creek there,
Oh.
you could go.
I thought you went fishing this morning.
Yes, sir, I did. That's why I thought maybe you could
Well,
go.
think again. The fish won't be biting in the middle of the day, will they?
Oh, now, you can't be sure, Mr. Dillon. I knew a fellow one time...
Then why don't you get him to go fishing, huh?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Chester,
Yes, sir.
why don't you light someplace? You're worse than a horsefly.
Yes, sir. I hear they're bringing in some new stallions out to Lem Bridges' place there. New stallions out Mighty fine pieces of horse flesh, they tell me. Some stallions. Make a nice little ride this afternoon to go out there and
Chester.
see them. Yes, sir?
I'm not going fishing. I'm not going out to Lem Bridges' place. I'm not going any place but to Hayes City, and I'm late right now.
What'd you say?
I'm going to Hayes City, and that's all.
Oh, Hayes, you're going...
Now, do you think maybe you might stop talking just long enough to take these envelopes to the post office for me? I gotta get going.
Oh, yes, sir, I sure can, Mr. Dillon. Yes, sir, yeah, I sure can. Is it Mr. Dillon?
Yes, what is it now?
Mr. Dillon, I just want you to know, well, if anything was to come up while you're gone, I sure would do my best to take care of it.
Yeah, sure.
I don't want to worry you none. I'll handle things.
Sure, Chester, I know.
Reckon I'll say goodbye.
All right, Chester, goodbye.
Mr. Dillon, I'd kind of like to shake your hand if it's all the same to you.
Chester, will you get on down to the post office with those letters, will you please? Huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'm going. Bye, Mr. Dillon.
Say, Matt, can I see you for a minute?
Sure, Doc. Yeah, walk along with me to the stable. I'm on my way to Hayes City.
Yes, that's what I wanted to see you about. Did Chester talk you into going there?
Talk me? No, Doc. I got government business down there. Why?
Well, he's been working at getting you out of town all day.
Oh?
He just had his mind set that you'd get out of town.
Well, why?
Well, I don't know, but he was at Kitty about it before noon. He wanted her to get you to go for a ride in the country.
I bet she fixed that in a hurry.
Yeah, she sure did. A summer afternoon's ride somehow didn't seem to appeal to her. And then Chester started to work on me.
On you?
Yes, he thought it'd be nice if you'd spend the afternoon riding around with me in my buggy.
Even Chester isn't that crazy.
You know, but something sure eating him. I just passed him in the alley behind the bank, and he's sure not himself.
Now, what do you mean?
Well, he's got 2 guns strapped on him.
2 guns?
That's right. And he's acting like the life of everybody in town depended on him. So what do you think, Matt?
I don't know, Doc. There's one thing sure.
What's that?
I guess it really is important to Chester that I get out of town.
Well, for land's sake, Chester, you could scare a fella half to death, sneaking into this bank through the back way like that.
I got a reason.
Well, now, if I didn't know you better, I'd think you come in here to rob us. You wearing 2 guns.
Well, you ought to be glad I'm wearing them now. You listen to me, Alvin, and you won't get hurt if you do what I say.
What are you talking about?
I ain't got much time to do any explaining. I'm just telling you that this bank is about to be held up.
Held up?
I was talking to the fellas that's going to do the job.
Well, why isn't the marshal here then?
He had to ride out to Hayes City.
You mean you knew the bank was going to be held up and you let the marshal ride out of town?
I had to do it, Alvin. Look, I come to take care of things. Now, you do like I say. You go right on up front there like nothing was happening, and I'll carry you from back here.
I sure you hope you know what you're doing.
You don't need to worry none. I got you covered.
And I got you covered. Now drop them guns.
Loot.
Wait, mister, now. You drop them. It was real smart to get the marshal out of town. I seen him ride out. But you should have quit while you was ahead.
Oh, I should have had more sense. I should have told him.
Milt's out front waiting. You just stand easy till he gets in here, you hear? 'Cause I got this gun right spang in your back.
I tried to be so blame smart. Doggone it, I should have known. That's out front.
Milt! That's
the floor, Chester!
Mr. Dillon! You got him, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Only 'cause you jolted his gun hand. Where'd he get you, Chester?
In the leg here.
Huh?
Right there. It ain't nothing. What about the other one? Milt?
Well, he's dead. I caught him on his way in.
Mr. Dillon, if I was you, I'd just send me packing.
Oh?
Yes, sir, I sure would. Oh, it ain't as though I didn't mean well and wasn't trying to work things right, like getting you out of town because they said they'd shoot Doc or Miss Kitty if you was here.
Oh, so that's it. Well, I figured you had a reason.
Well, yeah, but I just ain't a thinker, Mr. Dillon. Now look what happens when you... But you ain't out of town, are you? How come you ain't?
Well, I heard that you were marching around wearing 2 guns.
You did?
Yeah, so I figured I better stick around if I didn't want you to take over my job.
Oh, Mr. Dillon,
You just rest easy now. I'll go get Doc.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Marshal Dillon, come in, Marshal, come in.
Hello, Teeters. You got time to give me a haircut?
You're the only customer I've had in an hour, Marshal.
Oh.
You hang your coat and your gun belt right over there. I'll get things ready for you.
Okay.
Say, haven't seen you around town lately, Marshal.
Well, I've been over in Abilene for a week. I just got back late last night.
Oh, must have come in on the midnight Santa Fe, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
I wish I could get out of Dodge once in a while.
Well, not the way I have to do it, you wouldn't.
Maybe you're right, Marshal. Maybe you're right.
Hey, this is a new chair you got, isn't it?
Yes, sir. The finest barber's chair west of St. Louis.
That's pretty fancy.
Here, try it.
Ah.
Comfortable?
Well, I'll tell you after I find out if you've raised your prices to pay for it.
Here, let me get this cloth over you. Here you are. Haircut's still a quarter, Marshal.
What about shaves?
The price of a shave's gone up a dime, Marshal.
A dime?
Now, Marshal, you wouldn't stand in the way of progress for the sake of a dime, would you?
Yeah, but whose progress?
Anyway, you don't need a shave, not today.
That's a good thing.
Say, Marshal, you know Mabel over at the Long Branch?
Yeah?
Well, last Wednesday night... Oh, take a chair, stranger. I'll be with you in a few minutes. Last Wednesday night...
A few minutes.
Yeah, that's right. You're next, right in line.
Barber,
What?
I ain't next.
Why, of course you are. Nobody's ahead of you.
I said I ain't next.
You mean you won't wait?
That's right.
Oh,
I
sure
won't
you
wait.
will. I work fast. It won't be longer than 10 minutes at the most. Now, you just sit down.
I
I'll
want
be...
to shave. I want to right now. You can cut his hair later.
What?
You heard me.
Now, look, mister, you don't know who you're...
Shut up, Teeters.
Get out of that chair, mister.
Take this sheet off of me, Teeters.
All right. There.
Okay, mister, I'm out.
And move. I want to sit down.
You don't understand.
I don't understand what.
I didn't get out of that chair so as you could have it.
You're going to be troublesome, ain't you?
I am. And there isn't much you can do about it.
Isn't there?
You don't see very well, mister.
What?
I'm not wearing a gun. It's hanging on the wall over there. You going to shoot an unarmed man in front of a witness?
Go get your gun. Put it on.
No.
Do it.
You licked, mister. How you going to make me do it? Shoot me?
Put your gun on.
I don't like killings, but if you don't turn around and walk out that door, I'm going to half-kill you with my fists. Now get moving.
All right. You got me this time, but next time you'll be wearing a gun. It'll be some different then.
Oh, my goodness, Marshal, you took an awful chance.
Who was he, Teeters?
I never saw him before, but he might have killed you, Marshal.
Ah, that'd have been murder. You can get hung for murder. Now, quit shaking. Let's get this haircut over with. He won't be back.
Oh, Mr. Dillon,
Hello, Chester.
I was looking for you.
Well, I've been right here in the office the past half hour.
Yes, sir, I know. I'm past the barber shop. Teeters told me. And he told me how you handle that fella, too.
Oh, did he?
Teeters described him to me, Mr. Dillon, and I know who he is.
You do?
He come here about a week ago, just after you went to Abilene.
Oh, what's his name?
Springer. Nate Springer.
What?
Yes, sir, that's right, Mr. Dillon.
You sure that was Nate Springer?
I couldn't have been nobody else. Why? You said you don't know him?
I've heard about him.
You have? Where?
All over. Nate Springer's got quite a reputation.
Was a gunman, you mean?
Yeah, he's a gunman. They say he's the most nerveless gunman that ever lived. He's all ice. Bat Masterson told me once that out in Arizona, a man got the drop on him and Springer started to laugh. The man asked him what he was laughing about, and Springer said he'd never had before, and he didn't want to die without seeing what it was like.
Oh, forevermore. What happened?
It's kind of hard to shoot a man who's enjoying his first laugh.
Yeah. My. Well, I'll be darned. What do you suppose he's doing in Dodge?
Springer's a killer. A paid killer. That's all he's ever done anywhere.
Then why don't you go arrest him?
Well, he's not wanted that I know of. There are no circulars out on him.
Well, but you can't wait till he kills somebody.
No. And I can't put him in jail till he does.
You got time for another cup of coffee, Matt?
Well, I'll take time, Doc.
That's good. Here you are, then.
Thank you.
Well, things pretty wild up in Abilene?
Well, it's still a camp with a hair on, Doc.
Worse than Dodge?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Then I'll stay here.
Oh, why? You're usually complaining about Dodge.
I'm thinking about business, Matt. Business. What's there to do in a peaceful town? Oh, aside from delivering a baby now and then and setting a broken leg.
You know, sometimes you sound pretty bloodthirsty, Doc.
I don't do the shooting, Matt. It's men like that Nate Springer you were telling me about.
He's sitting over there in the corner, Doc.
He is? Well, where?
There. Alone with his back to the wall.
Oh, yes. Oh, my, he looks like a killer, all right.
He is.
Yeah. You see how he keeps turning around? It's like he thinks everybody in this room's his enemy.
Man like that doesn't have friends.
Well, he's getting up, man. He's coming this way.
Yeah.
He hasn't finished his dinner.
He better turn around, Doc.
Okay. But you keep your eye on him. I don't like that man.
Hey, you.
Me?
What was you staring at me for?
I wasn't staring at you.
No man stares at me without a reason. I don't like it. I want to know why you was doing it.
Oh, now look here, mister. You're getting yourself all upset over nothing. Well, you ruined your dinner working yourself up to
Tell me why you was staring at me. I'll put a hole in you. I'll do it.
Well, you're awful jumpy for a big gunman.
Tell me, I said.
Hold it, Springer.
You getting into this, mister?
I am.
Who are you, anyway?
Matt Dillon.
Dillon?
That's right.
I knew I'd run into you sooner or later.
Oh, why?
My line of work, there's always some lawman wanting to interfere.
Sure. And it'll happen here, Springer. You kill anybody.
Fair fights, fair fight, ain't it?
Not when you're paid to pick a fight with a man.
Like I said, Marshal, I knew I'd run into you.
Springer, when I find out who you're after, I can probably find out who's paying you. And I'll jail you and him both.
You're gonna lose a lot of sleep trying to find out, Marshal.
I can stand it. You're the one that needs sleep, Springer, a lot of it. Without any bad dreams.
Oh, well. Looks like the man of ice is starting to melt, man.
Yeah. You know, something's happening to him, Doc. And whatever it isn't good. Kitty.
Huh? I didn't see you, Matt.
Yeah, sit down, if you got time.
Oh, I don't have to go to work till after sundown.
Good.
Guess I might as well sit here and watch Front Street with you as do anything else.
A little air is good for you.
And a lot of it'd be even better.
Well, you ought to buy a horse, Kitty. Take a ride up the river every day or so.
I'm too broke, Matt.
Well, I'll lend you one. I got a little bay that's pretty gentle.
Imagine having more than one horse.
That's about all the government gives me, Kitty. A couple of cheap horses.
I seen you riding your own.
Well, I gotta keep him in shape in case I decide to quit.
The day you quit, that horse will be as old as a man.
I hope you're right, Kitty.
Hey, look, Matt.
What?
Walking down the middle of the street.
Yeah, Springer.
Now, who'd expect a man like Springer to have a little yellow dog?
I don't know the dog's his, Kitty. Maybe he's just following it.
He's right at his heel.
I don't think Springer knows it.
Oh, He's trying to sniff at him. Matt, he shot him. Poor little dog, he didn't do anything.
I'll be back, Kitty.
Well, what do you want, Marshal? It's just a dog.
Did you think he was going to bite you, Springer?
It might have. How do I know? I don't know what it was. Could have been anything.
Or anybody.
I knew it wasn't a man.
But you just said
Who
it.
cares what I said? That dog shouldn't have been sniffing around.
Not around you, that's for sure.
Well?
Why don't you go get a drink, Springer? I think you need one.
I don't drink, Marshal. Never.
Huh? You don't have any vices, do you?
Marshal.
Nothing. Go ahead.
Matt, is he crazy or something?
I don't know, Kitty.
Well, he's the meanest man I ever saw.
He didn't shoot that dog out of meanness.
No? Why then?
He's jumpy.
Well, if he's that jumpy, nobody need worry about him.
He's more dangerous now than the way everybody tells me he used to be.
What do you mean?
Suppose instead of a dog sniffing at his heel, it had been a man who just happened to bump into him.
I'd hate to be the man. He'd probably get killed.
That's right.
Then Springer shouldn't be carrying a gun, Matt.
Yeah, I know.
Well, why don't you take it off him or run him out of town?
If I did that, whoever's paying him would just hire another gunman, Kitty. The only way to stop this killing is to find out who that is.
Well, I hope you do, before it's too late.
That night, I had Chester follow Springer around, keep an eye on him. But all he did was to buck the faro bank for a few hours and then go to bed earlier than the most respectable citizens. The next day, Chester went back to trailing him while I sat in the office and tried to figure a way to trap him into telling me who'd hired him. By mid-afternoon, I was no further than when I'd started. The only idea I had was to choke it out of him.
Hey, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
That doggone Nate Springer, he almost shot a girl over there.
What?
A girl over at the Alfraganza.
What do you mean he almost shot her?
Well, sir, he stayed in his room all morning till just before noon.
Never mind that. What about the girl?
That's what I'm getting to. And then just after noon, he went over to the Alfraganza and started gambling. He was sitting at a table in the corner with his back against one of them wooden windows.
Uh-huh.
Well, one of the girls that works there, well, I guess she needed some air, so she slipped in behind Springer's chair and started pushing on that shutter.
It's a wonder she got that far.
He was raking in a pot. But when he heard her, I never seen a man move so fast, Mr. Dillon. Why, that poor girl near fainted the way he jumped around at her.
She's lucky she didn't get shot.
He had his 6-gun stuck right in her face. He was within a hair of letting go of that hammer. And then when he saw who it was, oh, he started cussing her something fierce.
Well, he's getting worse.
He's going to kill somebody, sure, acting that way.
Yeah.
And it won't even be the one he come here to kill. Oh, fancy him about to shoot a woman.
Well, I guess I can't wait any longer, Chester.
What you going to do?
I'm going to try to shame him first. If that doesn't make him talk, I'm going to have to run him out of town.
Mr. Dillon, I can't help thinking all your friends who told you about Nate Springer was mighty poor judges. He's about the uncoolest gunman I ever saw.
I agree about that, Chester.
Who told you about him last?
I don't remember. Been 2 or 3 years.
Well, maybe it was just a lot of rumor. You know how talk gets started sometimes.
Wyatt Earp was the first man who told me about him.
Oh?
Look, when we get inside here, you go to the bar and stay there, huh?
Yes, sir. There he is, Mr. Dillon.
I see him.
All right, sir.
Springer? Springer, come over here.
You're interrupting my game, Marshal.
Your game's over, Springer, for good.
What does that mean?
Get out of Dodge.
What?
If you've been paid in advance, you better give him his money back. You're not going to earn it.
You're saying I ain't?
It's an hour to sundown. You'll be out of town before dark.
It's a long time since a man's talked to me like that, Marshal.
How long's it been since a dog scared you into shooting him? Or since you drew on a woman, huh? You lost your nerve, Springer. You ain't gonna kill anybody.
Shut up.
Yeah, I'll shut up. If you tell me who hired you.
No,
Then who are you supposed to kill?
I won't tell you.
Okay, I didn't think you would. But you'll be out before dark, Springer. And don't ever come back. Ever.
Oh, hello, man.
Doc?
Hey, what are you standing out here for? Why aren't you inside with your feet on your desk the way you usually are?
I'm waiting for somebody, Doc.
Oh? Oh, you sound serious.
It's Nate Springer. He's got about 20 minutes to leave town.
Was that so? Well, finally had to come around here, then.
He's still in the Alafraganza over there. If he doesn't come out before dark, I'm going in after him.
Here comes somebody, then.
Huh? No, that's Chester.
Oh, yes. So it is. Is there going to be a shooting, man?
I doubt it, Doc. Springer's already backed down.
Well, you never know. I'm going to get my things ready just in case.
Sure, Doc.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, I thought I'd better come tell you.
What, Chester?
Springer's been bellied up at that bar for the last half hour.
He has?
He's been taking on one glass after another.
Doc was right. You never know.
What?
He's getting ready to use his gun, Chester. And I'm going over and stop him.
Hey, look. He just come out.
Yeah.
He's headed this way.
You stay here.
Marshal,
I thought you didn't drink, Springer.
I never did before.
Well, you started too late. You haven't time to find your man. You're leaving town.
I've found him.
What?
You I'm gonna kill.
Who hired you, Springer?
Let's draw, Marshal. I feel like it now. Let's draw.
Don't be a fool. You're drunk.
Not that drunk. I can kill you. And I'll be all right again. Now?
No! You shouldn't have tried it, Springer.
I had to.
Why?
Yuma prison. 2 years. I come out scared. lost my nerve in that prison.
Then why did you take this job?
I had to.
Who hired you, Springer?
I did, Marshal. I hired me. I had to face somebody like you to get my nerve back. Don't you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
It didn't work.
No.
And I paid everything I had for it. It cost me everything in the world.
Springer.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. If you're a filter tip smoker, you should be smoking L&M's. When you try L&M's, the first thing you'll notice is how mild they are, how easy they draw. With L&M's pure white miracle tip, you enjoy all the taste. Try L&M's today. You'll like them.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while, with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. By Chesterfield.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Chester.
Bissell's in the barber shop, Mr. Dillon. There's 3 of his boys waiting outside and a couple more in with him.
All right.
You think we might better take care of them separate than all together, Mr. Dillon?
Can't take care of them at all, Chester, unless they do something. I'd as soon not wait for it to happen. Have they seen you?
No, sir, I don't think so. I've been mostly around the corner here, out of sight.
That's good. All right, keep me covered, will you?
Now, here, you ain't going in there alone.
Yeah.
Now, you can't do that. They take one look at your badge and they'll draw.
I don't think there'll be any shooting, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I started across the street to Stapley's barber shop, and I saw 3 gunmen lounging outside. They didn't directly look at me, but they knew I was coming over because their hands slipped down and hung an easy distance from their guns. One of them I recognized as Buffalo Mason, a cowboy who found more money working for Frank Bissell as a gunman than driving cattle up from Texas. The other 2 I'd never seen, but I knew the kind. By the time I'd crossed the street, they'd moved and stood on either side of the door.
You want something, Marshal?
I hear your friend Frank Bissell's inside.
It might be.
Seems to me I told you you weren't to show your nose around here again, Mason. You remember?
Not rightly, Marshal. Did you say that?
Yeah, I said that. Get away from the door. I got a word or 2 to say to Bissell.
Well, how's about you tell me the word, Marshal? I'll pass it along. Frank is kind of busy right now.
If I wanted to tell you, I wouldn't be needing to tell him, would I?
Well, that's so, Marshal.
How come you to take all this talk, Buffalo? Why don't you just kick him out in the street?
What's your name?
Hey, man! Joe.
All right, you 2. Take your pal over to the water barrel there and cool him off. Move.
Come on, get his shoulder, Buffalo.
Howdy, Marshal Dillon. Be with you in just a few minutes. Have a chair.
Thanks, Mr. Stapley.
Yes, sir, I tell you, friend, styles is changing. I seen in a New York magazine a center parting that'd knock your eye out. Sister of mine sent the picture out to me. Now, you sure you wouldn't like me to try it?
Just cut it like I told you.
Yes, sir, you're the customer.
Tom.
Yes, Frank?
Tell Mr. Dillon to step around here where I can see him.
You hear what Frank says, mister?
I heard it.
Take it easy, Barber. You're pulling my hair in the back.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
You know what I can see in the mirror, Mr. Dillon?
A lot of things, I guess.
I can see outside the door. I saw a friend of mine out there a minute ago, and I saw a fella whip him on the head with his 6-gun.
That's funny. I saw the same thing.
My friends don't like being buffaloed.
Well, they should have done something about it.
They should. Maybe they will.
Maybe. Now I got something to say, Bissell.
Bissell? Frank Bissell?
Keep on cutting, Barber.
I ain't cut no killer's hair. No, sir. If I'd known who you was, I never...
You heard him. Finish.
It's all right, Mr. Stapler. You go ahead.
Yes, sir.
I know your reputation, Bissell, but right now I got no cause to arrest you. So far as I know, you're clean in this territory. But you're not staying here. As soon as you're through in that chair, you and your pals are getting out of Dodge.
Well, we just got here, Mr. Dillon. We thought we'd put over for a spell. Here you got mighty fine entertainment here.
It doesn't start till after nightfall. And you're going to be gone by then.
Funny thing, Mr. Dillon, I've heard a lot of talk about you. Buffalo Mason says he had a run-in with you a few months back. I thought you were a different man to what I see.
So?
So, you're not much. Kind of windy, but not much. Tom, give the marshal a $5 piece and show him the door. That's for your duty, Mr. Dillon.
Are you all through with him, Mr. Stapley?
Yes, sir. I'm all through.
Okay. Now get up out of that chair, Bissell. I knew what they meant about Frank Bissell when I saw him smile as he got out of his chair. It was the smile of a man who says one thing with his lips and another with his eyes. He reached down to his holster, and then around to his pocket, pulled out a bill and passed it to the barber. He'd made his move like he wanted to get me to draw. And when I didn't bite, he pulled his hat off the peg and came over to me. The two boys with him went past us and waited by the door.
It's like I say, Mr. Dillon, my boys and I are here for some resting and playing. Now, if you want a private little war, you can start gunning for us any time you want. But you'll have to start it.
You've got until sundown to leave town, Bissell.
Marshal, you didn't hear what I said at all.
Sundown. If you're still around after that, you'll all go to jail.
We don't want any trouble. We want to take it nice and easy. You take it easy, too, huh? I'll be seeing you.
That was him, wasn't it, Marshal? That was Frank Bissell. The Frank Bissell. Oh, Mr. Dillon, if you shot him in here, I could have put up a sign. Yes, sir. I sure could. Frank Bissell, shot and killed here by Marshal...
I'm sorry I couldn't oblige you, Mr. Stapley. Good day.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
They're getting out, huh? I didn't think it'd be as easy
It
as
isn't.
that. Yes, sir, but look, they're riding right on.
I gave them until sundown.
Oh, that's about 2 hours. Hey, you know, Mr. Dillon, in 2 hours, them boys can do an awful lot of trouble.
They try and there's going to be trouble.
Yes. You want me to follow her and see where they go?
No. No, we'll wait back at the office. On the way back, I stopped at the saloons and told the boys to send out word if Bissell and his gang came in after sundown. I told them I'd be waiting in the office. When I got to the Texas Trail, Kitty was leaning against the bar, singing. A half a dozen cowboys were standing around, drinking, but listening quietly. It was a kind of a sad song.
Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day.
Hi, Matt. Chester.
Evening, Miss Kitty.
Kitty? Well, never heard that song before.
Well, I haven't either. Fellow was in a while back, brought it by. He wrote out the words for me. It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fine. Say, Kitty, there might be a little trouble tonight.
Oh?
Yeah, Frank Bissell and his boys are in town.
I heard. It's all over town.
I know. Let me know if they come in, will you?
Sure, Matt.
Okay. I'll see you. So long.
So long.
Heard a discouraging word. Mighty tuneful, Mr. Dillon.
You feel like stopping by Delmonico's for supper, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, I'm kind of low this week. You see, I sent east for one of them new suits Mr. Hightower was telling about. You know, the ones that's got the vest and all? The thing cut away here and then fine and tight up here?
I'm sure you'll look fine in it, Chester. Come on, let's get supper. I got money. It was about sundown when we got through supper. I'd gone in Delmonico's mostly with the idea that Bissell would head there himself. That way I could get the thing over before it got really started. But he didn't oblige. Not until Chester and I were getting up from the table.
My gracious, Mr. Dillon. I feel swole up like an overfed puppy dog.
You look like one.
Mr. Dillon, look. Coming in.
Yeah, I see him. All right, let's go.
Man, I'm hungry. I could eat me one.
Well, hello, Mr. Dillon. Say, how's the food in here?
It's sundown, Mr. Bissell.
Yeah, it's late for me to be eating. The boys, too. We're hungry.
Come outside.
Mr. Dillon, we just came in for a nice, quiet meal.
You don't want trouble with all these people in here, Mr. Bissell. Now, you do as I say. Outside, come on, huh?
You want to start trouble, Marshal?
Buffalo, where's your manners? There's women folk in here that might get hurt if shooting started.
Frank, you heard...
You heard what I said. Besides, Mr. Dillon isn't going to do anything. He's just got to make noise like he does. So people will think he's doing his job. Well, Mr. Dillon, I sure would like to stay and talk, but...
All right. All right, go ahead and eat, Bissell. I'll be waiting for you outside.
Sure. You do that, Mr. Dillon. You wait for me outside.
I knew there'd be a lot of talk in Dodge. Some would say that I should have drawn on Frank Bissell and his gang right then in Delmonico's. Well, I had my own opinion about that. Chester and I waited outside for Bissell to get through and come out. By that time, the word was out, and it sounded like every cowboy, bullwhacker, and buffalo hunter in Dodge was hanging around waiting to see the fun. It was dark then, and the moon was rising.
A lot of them boys has come up from the other side of the tracks, Mr. Dillon.
I know. You got any tobacco on you, Chester?
Yes, sir, right here in my... You want I should tell them to get on back? Here you are, sir.
Thanks. Now, I tell you, Chester, most of those men have come to a show. They want to see some shooting, some blood and killing. Well, seeing how long that's what they came for, I don't figure they'll want to be any part of that show.
Yes, sir. What are you aiming to do when Bissell comes out?
Arrest him, fine Bissell $100 and the others $25 apiece. Then lock him up for the night.
Yes, sir.
The crowd got bigger, and it got quieter, too. Standing on both sides of the street with a respectable distance between themselves and the entrance to Delmonico's, where Chester and I waited. It was going on 8:30 when the door opened, and Frank Bissell stepped out, his boys following after him.
You still waiting, Mr. Dillon? I thought you'd be somewhere rolling drunk by now.
You're under arrest, Bissell. And all of you.
What have we done? We're real peaceful, you can see that.
Come on, Frank. Let's get down to the Opera House.
Hand over your guns.
Mr. Dillon, I never done that yet. I don't expect I'm going to do it now for you.
We're calling your bluff, Dillon. 6 of us. Go ahead and start it. Go ahead.
I don't want any killing, Bissell. Now you come in quietly.
No, Mr. Dillon.
I'd made up my mind even before he answered because I knew he wouldn't back down. And the crowd was watching. And in that same second, through the window of the restaurant, I saw the figures of 2 women and a child making for the door. They were right in line with any shooting I might do. Bissell and the others were directly in front of them. And now they had their guns drawn. And mine was still in its holster.
Oh, now, I've heard you're pretty fast, Marshal.
We'll talk, Frank. Lots of talk, that's all.
Sure. Now, you be a good fellow and go about your business. We're going down to the Opera House. Don't come looking around because next time we might have to be real painful with you.
Hey, look at that! You better get out of town, Marshal Dillon. You're through!
Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I'd made 2 mistakes. First going to Delmonico's and figuring I could bluff him out of town without any shooting. And then not getting Bissell away from the restaurant door before calling him. And it wasn't good. A lot of drifters in Dodge were going to take advantage of the situation before the night was out. Law officers don't live long when they make mistakes. Chester and I headed for the Texas Trail.
You gonna let them get away with that, Mr. Dillon?
For a while.
My gracious, Mr. Dillon, they spit right in your eye, every one of them. You ain't gonna take it, are you?
I made a mistake, Chester. Now I gotta make it right.
Yes, sir, I know, but this will be all over town. Mr. Dillon, will you tell me why you didn't draw and get it done?
I had my reasons, Chester.
Where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day.
Matt, I heard you were waiting for Bissell over at Delmonico's. I was worried.
Everything's fine, Kitty.
No, it ain't fine, Miss Kitty. That Frank Bissell drawed on Mr. Dillon and...
And what, Chester?
You said you had your reasons, Mr. Dillon.
Join us for a beer, Kitty?
Sure, Matt. You didn't get him out of town?
No, not yet.
Oh. They liked the song. Did you hear them?
We sat in the Texas Trail, Chester nervous and looking to the door every minute or so. And as a cowboy drifted in, and then another, and a couple more, I could tell that news of what had happened outside Delmonico's had spread. That's the trouble with a reputation. You build it or you get it built for you. It's like a trap. You gotta stay a step ahead of it. If you don't, there's always the question, even with the people you think you know real well, like Chester and Kitty. And I knew they were wondering why I'd backed down. I let a half hour go by, which I calculated was enough time for Dodge to make a hero out of Bissell. Then it was time to go.
Where are we going, Mr. Dillon?
The Opera House.
The Opera House. That's where they've gone, ain't it?
That's right.
Well, good.
I want you to stay out of this, Chester.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon...
You heard what I said.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Now remember what I said, Chester. Keep out of it until you're told.
All right, Mr. Dillon, I will.
It was between shows at the Opera House. Most all the customers were in the saloon next door. Bissell was at the bar and his pals around him. And a dozen or more newfound friends standing him drinks. Yeah, the news had got around all right. And the gunman was a hero. He'd made the law back down.
Hey, look who's here, boys. Hey, Frank. Looky.
Marshal Dillon. Didn't I get through telling you a while back?
Are you drunk, Bissell?
I never get drunk, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. All right, you other men, get away from the bar, quick. You six stay where you are. I'm telling you. Now, anybody who wants to stay with Bissell and his gang's going to get hurt. Now, you move.
He sure is tough, Frank.
Okay. Mr. Bissell. Draw.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, you don't want me to do that.
Hey, leave me do it, Frank. I need the practice.
No. No, wait a minute. No, I think he means it. Sure, Mr. Dillon. I guess I have been riding you pretty hard. Sure. Anytime you...
Well, when are you going to draw, mister? I'm going to tell you something. I could have hit you in the belly as easy as making a hole in the wall. But I don't like killing. Now, you're under arrest, all of you. Chester?
Yes, sir.
Keep them with their arms up.
Yes, sir.
Now, you. Take off your guns, Bissell. I said take off your guns and do it now. All right, put them on the bar. Now, I'm putting my gun on the table here. If I'm not on my feet to get it when you and I are finished, it's yours. And I'm through as marshal here.
Yeah. Hold on. Come on. Get him. Hit it, Frank.
Mason, you pick him up. You help him. We're all going down to the jail. Carry him with you. So I made a show for the town. And a lot of big words to go with it, and they swallowed it. And Bissell and his gang lost everything, including their conceit. We put them in jail overnight, and the next morning each man was fined $25, Bissell $100. And they rode out of Dodge. I'd be a liar if I didn't admit I did a little more than my job when I threw my gun away and worked Bissell over with my fists. He was a hard man, and I might have lost. Except that I had my reputation to think about.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonnell, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, Barney Phillips, Jack Crucian, and Howard McNear. Parley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow night, Mrs. Lou Gehrig, wife of baseball's immortal, joins Lionel Barrymore on the Hall of Fame Playhouse. As a tribute to the great national pastime, your Hall of Fame Playhouse dramatizes the story of Henry Chadwick, the father of baseball. Learn about the origin of baseball. Hear of a man's vision that blossomed forth as America's most popular sport. Tomorrow night on most of these same stations when CBS Radio presents Lionel Barrymore's Hall of Fame Playhouse. George Walsh speaking. And remember, every Sunday evening, the Theater of Stars invite you to the best in drama with your favorite stars on the CBS Radio Network. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Hey, Mr. Dillon,
Yeah, what, Chester?
ain't that Doc's buggy sitting out by Joe Crumley's shack there?
Huh? Yeah, must be. Nesters like them couldn't afford a buggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, let's stop and see what's going on, huh?
All right, sir. I bet old Doc will be surprised to see us way out here.
Yeah, it's not much of a place Crumley's got there, is it?
Sure ain't. My. They better quit if you ask me.
Now, let's tie him to the buggy, Chester.
All right, sir.
Who's that out there?
It's Matt Dillon, Miss Crumley.
Hello, Marshal.
Ma'am.
Matt?
Hi, Doc.
Chester?
Hello, Doc.
We were on our way to Fort Larned, and we saw Doc's buggy, so we thought we'd stop and say hello.
How you do, ma'am?
Chester.
Your husband sick, Miss Crumley?
No. No, Marshal.
He died, Matt.
All right. Sorry to hear that, ma'am.
Doc done all he could. Just weren't no use.
I might as well not have come. I couldn't do a thing for him.
Now, Doc, don't say that. You've been up 24 hours trying to save him.
It's not time that saves a patient, Mrs. Crumley. It's knowledge. Knowledge I don't have.
You know what there is to know, Doc. Nobody knows more.
Your husband's dead, Mrs. Crumley. I wanted to save him.
You tried.
What are you going to do now, ma'am? Can we help you in any way?
Thank you, Marshal. There's nothing. With Joe gone, I can't stay here. I reckon in a day or so I'll pack up and move on. I don't know where I'll go. I've got no place. Excuse me, I've got to get inside.
Oh, that poor lady.
He didn't have to die.
It's not your fault.
Well, then
Doc.
whose fault is it, I'd like to know?
Now, Doc, you're not making sense.
It's being a doctor that doesn't make sense. Spending my life trying to look into the faces of people like Mrs. Crumley and having to listen to them thank me for letting their people die. Oh, I'm sick.
You need a drink, Doc.
I know what I need. Now, why don't you leave me alone? Get your horses off my buggy and go on up to Larned or wherever you're headed for.
Yeah, sure, Doc. Come on, Chester.
Matt?
Yeah, Doc.
How long you going to be gone, Matt?
No. Maybe a week.
Uh-huh. When you get back to Dodge, I'll buy you a drink.
Thanks, Doc.
If I'm still there. Yep, come on, Joe.
My name is Betchel, Marshal. Jameson Betchel.
Well, how do you do, sir? This is Chester Proudfoot.
Chester?
How you do?
I came by before, Marshal, but your office was locked up.
Well, we've been away. We just got back. What can I do for you, Mr. Betchel?
Why, nothing, sir. Only wanted to meet you. I've met most everybody in Dodge by now. I've been getting acquainted. You know how it is when you move to a new town.
You going into business of some kind?
Well, not exactly, Marshal. I'm a professional man.
Oh, well, what?
That is, I'm a doctor, Chester.
I know. Well, we've got a doctor.
Yes, indeed. Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure meeting you both, and I'm sure we'll be good friends. I would admire to buy you both a drink next time we meet. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, Dr. Betchel. It was a funny thing, Chester.
What?
Doc said he'd buy me a drink when I got back.
He did?
Yeah. If he's still here, he said.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
You want to stop in Delmonico's for a cup of coffee?
All right.
Hey, look, Mr. Dillon.
Huh?
Over yonder. It's Doc, by the window there.
Well, he hasn't left.
No, sir. Hey, there's Miss Kitty. Out there in the back there, see?
Oh, well, I'll go say hello to her, Chester. You go sit with Doc. I'll join you in a couple of minutes.
All right, sir.
Well, hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Sit down.
Ah, thank you.
Good to see you back.
How are you, Kitty?
Well, I'm all right, but I'm the only one.
Oh, what do you mean?
I mean Doc. He's acting like a bear.
Oh?
I asked him to sit with me when he came in, but he just grumbled something about not being fit company for anybody. And he went over there and sat all by himself. You know, he's been like that for a week.
Yeah. He took Joe Crumley's dying pretty hard, Kitty.
Well, that's just part of it, Matt.
Oh?
This new doctor, Betchel. Ever since he came, Doc's been getting grumpier. Maybe he's been losing patience with Betchel.
Doc's never had any competition before.
Oh, he's got it now. Look.
What?
Betchel.
Oh.
You don't mind if I
Yeah.
have a cup of coffee, would you?
Now, what's he up to? You know, he'd better stay away from Doc if he knows what's good for him.
Well, maybe he's only trying to be friendly.
I don't want to talk to you about anything.
Don't you get all riled up, Ed.
There's going to be a fight in a minute, Matt.
Yeah, I better go see what this is all about, Kitty.
Let me know if you find out.
Yeah, I will.
To explain my position, and if you had listened to me for a minute instead of hollering all the time.
Well, maybe I'll start carrying a gun, Betchel.
Hello, Doc.
Matt.
Hello there, Marshal.
Sit down, Betchel.
Well, thank you, sir. I was about to.
Just what are you buttoning on this for, Matt? Why don't you go arrest some drunks or do what you're supposed to be doing?
It's good to see you, Doc.
No, it is.
Hey, Doc. There's Jake Worth out there. He's beckoning to you.
Why don't you go see what he wants, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Who is Jake Worth? I don't think I've met him.
Jake's a rancher, one of the biggest in the country.
Yes, you ought to meet him, Betchel. Yes, he's worth a lot of money.
Oh, now, Doc, there's enough here for both of us. He just won't be reasonable, Marshal.
Reasonable.
About what, Betchel?
About my practicing here. I don't see why we should be in competition, do you?
Well, if there are two doctors in the place, I guess they're bound to be in competition.
Oh, two doctors.
Now, wait just a moment. Everybody I've talked to admits there's more work here than one man can handle.
Well, I guess that's true, isn't it, Doc?
Oh, sure, yes, that's true.
Why, of course it is. I've already got some patients. Now, my idea is to split the practice in a friendly way and then really go to work. We still have more than either of us could do.
Tell him the rest, Betchel. Oh, yes, tell him the real idea.
Well, sir, since we will be giving people better care and all,
Well, it's only fair we get paid more for it.
What do you mean?
He wants me to agree to a raise in fees, Matt. Yes, a raise. He wants to make a lot of money. Everybody pays more than they can afford, or they stay sick, according to him.
Well, now, why shouldn't they pay more?
Where'd you get the idea that being a doctor is like running a business, Betchel?
There's nothing wrong with a doctor making a living, is there?
You haven't even proved to me that you are a doctor, Betchel.
Are you going to start that again?
He's one of these bleeding blister men, Matt. That's all he knows.
Now, Dr. Adams, I am a patient man, but I've got my limits. Now, you watch what you're telling everybody about me, or there's going to be some trouble.
Are you threatening me?
Well, I'm just not going to stand for any more of your talk.
Well, what are you going to do about it, then?
I'm going to insist on...
Doc?
Yes, what is it, Chester?
Jake Worth has brought his boy to see you.
Jake? Which boy?
Billy. You know, Doc, the puny, sickly one. Jake says he's getting worse. He's took to having fits lately. He's got him in a wagon outside.
All right, Chester.
I think I'll go with you, Doc.
You'll be in better company than staying here.
You're jealous, Adams. You're jealous, and what's more, you're greedy.
That's enough, Betchel.
Why, sure, you're on his side, Marshal, but I don't care. I've already got quite a few folks on mine.
Any scoundrel can fool people for a little while. You coming, Matt?
Yeah, okay. You're being pretty hard on him, Doc.
Not hard enough.
Doc, over here.
Hello, Jake.
Hello, Doc. Marshal?
How are you, Jake?
I just couldn't leave him here alone, Doc. I never know when he's going to have one of them fits again. They come on terrible sudden. I got him in the back of the wagon here.
Wait a minute, Jake.
What's the matter, Doc?
I might as well tell you now. There's no use my even looking at your boy.
What?
Fits and the way your boy is, I don't know anything to do for him.
But you got to do something.
I'm sorry, Jake. I'm real sorry.
Maybe I can do something, Mr. Worth.
Who are you?
My name is Betchel, Jameson Betchel. I'm the new doctor.
Oh, sure. I've heard about you.
Oh, now don't listen to him, Jake. He can't help your boy any more than I can.
Doc Adams is a little old-fashioned, Mr. Worth. I can tell you there's always something that can be done for any patient.
Oh, well, that's a lie.
Let him talk, Doc. At least he's willing to try.
There's nothing to try. I tell you, medicine doesn't understand cases like your boy yet.
You're jealous of Dr. Betchel, ain't you?
Oh, my jealous.
Well, that's what I've heard folks saying. I didn't believe it at first, but I do now.
Jake, I've heard all I need to know about Betchel's doctoring around here, and I don't think he should be practicing at all.
I've told you to stop saying that.
Now, wait a minute, Betchel. Let him talk.
Well, I don't want to hear no more talk. No wonder so many folks are turning away from you, Doc. They need somebody who will help them, that's why.
You think bleeding your boy is going to help him?
There's other ways to treat him besides bleeding.
Like what?
Well, if you don't happen to know, I don't...
Come on, Dr. Betchel. Get to work on the boy.
Why, certainly, Mr. Worth. Perhaps it'd be better if you drive him home first. I'll get my horse and follow.
Anything you say, Doctor.
Matt?
Yeah, Doc.
I'm going to take down my shingle, and I mean it this time.
Oh, now, Doc, you can't do that.
You just come and watch me.
Once Doc made up his mind about something, there was no talking him out of it. He took down his shingle, all right, but nobody seemed to care much. Till 2 days later, when Betchel nearly doubled his fees. And then everybody blamed it on Doc somehow. They got mad at him. But that didn't bother Doc. He started going to bed early and sleeping late for a change. And most of his time was spent in my office playing penny ante poker with Chester. He wouldn't even talk about it. Till the day I heard something I thought might rouse him. I went back to tell him about it.
I swear and declare, Doc, you just amaze me some serious sometimes. Mr. Dillon, you are getting this game. This is the easiest money I ever made.
Oh, yeah. That's well, I'll get it back, Chester. The whole 90 cents.
Doc.
Yes, Matt?
You know old Miss Cullen?
Mrs. Cullen? Well, I ought to. I brought her back to life half a dozen times.
Well, you won't have to anymore, Doc.
What's happened?
She died about noon today.
She did?
Dr. Betchel decided a good bleeding was what she needed.
Bleeding? That poor old lady.
Yeah, her boy told me.
No wonder she died. She couldn't stand that. Why didn't she send for me?
Well, maybe she'd heard that you'd quit.
I'd
Doc.
have gone if she'd wanted me. The only reason I quit is so people will find out in a hurry what kind of a doctor this Betchel is. It'd take him twice as long if I was still on the job. And the sooner they find out, the less harm he'll be able to do.
What about Miss Cullen?
Oh, she was 90 years old, Matt. Betchel killed her all right, but she couldn't have lived much longer anyway. Well, maybe her death will save lives in the long run. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Doc. I hadn't thought about it that way.
I'm going to go to the Alpaganza and have me a drink. Anybody want to join me?
You buying, Doc?
Oh, yes, I'm buying, Chester.
You know, a man who isn't working shouldn't be spending money, Doc.
Can't think of a better time to spend it.
Doc?
Howdy, Sam.
What'll it be, gentlemen? Shot of rye and a glass of beer all around, Sam.
Sure, Doc.
Oh, Sam, by the way, how's your back feel?
Oh, why, I haven't noticed it so much lately.
Well, I told you it might go away by itself.
Well, you said there was nothing you could do for it, so I went to see Dr. Betchel.
Oh, yeah, I suppose he fixed it,
He told me to mix some cold water and vinegar and salt and rub it with that.
Vinegar?
I also been taking unicorn root and cayenne pepper.
Well, you're a strong man if that hasn't ruined you.
Well, made me so sick I can't feel my back no more. Doc, I shouldn't have gone to him. That ain't no way to treat anything. I'll get you your drinks now.
Well, Doc, there's one man who's found out.
One isn't enough, man.
Doc.
Hello, Jake.
You gotta come out to the ranch, Doc. You gotta come out now.
Why? What's wrong?
It's the boy, Billy.
Oh. Well, I can't go, Jake.
Of course you can.
It's not my case.
I told Dr. Betchel not to come back no more. I told him on my way in here.
I guess you didn't make it too clear, Jake.
What?
I might have known that this was what you had in mind.
What are you doing here?
You're after Dr. Adams to take care of Billy.
I sure am.
Well, he's not going to do
Don't
it.
you tell me what I'm going to do.
Betchel, after what you done to that boy, it's a wonder he's still alive. I should have stopped you right off.
What did he do, Jake?
I'll tell you what he did, Marshal.
When it got real cold at night, he took the boys' clothes off and made them go outside and lay on some sacks. And then he throwed buckets of ice-cold spring water on and kept it up until Billy was hollering and screaming. Well, he finally made him quit. And that boy's real sick now. But Betchel ain't gonna get nowhere near him again.
If you'd have let me finish the treatment, he'd been all right.
Finish the treatment? If he'd have let you finish the treatment, the boy'd have died of pneumonia.
Adams, you talk anymore, I'm just gonna tear you open.
No, you're not, Betchel.
Oh, let him fight his own fights, Marshal.
No, I won't let him. Doc's too valuable a man to get busted up in a brawl.
By golly, the Marshal's right. I'll stand up for him, too.
You're just a fool, Jake.
Get out of the
Here,
way.
now.
You're coming with me, Doc. On one condition. What? That Betchel leaves town.
Why, you can't...
All right, hold it, Betchel.
I don't know how you got started in this business. Probably in a medicine show. It's happened before. But you're a fraud. You're the most obvious fraud I ever saw.
I won't...
And I won't stand for your posing as a doctor anymore. Not around here, I won't. You've done all the harm you're going to do. I'm with you there, Doc.
I said I'd tear you open, Adams, and I will.
Don't try it, Betchel.
Slow down, Mr.
I might have known a doctor would be carrying a knife.
He ain't no more doctor than I am.
Chester,
Yes, sir?
when he comes to, lock him up. We'll throw him on the first stage, leaving Dodge.
I'll do it with pleasure, Mr. Dillon.
Will you come now, Doc? You understand, Jake? I can't cure your boy's fits. I should have listened to you in the first place, Doc.
There are a lot of people who should have, Jake.
That's true, Marshal. Will you come, Doc? You can keep those drinks, Sam. I don't have time to waste in here anymore.
This is William Conrad. As you may know, Gunsmoke is going into its second year on radio. Now, during this time, many of you have written the makers of Chesterfield and L&M filters, asking them to put Gunsmoke on television, too. Well, here's some good news for you. Gunsmoke is going on TV, starting Saturday, September 10th, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, over the CBS television network. If you enjoy our radio shows, I know you'll go for Gunsmoke on TV. Now TV will have an authentic adult Western. The Gunsmoke you know. Remember, next week, Gunsmoke Radio at this time, and in 2 weeks, Gunsmoke TV at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Both brought to you by Liggett & Myers, makers of Chesterfield and L&M filters.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, James Nusser, Frank Cady, and Ann Morrison. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity and smoking quality never possible before. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end. From the first puff to the last puff, Chesterfield smokes smoother. Chesterfield smokes cooler. Chesterfield is best for you. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, could I give you some more coffee?
Yeah, I guess so. How about you, Chester?
Yes, sir, I believe it will.
Why don't you just leave the coffee pot here on the table, Miss Kelly?
Why, sure thing, Marshal. Well, I got some fresh eggs this morning, if you're interested. They were just brought in.
Well, good. Cook us up about a half a dozen of them, huh?
Have them for you right away, Mr. Dillon.
All right.
Fresh eggs. My, I'll swear if Delmonico's ain't getting to be about as fancy as some of them Kansas City restaurants.
Well, that's civilization, Chester. Progress. Another 5 years and Dodge City will be tamed, curried, and bridled.
Seeing's believing, Mr. Dillon.
No, you'll see it. Both of us will see it. That is, if we live that long.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen. You Mr. Dillon, the marshal here?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you at breakfast, Marshal. My name is Hunter. Ed Hunter.
Mr. Hunter?
I'm a deputy sheriff from Richmond, Virginia. Come in the Santa Fe this morning.
I see. Well, why don't you pull up a chair, Mr. Hunter?
Thank you, sir.
Chester Proudfoot, Mr. Hunter.
Howdy do.
Howdy do.
Here's my first trip to the frontier. I find it a rather remarkable experience.
I can imagine. Won't you have some coffee?
No, thank you. Marshal, I'm here to arrest 2 men who are wanted in Virginia.
No?
Here are the warrants and the orders of extradition. I stopped off for them in Topeka.
John Allison, Calvin Moore. Both wanted for murder, huh? Hey, do you know these men, Mr. Hunter?
No, sir, I don't.
Well, the names aren't familiar to me. I never heard of them. Have you, Chester?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I have some information that may help. Not much on Allison, I'm afraid. He shot and killed a bank teller at Greenbrier last spring.
Oh?
He's about 30 years old, dark hair and mustache, medium build, an excellent horseman and a confirmed gambler.
Well, that's fine. That narrows it down to about 2/3 of the men in Dodge City.
Well, possibly I can do a bit better in regard to Calvin Moore, Mr. Dillon. Now, he came down to Richmond from the north and set up practice as a medical doctor. He was about 29 at the time. And he ambushed and shot young Roger Beauregard and then left town. That was 17 years ago. Beauregard's been trying to trace him ever since.
Well, I'm afraid that's a pretty
I
long
have a
time.
picture of Moore, photographed.
Oh?
Of course, he was much younger than this.
Oh, sometimes there's still quite a resemblance, even after 17.
Something familiar about that picture, Mr. Dillon?
17 years. He must be somewhere past 45 now, huh? Are you sure that these men are here in Dodge, Mr. Hunter?
Reasonably so. Is there something about that photograph that makes you...
Well, it's too blurred to tell much about it. Besides, he'd be 17 years older now.
Yeah, that's true.
I tell you what, Mr. Hunter, suppose you leave the picture and the descriptions with me, and I'll check around town, and I'll keep in touch with you.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I wonder if you might suggest a good hotel.
Certainly. Why don't you try the Dodge House? It's a corner of Railroad Avenue at the end of the plaza, the East End. Tell the deacon I sent you.
I thank you again, Mr. Dillon. And I'll be grateful for any help you can give me in this matter.
Yeah, sure. So long. You want to see the photograph, Chester?
Yes, sir, I do. Well, Mr. Dillon, that is...
Yeah.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. He's my friend. I never asked him anything about his life before he came here. Didn't seem to matter. But now the law says he's a murderer. I'm part of the law. So now it does matter.
Maybe it's not him.
No, it's him, all right, Chester. You saw it same as I did. It's Doc.
Work. This is the first chance I've had this week to clean a few instruments properly. Gunshot wounds. Oh, Matt. I'll lay odds I'm the only doctor in the United States who makes 3/4 of his living off of gunshot wounds.
That's a rough country, Doc.
Yes, indeed, it's a rough country.
Maybe you ought to have stayed back east.
See, broken bones, babies, and gunshot wounds. Well, I wouldn't know the first thing about a good civilized case of gout anymore.
What part of the East did you come from, Doc?
Let's see, I went to medical school in Boston. I studied consumption, colic, liver complaints. Never had a case of liver complaint in all the time I've been here, though.
No, I guess that kind of thing is more common down south, around Richmond, Virginia, for instance, huh?
Matt, stop beating around the bush. You've got something on your mind, and it's bothering you.
Look, Doc, a deputy sheriff from Virginia came in on the morning train. He's got a warrant for murder against a man named Calvin Moore. He's got a photograph of Moore taken 17 years ago. Would you like to look at it?
All things are taken from us and become portions and parcels of the dreadful past.
Are you Calvin Moore?
It wasn't murder, Matt. They said it was murder, of course. The Beauregards were an important family.
Would you like to tell me about it?
Oh, not much to tell, Matt. I'd been in practice in Richmond about a year. There was a girl. Beautiful girl. With spirit and fire and that soft radiance that only Southern girls seem to have. And, me, that was so long ago.
I've been in the South myself now.
Roger Beauregard and I were both courting this girl. He was a typical Virginia gentleman, hot-headed, used to having his own way. He started threatening me, warning me. And I laughed it off. Then one day I was coming back from a case, and I ran into Roger on a country road. He had a pair of dueling pistols, and he challenged me.
What? Well, that's not a crime, Doc. That's self-defense. It's not a crime here anyway.
Well, I tried to talk him out of it, but he was crazy mad. He shoved one of the pistols in my hand, and he pulled back on his horse, and he leveled his gun. I had no choice. We both fired. He missed. I didn't. Self-defense, yes, but there were no witnesses, and I was an outsider, a Yankee.
So you ran for it, is that it?
I ran for it. St. Louis, Virginia City, Montana Territory, the Panhandle, Wichita, Abilene, and Dodge. I changed my name to Charles Adams.
And the girl, Doc, what happened to her?
I waited for her in St. Louis. We were married there. 2 months later, She died, typhoid fever.
Well, you never know. No matter how much you figure you understand somebody, you just quite never know.
I can't go back there, Matt. I've got no defense. Well, I'd mean prison. I'd rot in prison. I won't go back, Matt.
Now, Doc, look, Hunter is here after 2 prisoners. I got no right to my own rules, to go after one man and keep the other one covered. I always figured that the only kind of law that would work out here is an honest law.
What are you going to do?
Doc, I don't know.
You're late, Matt. I decided you weren't going to stop in tonight.
Is Chester around, Kid?
Yeah, over there by the faro table. Matt, what about this Virginian who's been hanging around for the last 2 days?
Oh, Hunter?
Yeah.
He's a deputy sheriff, got a couple of warrants to serve. Why?
Well, he's been asking questions. Some of the boys are getting a little skittish.
Now, there's no call for it as long as they're not named Allison or Moore.
Are you free now, Miss Kitty, or are you busy?
What's it look like?
Well, I figured maybe he was just killing time. Hiya, Marshal.
Bunko?
Bought you a drink, Kitty. It's over on the bar.
All right. Thanks. Matt, I'll be off in a couple of hours. Drop around.
Yeah, maybe.
I understand you've got a rival lawman in town, Marshal.
Well, there's a deputy here from Virginia, if that's what you mean.
I always figured you were the law here. Is he short in this town, Marshal? Say the word, we'll run him out.
I ever ask you for help, Bunko?
Well, no.
When a man's short in Dodge, I'll run him out.
No offense,
You
Marshal.
keep your own cinch tight. Don't worry about anybody else, huh? I'll see you, Bunko.
I swear I never saw anybody with such bad luck in all my life. My gracious, he ought to swear off Pharaoh and stick the stud.
Oh, Chester.
The old Jethro Keener. He just lost 3 weeks' pay. And Bunko Benson, sitting right there beside him, mind you, picked up $230.
So that's why he's feeling big. Come on, Chester, let's take a walk. Huh?
Yes, sir. 3 weeks' pay. Mercy, I never saw such luck.
What about Doc, Chester?
He turned in a couple hours ago. That's when I came on over here.
How's he acting?
About as usual. No signs of planning to run out, if that's what you mean, Mr. Dillon. One thing he's doing, though, that he's never done before, he's toting a gun.
Good evening, Marshal.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hunter.
Since you didn't come to me, Mr. Dillon, I've come to you. I'm wondering what progress you've made.
Well, I'm still checking.
Any results at all, Marshal?
Well, I don't have much to go on, you know.
Now, Calvin Moore was a doctor by profession. He might still be practicing. I suggest we investigate the local doctors.
Well, that wouldn't take long. We've only got one, Doc Adams.
How long has he been here?
Oh, about 4 years.
How old a man is he?
Late 40s, I imagine. But he doesn't show much resemblance to that photograph you gave me.
Well, maybe you're too used to him to notice the resemblance.
Yeah, maybe.
I'd like to look him over myself, Marshal.
Well, he's pretty busy out on calls most of the time, and...
Not all the time.
No, not all the time. All right, Mr. Hunter, I'll bring him around.
That's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he should have answered by now. Well, we're wasting our time, Chester. He's gone.
Well, now, he might have got called out on a case.
Yeah, I know, but I don't...
Hey, what?
That was across the plaza, down toward the Dodge House. Come on, Chester.
Somebody sure is stirring up the smoke.
Yeah, it's across the street. Edge of the railroad yards, I think.
That you, Marshal?
Yeah. What happened, Mr. Hunter?
Somebody tried to kill me. I started into the hotel and they fired from the dock here. I fired back, but he got away.
You, get a good look at him?
Oh, no, I just saw the flashes.
Well, this is an easy town to get killed in, Mr. Hunter.
So it seems. About that doctor, Marshal. You didn't bring him around.
Well, he's out on call.
Think I want to meet him more than ever now.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, there's a world of wonderful entertainment awaiting you every weekday in the daytime with CBS Radio's roster of wonderful dramatic serials. This Monday, listen in. And now, for the second act of Gunsmoke.
What time is it, Chester?
2:15 a.m., Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I sure hope we don't have to spend the whole night waiting here. I don't see how Doc puts up with the smell of all this medicine.
He's used to it, I guess.
Yeah. I suppose a man can get used to anything except dying. You think it could have been him that fired those shots, Mr. Dillon?
Chester. There's somebody coming. I'll get it.
Doc, Marshal.
Come on in, Bunko. Doc's not here, but he'll probably be... Oh, what happened to your arm?
I got thrown into a barbed wire fence.
Here, let's have a look at it, huh?
No, it's all right.
It's a gunshot wound.
All right, hold it, both of you.
Well, is that the same gun you tried to kill Hunter with, Bunko?
Stay where you are, Marshal.
Yeah. Around 30 years old, dark hair, mustache, medium build, excellent horseman, confirmed gambler. Wanted for murder. John Allison. Alias Bunko Benson. Am I right, Bunko?
He's not taking me back there. You stay where you are, Dillon.
Now, don't be a fool, Bunko. Put away the gun.
Stay back. I'm warning you. Bunko, look!
All right, Chester, let's get him over to the jail.
Just hold still now, Bunko. Just one more second. And I'll have hold that bullet now, and then we'll just... Now add that one to your collection, Matt.
Well, I'll make Hunter a present of it. It wasn't bad shooting to be firing in the dark at a gun flash.
He'll never get me back to Virginia.
Now hold still, Bunko. Don't expect a man to tie a bandage with your arm waving around like a mare's tail in fly time. Say, how'd you know he'd come to my office, man?
I didn't, Doc. We were waiting for you.
Oh, I see. There we are. No. That ought to stop the bleeding. And don't loosen it up any. And you'll live to hang yet.
Don't worry about my hanging, Doc. I'll outlive you.
Well, in view of the circumstances, I'd say the odds are about even. Well, Matt, shall we adjourn to the front office?
Yeah, come on, Doc. Lock the cell, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir. Well, I turned in at 10 o'clock tonight. Got 1 hour sleep. They called me over to Mrs. Behan's. She thought her baby was on the way. False alarm, of course. Usually is the first time. And I got back and I came straight over here.
Doc, you were wearing a gun earlier today. What'd you do with it?
Oh, I put it back in the drawer where it belonged. I realized I was acting like a fool. Was that where you were waiting in my office? Somebody had tried to kill Hunter, and you thought...
Look, Doc, I've tried to think of some way out of this. A way out for both of us. I got one man under arrest back there now, and I can't rightly set myself up as a judge and free the other man. I'd even hoped you'd cut and run for it. You'd get away if you did, you know. Hunter doesn't know the country.
I've been running for 17 years, Matt, and it's still caught up with me. I'm too old to run any farther. What are you going to do?
I'm a lawman, Doc, right or wrong.
Well, then I guess I'm under arrest. Huh?
No, I didn't say that. I just said that...
Is Doc Adams here? There's a... Oh, well, there you are, Doc.
Yes, what's the trouble?
That fellow over in the railroad yard's asleep on the track. He was drunk, I guess. They were switching cars. You better come, Doc. He's awful bad.
I got 2 lanterns, Mr. Dillon. That ought to be enough.
Good, Chester. You ready, Doc?
I'm ready as I'll ever be.
All right, let's go then. He said near the loading pens, down this way, I guess.
Yes, sir. It looks like some lights over there. People around.
Yeah.
Marshal, is that you?
Yeah. Oh, Hunter. I thought you went to bed hours ago.
I'm a light sleeper, Mr. Dillon. I heard there's an accident over in the yards. Thought it might give me a chance to meet your local doctor.
Well, I guess you can meet him right now if you want to. Doc, this is Ed Hunter. Doc Adams.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Hunter?
I got one of your prisoners locked up, Mr. Hunter, John Allison, known here as Bunko Benson.
Good.
I just found out he's the man who tried to kill you tonight. He caught one of your bullets in his arm.
Oh, I see. Why, then it's 1 down and 1 to go. Just Calvin Moore. Dr. Calvin Moore.
This is no time to stand around making chin music. I'm sorry,
Well, that's
Hunter.
quite all right, Marshal. I'll go with you.
Will you pardon us, please? All right, will you move back and let us through here, please? Here, Doc, this way.
Yeah, I'm right with you, Matt.
Please stand back now, will you? Give Doc a chance to
Yes,
work.
please, if you please, just stand back. Bad is right. Well, we'll do what we can. Come on.
That man who's hurt, Marshal, who is he?
Oh, just a drifter. Been around Dodge a couple of years. Calls himself Texas Joe. No friends or family. Nobody knows where he came from. It's the usual story.
Easy now, Tex. We'll have you fixed up here in just a couple of shakes.
Is that you, Doc?
That's right.
I told him, get you. Be all right if you got here.
Why, sure, it'll be all right. You just lie still now.
Yeah.
Certainly has to work under primitive conditions.
Doc? Yeah. Chester, will you get those lanterns going and give Doc some more light?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he's the only real doctor this side of Abilene.
Mr. Dillon, is there anything I can do to help?
I guess not, Miss Kelly. Thanks anyway.
Poor old Tex. Why, he stopped in the restaurant not more than 4 hours ago. I fixed him a meal.
You never know.
Well, Doc can pull him through if anybody can.
Sure he can.
Put one of those lanterns on the other side there, Chester. Yes, sir, Doc.
You seem to have a lot of faith in this Dr. Adams.
They've got reason to, Mr. Hunter.
Matt, could you give me a hand here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, Doc.
Lift his head up just a little bit there, Matt.
Yeah, all right.
Not much of a chance. All I can do is make him comfortable.
Marshal Dillon.
No, don't try to talk, Texie. You're going to be all right.
You've been decent to me, Marshal. Just a bum, but you treated me square. You and Doc, only friends I got.
Sure, Tex.
I got one more favor to ask. Could someone read me some scripture?
Well, Tex, I just don't recall any.
Marshal, I know some.
Mrs. Kelly, I doubt if you can hear.
I can hear. Please.
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters.
Mrs. Kelly.
He restoreth my soul.
Mrs. Kelly. I think that's enough.
Poor soul.
Well, you can't win them all, I guess.
No, you can't win them all, Doctor.
Well, Doctor, as the only physician here, I suppose you also function as coroner.
That's right.
This man will be buried in the name of Texas Joe.
Don't you worry about that. Boot Hill is full of men buried under nicknames. In this country, we...
Doc! Doc, I just came from... Oh.
What, Kitty?
Oh, Doc, I've been sitting up with Mrs. B, and you left too soon. She needs you over there right away.
Well, then it wasn't a false alarm.
No.
All right, Kitty, I'll be there just as quick as I can, but... Well, as soon as I...
Kitty, you go on back over and do what you can for her, huh? Doc will be along.
All right, Matt, but you better hurry.
Well, Mr. Hunter,
Gentlemen, this seems to have been my lucky night. Both my fugitives located within an hour of each other.
I guess there's nothing I
one
can
do.
do.
One of them safely in jail and one of them dead.
What?
Didn't you notice the resemblance, Marshal? That Texas Joe there, he's obviously the man in the photograph. I saw it immediately.
Well, Mr.
I hope
Hunter,
you'll take all the necessary steps to see that he's buried under his real name, Calvin Moore. His death, of course, closes the case, and I'll be leaving for Virginia with my other prisoner tomorrow.
Well, Mr. Hunter, I just don't know what to say.
Now, I'd say it's no time to stand around making chin music, Dr. Adams. You have a patient waiting, and this town seems to depend on you.
Well, of course, but...
Hey, you got work to do, Doc. And, Doc, make sure it's a boy, huh?
Well, I'll do my darndest, Matt. Yeah. Well, good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Doc.
Good night, Doc.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Lou Krugman, Paul Dubov, and Vivi Janis. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow evening, listen for Lionel Barrymore, your host on CBS Radio's Sunday Night Playhouse. There'll be another specially selected historical drama or a classic from literature with a cast of stars perfectly suited for the roles in the story. Every Sunday evening, hear Lionel Barrymore on your Sunday Night Playhouse over most of these same CBS radio stations. Truly an outstanding dramatic experience here at the Star's address. Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, Listen every Sunday night to the CBS Radio Network. Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Well, hello, Doc.
Chester?
You going out on a sick call?
I don't usually carry my bag when I'm going for a beer. Why, did you want something?
Oh, no. I just thought I'd stop by.
Well, you can walk with me at the stable if you want to. I'm going out to Jake Morrison's. His boy has the ague.
Oh, now, ain't that a shame? Seems like everybody's getting the ague these days. Had a touch myself last week.
Oh, that's so?
You know, most folks swears by Osgood's Caligog. But I found me some new stuff. Professor Curtis's original Mameluke liniment.
Mameluke?
Look, it says right here on the bottle what it's good for. Guaranteed to cure cramps, pains in the joints, sore throat, frosted feet, rheumatism, lumbago, old sores, bites of insects and reptiles, mange, salt rheum, dysentery, diarrhea, and cholera.
Well, a regular medical arsenal all in one bottle. And it's doing you good, is it?
Well, of course, Doc.
Well, then how come you're still walking around like a buffalo with ring bone?
Well, maybe I still got just
Oh, so you come to me for some free advice now, didn't you? Well, I'll just give you some free advice. Chester, stop eating all that salt pork and dried beans.
What?
And put some fresh greens in your stomach.
Why?
And stay away from the saloons for a few days.
Oh, now, Doc, a little whiskey and sugar never hurt
a
nobody.
little whiskey. Oh, and most important, take all those patent medicines you got and use them for cleaning your boots. They're just the thing to kind of toughen up the leather. And as far as I'm concerned now, Chester, you...
What's the matter, Doc? Doc, what is it? Something about that fellow that just rode by?
Yes, Chester.
Why, you were staring like you seen a ghost.
You go ahead, Chester. I'm going back to the office.
The office? What for?
To get my gun.
Your gun? Why?
I'm going to kill that man.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what's the trouble, Chester?
You better come on out the plaza. Maybe you can stop him.
I'll stop who?
Doc, he's going to kill a man.
Doc?
Doc, yes, sir. He's gone and got his old army walker and strapped it to his belt, and he's marching up Front Street looking for the fellow, whoever he is.
All right, let's go.
I tried my best to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. Oh, you should have saw his face, Mr. Dillon. He means business. I never seen Doc like this.
Who was the fellow, Chester?
I never seen him before.
Well, you know what it's all about?
No, sir, but I do know one thing. I'd hate to have to face that old Walker pistol, even if 'tis an old cap and ball. Why, it'd blow a hole clean through a buffalo.
Matt!
Oh, wait a minute. It's Kitty at the door of the Monk Ranch.
She's waving. He must be down there.
Yeah, come on.
Matt, it's Doc.
Is he in there, Kitty?
Yeah, and he's got a gun. He's threatening some man.
All right, thanks, Kitty.
And if you won't come outside, I'll kill you where you stand.
I told you I'm not going to fight you.
That's up to you. But I'm going to kill you whether you defend yourself or not.
Doc. That's enough.
Matt, you stay out of this.
Happens to be my business, Doc, when a man threatens another man in this town. When the other man doesn't want to fight, won't defend himself, it could turn out to be murder.
You think I don't know that?
You must want to kill him pretty bad.
I've wanted to for a lot of years.
Why?
I've got good reasons, Matt.
But you won't tell me, huh?
No.
All right, what about you?
I could say I don't know, but I'm just a stranger passing through town. But I know.
There's no good reason for murder.
I guess he thinks there is.
Do you?
Not many men would say yes to that, now would they, Marshal?
But you won't defend yourself, huh?
I won't draw with him, no. If he's going to shoot me, he'll have to take the consequences. I'm not a fighting man, Marshal. I'm a miner. Me and my partner here, we're just traveling through Dodge. We don't want any trouble.
That's right, Marshal. We made our strike out in Arizona Territory, and we're headed back for St. Louis. Oh, we was just minding our own business, having a quiet drink when this fella comes along.
What's your name?
Clem Maddow. This is Ben Bartlett, my partner.
We don't want no trouble.
You won't have any. Go on back to your drinks.
I'm going to kill him one way or the other, Matt. And you can't stop me.
Look, Doc, you're taking an awful lot for granted. Maybe you think I won't throw you in jail for threatening murder. Maybe you think because you're the town's only doctor that you can get away...
Matt, listen.
No, you listen to me. You're forgetting a lot you ought to remember, Doc. For instance, your position in this town. You ought to be setting an example instead of acting like an ordinary gun hand. And more important, your responsibility. Another man's life may be his own risk, but yours belongs to this whole town. And a good many lives depend on you. So you calm down and you put that gun away.
Hey, you sure told the old fool off.
You shut up!
Huh?
Maddow, I don't know anything about you. Maybe you're what you say, but if Doc doesn't like you, that's good enough for me. So you get out of Dodge while you got a whole skin. And you stay out.
Why should we? We got a right...
And you take your partner with you, Maddow, because I don't like him.
Sure, Marshal. We was going on tomorrow anyways. We'll ride on tonight, as soon as we stock up on some grub.
All right. Where did Doc go, Chester?
Well, up the street, probably back to the office, like you said to.
Matt, the look on his face when he went out.
Yeah, I know, Kitty. Well, I'm going up there.
Matt, you had to do it.
Yeah. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Dillon, that Maddow, he didn't seem like such a bad fellow.
No, he didn't, Chester.
I'd sooner believe bad of that partner of his, that Bartlett. That one seemed like he could be a hard case, all right, without half trying. But Maddow wouldn't even defend himself.
No. But I don't think that was because he was afraid to.
No, that's true. Seemed more like he just didn't want to fight Doc. Didn't seem mad at all like Doc. More like he was sad.
Maybe a man with a guilty conscience, Chester.
Yeah, I guess so, Mr. Dillon.
You better go on over to the office, Chester, huh? I want to go up alone.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Doc. Huh. Now, I wonder where he could have gone.
Did you find him, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester.
Well, he didn't show up at Delmonico's for his supper, and it's way past his usual time. I've been watching the office, and his light ain't come on. Of course, he could be sitting up there in the dark.
I just tried again. He's not there.
Mr. Dillon, you don't reckon he might have just left town?
Run away? Because of what I said? Not Doc. He's too bullheaded for that. Most likely he's out there somewhere with that old pistol of his looking for Maddo.
I'm afraid you're right. Doggone it, I don't know what this town would do, thought Doc. He can be awful irritating at times and all, but... Hey, that was a shot.
Yeah, come on.
It's that Bartlett, Mr. Dillon.
It's Clem, Marshal. I think he's dead.
All right. Everybody stay back. Give me that lantern, will you?
He was shot in the back, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
It looks mighty bad.
He said he'd kill him, and he's done it.
Did you see who did it, Bartlett?
No. We was loading horses, and I just turned to go back into the store for another load when I heard the shot.
Anybody else around to see it?
Why, no, but after all, Marshal, can't be much doubt who did it, can there? Everybody in town heard him threaten to kill Clem. Just because the man's a doctor doesn't give him any right to go around murdering people.
That's enough, Bartlett. The important thing right now is to try to save this man's life.
Where will we take him at, Mr. Dillon?
There's only one place, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Now, where have you been, Doc?
I was down by the stable, and I heard a shot.
It's Maddo. He's still alive, but he was shot in the back.
Oh, I see.
As if you didn't know.
Doc, I could understand you getting into a fair fight, but not shooting a man in the back.
Why, you just gonna let him walk away like that, Marshal?
Doc! He's gonna die if he doesn't get attention right away, and you're the only doctor in town. You gonna let him die?
Where do you think I was going, Matt? Bring him up to the office. I'll have everything ready.
Gonna pull through, Doc?
I don't know. I've done all I can.
Good.
You really didn't have to stand here and watch, man.
I know I didn't, Doc. That's not why I stayed. I thought maybe I could help. And I wanted this.
The bullet?
Yeah, that's right. You see, Doc, I knew you didn't shoot Maddo, but I had to be able to prove it.
How did you know?
Because Maddo was shot in the back. I tried to tell you out there, Doc, only you didn't understand.
Oh.
But you did have me kind of worried when you started to walk away from him.
Why, It never occurred to me to walk away from him. I guess being a doctor is a lot more important than any personal grudge. Well, I reckon I'm under suspicion, aren't I?
Doc, look at this .45 bullet. Took it out of Maddo's chest. Now, it couldn't have been shot from that old pistol of yours, could it?
No. I guess it couldn't. Well, then who did it?
Well, that's not hard to figure. Oh, Bartlett, Chester, you can come in now.
How is he, Marshal?
I think he's going to be all right.
He ain't gonna die? Say, that's mighty fine. Well, I was plenty scared with this man operating and all.
You needn't have worried. He's a doctor and a good one. You see, he didn't shoot your partner.
He didn't?
No, we have the proof for that.
Who did?
Now, there's only one other man in town who'd have had any reason to. A coward who saw a golden opportunity to double his takings of a mining strike by shooting his partner in the back. You just keep your hands away from your belt, Bartlett.
Well, want me to get his gun, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
Oh, you're crazy, Marshal. You can't prove this.
I think we can, Bartlett. Anyway, we'll just wait and see. All right, take him down and lock him up, Chester.
Yes, sir. Come on, you.
Doc, looks like Maddo's gonna come too.
Yes, maybe. His color's better. You know, it's funny, I don't hate him anymore.
You mind telling me why you ever did?
It happened a long time ago. It had to do with a girl we were both pretty fond of. She chose Maddo, but he jilted her. She drowned herself. I swore I'd kill him. And I carried that hate in my heart all these years. That's not good for a man.
No, it's not, Doc.
Well, you brought me to my senses, Matt, in that saloon. Thank you.
Well, I looked all over for you afterwards.
Well, I guess I was out of Jake Morrison's. I remembered I had to treat his boy for the ague, so I did.
Doc?
Oh, yes, Clem. Now you just take it easy. That's right. You lie still. You're going to be all right.
Doc, I wanted to tell you I'm awful sorry for what happened. Maybe sorrier than you. I loved her. I would have come back if I could have.
Well, I guess I never even thought of that. Well, we've both been sorry too long. It's all over now.
Thanks.
Now you just go on to sleep. You get your rest there now, and the world will look a lot better to you tomorrow. That's it. That's it.
Well, good night, Doctor.
Good night, man.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
You know, cowboys with 6 months trail pay made the frontier a good place for a crooked gambler. Next week, one comes to town and gets cured of his bad habits the hard way. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The special music for Gunsmoke was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin and John Daner. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story of the Western frontier when Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke.
Territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, the story of a man who moved with it, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The river, Mr. Jackson. Dry as a bone. Our last hope of water for the herd.
Not quite, Pecos. Cottonwood Pond is just over the rise ahead of us.
Well, it may be dry, too. Bet they haven't had a rain on the prairie for 6 months.
It won't be dry. I've been bringing cattle up here to Dodge City for 12 years. Drought or no drought, the pond's always had water.
It better have. We're losing 15 head an hour now. We can't push them much further.
There'll be water. With luck, if the railroad's got the cars for us, we can start loading this afternoon. By this time...
Hey, sounds like the boys up ahead run into something.
Yeah, come on. There's a pond, Pecos. Plenty of water.
Yeah, I guess you were right.
Wonder why the herd's piling up. They ought to be stampeding for that pond. You'd think you have to... Hold up, Pecos.
A barbed wire fence. Somebody's fenced off the pond. Mr. Jackson, it looks like we've got a fight on our hands.
I don't like it, Doc. It's too quiet. When things get too quiet in Dodge, it always means a blow-up's coming.
Just sit down, Matt. You're just getting yourself a case of nerves. You've been a law officer too long. Shot at too many times. You're getting so you just act like a spooky old horse. You're jumpy and you're gun-shy. Hand me those forceps, will you?
Oh, yeah. You mean this?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah. Now, you take me, Matt.
I don't rant and rail against fate. I just sit back and take what comes.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
If I get a patient, fine. I steal him blind. And if I don't, well, I keep my hand in setting a broken leg on a dog. Yeah, there. That splint ought to hold him. Matter of fact, I could use a fee or two. Not planning to shoot anybody, are you, Matt?
Yeah, if this drought doesn't break, I'm in the mood to shoot myself.
That's a bad one, all right. I don't think I've ever seen the prairie as dry as it is this year.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Dillon.
Well, come on in, Chester.
I've been looking all over for you. We've got trouble, Mr. Dillon.
Huh? Trouble?
Old man Howard just sent a rider in. A trail drive's pulled in from the Big Bend. They're threatening to cut his fences so they can water the cattle at Cottonwood Pond.
Well, there's your blow-up, Matt. A real head-on smash. A thirsty herd against that skinflint Howard. I bet I could get myself a few fees out of this before it's over.
Good old Doc, always hoping for the best, huh? Now, come on, Chester, let's ride out to Cottonwood.
Dyke Howard had no call to fence that pond, Mr. Dillon. There's enough water there for all the trail herds in the next 10 years.
That's on his ranch, Chester. He's got a right to fence his own range.
Got a right, maybe, but no decent rancher would take advantage of it. Howard's mean. Just downright mean.
I think it's more than that, Chester. It's the old business of making $2 grow where $1 grew before. I think Howard figured on something like this when he strung that fence last month, but the trouble is that we...
Look yonder, Mr. Dillon.
Huh?
Must be 50 or 60 riders facing each other across that fence.
Yeah.
Looks like a couple of armies.
Well, that wouldn't be the first range war that started over water rights. Come on.
All right, boys. All right, hold it. Hold it, I said. Now put away the guns. The party's over.
Who says so, mister?
I do.
Who are you?
Dillon, U.S. Marshal out of Dodge.
Marshal, that man and his gang are threatening to break through my fences and trespass on my property. I demand the protection of the law.
You'll get it, Howard. You the owner of this herd?
That's right, Marshal. Jack Jackson from the Circle Z spread down in the Big Bend. Maybe you can make this fella see reason. I got a herd of cattle here that's dying like flies for lack of water. Over there, 100 yards is plenty of water. Only this sneaking crook has fenced it in. How about it, Marshal?
Well, it's his land, Jackson. The law gives him the right to fence it.
Law? Right. Everything I got in the world's tied up in that herd. There's 25 trail riders there in the saddle I can't even pay wages to if I lose these cattle. Does the law uphold pushing a man against the wall and wiping him out?
It wasn't intended to. Howard, why don't you ride up here to the fence and talk, huh?
Sure, Marshal. No objections at all. My fence, ain't it?
Well, nobody's doubting it. Now, look, is there any reason why you can't get together with this man and let him take that herd in and water it?
I made him an offer. He turned it down.
For $1 a head a day for water or buy the herd himself for $3 a head.
That's a pretty stiff terms, Howard.
Better than losing everything like he's gonna do.
Why, you dirty
All right,
loser.
hold it, both of you. Now, look, if there's any gunslinging starts, I'm going to be in on it, too, you understand? Howard, I just don't understand you. Most people out here on the frontier stick together when trouble starts. They don't kick a man when he's down. And they don't look on a drought or a blizzard as a chance to make a personal cleaning.
Just a minute, Dillon. You call yourself the law in Dodge. All right. Does the law say I can fence in my own land?
It does.
And never mind your opinions, Marshal. All I want out of you is enforcement of the law.
All right, Howard, you'll get it. And that's all you'll get. Jackson, you better have your boys start the herd circling.
This mean you're backing him up, Marshal?
I'm backing up the law, that's all, Jackson.
Then I don't think much of your laws up here.
I only enforce them, I don't make them. Now, you better circle that herd.
I say you better. I'm ordering my boys to shoot the first man or steer that comes through that fence.
Chester, you cover Howard.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
And if he orders any of his men to fire a shot, kill him.
Be a pleasure, Mr. Dillon.
What's the idea, Marshal?
You wanted the law enforced. All right, you're getting it. But I'm going to do the enforcing, Howard, not you. So if you're smart, you won't give any orders about shooting.
All right, Mr. Dillon, you got a tough job. I guess you're trying to do it fair and square.
Man does what he has to do, Jackson.
I know. It's like with me. If that herd of mine beds down without water, most of them won't get off the ground in the morning. So law or no law, we're going through that fence tonight.
Matt.
Huh? Oh, hello,
What's the matter? Bad liquor or a busted straight?
Neither. How are you?
Eager. But you probably noticed that before. Seriously, though, what's wrong?
Plenty. One of the bloodiest little range wars you ever saw is just about to break.
Out of Cottonwood Pond, I heard about it.
Did you hear, too, that I'm back on the wrong side?
Here, pull a stool up to the bar. Terry, a drink for Mr. Dillon.
No, thanks. I can't stay, Kitty. I gotta try to round up some deputies, and try is probably about as far as I'm gonna get. Old Ton will be siding with the Texas boys against Howard and against me.
Maybe you ought to switch sides, Matt.
Oh, sure, I oughta. I know, but I can't. If I started making my own rules, it'd mean the end of law and order in Dodge City. Yeah, I just can't do it, Kitty. Much as I'd like to.
Well, not for me to say. You're the one who has to decide.
Yeah, Chester. What'd you find out?
Mr. Hightower down at the railroad depot checked clear through to Topeka. They can't get enough cattle cars here to load that herd out before day after tomorrow.
Well, that's that. It's an outside chance anyway. I thought we might load them up fast, Kitty, and run them up to Walnut Creek. It's still got a little water in it. But
Matt, there's something wrong with a law that upholds a low-down scheme like this.
Well, what Howard's doing is wrong morally, but it's right legally. I gotta find a legal way to stop him.
I bet a lawyer could find a way of some kind. Too bad this town doesn't have one.
Heaven forbid.
Just the same, Matt.
Yeah, what is it?
My name's Fenton. I'm range boss.
Yeah, I know. You work for Dyke Howard. Well, what's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Howard figures you ought to be arranging to protect his property.
Jackson gave me his word he'd lay off until 9 tonight.
His word, sure. But Mr. Howard figures it'd be a good idea if you deputize his riders.
Fenton, get out.
Now, wait a second, Marshal.
Go on, get out. When I want Howard's advice, I'll ask for it. Now go tell him that.
Well, yeah, but...
Go on. Get out. Move. Deputize his riders. Sure, he'd like that.
Well, it just may come to that, Mr. Dillon. I couldn't get anybody else.
You know, I ought to throw this badge away and go out there and help Jackson cut that fence.
Matt, I still think what you ought to do...
I know. I ought to get a lawyer.
Well,
Kitty, the only lawyer Dodge City ever saw was that young fellow from Boston who died here last year on his way... Hey,
what is it, Matt?
Chester, what happened to those books of his?
Well, nobody never claimed them. They're still in the back of the jail there somewhere.
That's a long shot, but... Kitty, I love you.
Matt.
Come on, Chester, let's find those books. I don't know, Chester. Take a man a year just to learn what these words mean.
Well, I sure can't help you, Mr. Dillon. Looky there. Tort. Replevin. Statutory malfeasance. Why don't they write the laws out in English?
Be no work for lawyers. The only thing that might do it is this one. I'm not too sure what it means.
Evening, Matt.
Oh, Doc, come on in here, will you?
I figured I'd bring you a little courage for the battle.
What?
Might be snakes out at Cottonwood Pond.
It's very thoughtful.
Yes, sir. Calomel and Irish whiskey. No doctor west of the Mississippi ought to be without 'em. The calomel's for the women, you understand?
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm. Of course, a bottle of Jameson might not cure a patient, but it sure makes him enjoy his illness.
Yeah. Look, Doc, you've been to school. At least I guess you have.
Oh, well, I browsed through a couple.
Well, listen to this now, and tell me what you think about this paragraph right here.
This? Well, let me see. A schedule of territorial ordinances and judicial precedents. Handbook for local administrators. Well, I didn't go to law school, man.
No, but you've read books, and you know big words. Now listen to this. The local administrator or other duly constituted authority in a territorial division is hereby empowered to declare a state of acute emergency in case of riot, rebellion, or any natural catastrophe which threatens the general welfare. Now, Doc, would you say I'm a duly constituted authority, huh?
Well, Dodge City, I guess you're about the only authority.
Yeah, now, would you say this drought we're having is a threat to the general welfare?
I've never seen a worse one, but...
All right, now listen to this.
Okay.
During the period of such emergency, the officer in charge is authorized to seize, confiscate, allocate, or otherwise administer critical materials and facilities in accordance with the common need and his own discretion.
All right, Matt. Water is a material.
Yeah?
And as far as keeping cattle alive is concerned, Cottonwood Pond is a facility.
That's all I wanted to know.
I don't see how it'll help you, though, Matt. Howard will never stand for it. You're still going to have a pitched battle on your hands.
Maybe so, Doc. But at least I'll be fighting in the way I want to fight. Well, come on, Chester, let's go. It's 8 o'clock.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, you personally can help to make sure America has an impregnable fence against invaders along all its borders by volunteering as a ground observer to watch the skies for unidentified planes. Men and women from teenage up, write or phone your nearest Civil Defense Center. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
It's dark now. Must be pushing 9 o'clock. Hope they don't jump the gun on us, Chester.
I figure Jackson will stick by his word, Mr. Dillon.
If Howard lets him.
You know, we might get a break in this drought if that storm comes this way.
Now, I'd say it's only heat lightning. All thunder and no rain.
Well, if it goes on a few more weeks, this prairie will be dried right down to the nubbin.
All right, hold it. Pull up them horses.
He's right there by the fence, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I see it.
Who's there? Well, speak up.
I usually answer bushwhackers with a 6-gun. This is your lucky night, Fenton.
Oh, Marshal, I didn't know...
Where's your boss?
All right here, Dillon. About time you got here. That mob may try to rush the fence any minute now.
Not yet, Howard. I said 9 o'clock. You got 5 minutes yet.
Come on over here, Jackson. I want you to hear this, too.
I kind of wish you'd stayed out of it, Marshal. I'd rather not have fought against you.
Never mind. Mr. Howard, by the authority vested in me as a U.S. Marshal, and under the territorial laws and ordinances of the United States, I'm hereby declaring a state of acute emergency due to the drought.
What are you talking about, Dillon?
The U.S. Territorial Ordinance Schedule of 1858, Section 721C.
What are you trying to say?
Just this. For the duration of the emergency, I am taking charge of Cottonwood Pond in the name of the United States government. And I'm allocating use of it to Mr. Jackson here to water his herd. Now, if you want to try to make a deal with him, you got 5 minutes before I cut the wire and open the fence.
I've never bought water before, but I'll give you 10 cents a head, Howard. How about it?
I'll see you dead first. And I'll be struck dead myself before I see one head of your stock onto my property.
Dillon, I don't know what's behind this move. Maybe you've sold out, made a deal of your own.
Easy, Howard.
If not that, then you've lost your mind.
Your 5 minutes are running out now. What are you going to do?
Fight! What do you think I'm going to do?
Going to resist the law?
You call it the law, I don't. Dillon, I'm giving my boys orders to shoot any man who lays a hand on this fence. And that goes for you.
Listen to me, Howard. You got a chance to do something that costs you nothing and means life or death to somebody else. And you're refusing to do it. Well, I'm sorry to see it that way. But in any case, this herd gets water.
Maybe they will.
All right, boys, you heard it. Keep that fence covered. If they want to fight, they'll get one. Jackson, I guess I'm going to need some deputies.
Well, I got 25 men here, Marshal. They're yours if you want them.
All right, boys. Will you all raise your right hands? Do you swear to uphold the Constitution, ordinances, and bylaws of the United States to the best of your ability, so help you?
I do.
All right, you're all temporary deputy marshals acting under my orders. Now bunch the cattle in this way and start them through the fence as soon as I open the wire.
They won't need much starting, Marshal. They've been smelling that water for hours.
Now don't shoot unless you're fired on. If you are, protect yourselves and your herd. All right, let's go.
Pickers! Keep those flankers closing them in toward the opening here. If they crowd on that fence, they'll cut themselves to rebel.
Right, boss. Over this way.
Chester, come here, man.
Yes.
You got the wire cutters?
Here you are, Mr. Dillon. You know, I think we got a fight on our hands.
Yeah, I guess. All right, keep me covered.
I'll watch the left over here.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Well, there's one stranded.
They're cutting the fence, Mr. Howard. Let's stop.
All right, fire at the flash, Chester.
Yes, sir. Oh, my gracious, I wish there was a moon.
There's one more strand.
I spotted him.
And here's the last one. Now.
All right, boys, the fence is open. Bring them through.
Come on through, boys. Come on. Heads up, Chester. They won't give in this easy.
Yeah, you can hear them out there, but you can't see for the dust.
Yeah. Wind's coming up off that cloud. Well, come on. Let's try to find Howard. I'm going to take him in for attempted murder.
Last time I heard him, he was down along the fence here, Summers.
All right, boys! Fire the grass! What the...
Look! Look at them torches, Mr. Dillon. They're setting fire in the grass.
Yeah. As dry as it is, they'll start the whole prairie blazing. Jackson! Get your herd through the fence. They're trying to stampede it.
It'll take more than fire to turn those cattle away from water.
I guess you're right. Look, send as many of your boys as you can to help me. We got to get that fire stopped and fast.
I don't know, Mr. Dillon. I don't know if we're winning or losing.
Well, if that backfire holds it, we're winning, Chester. Otherwise...
Couldn't have been a worse time. The prairie's dry as gunpowder.
Well, at least the herd's safe. They wouldn't leave that pond if the whole world caught fire.
Any orders for the boys, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, just have them keep working along the edge of the backfire, Pecos. Beat out any sparks that get across.
Right, Marshal, I got you.
Have you seen anything of the Howard gang?
Oh, not a sign. I guess they figured they'd done all they could.
Yeah, maybe.
Mr. Dillon, I'd swear a storm's gonna break. I can halfway smell the rain.
I don't know about that, Chester. But it's doing one thing it won't help us.
What do you mean?
Look, the wind's shifting. Starting to drive those flames across the backfire.
Well, if it catches there again, it'll get clear away from
us. Yeah, it sure will. Now, come on. Let's grab some of the boys and start working behind it.
Yes,
Let's go, Dillon. Well, Fenton, I figured you'd be halfway to the Mexican border by now.
Well, you figured wrong. You keep your hands still, both of you. One move and it's your last move.
That's about the way you planned it anyway, isn't it?
You wiped us out, Dillon. That backfire of yours took the ranch house and the barns. There's nothing for us to do now but drift. Only first I'm going to kill you.
Hit the dirt, Chester. Fenton, drop the gun. You're under arrest.
I'll drop it, you dirt. Dillon.
You warned him, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it doesn't matter much now. Look, Chester.
Yes, sir. It's jumped the backfire. With that wind driving it, it'll burn the whole prairie from here clear to the river.
And Dodge City along with it. Not a way in the world of stopping it either.
Where's the shot, Marshal? You all right?
I'm sick at my stomach, that's all. Dodge City's gonna burn, Jackson, and there's nothing we can do.
I sure didn't figure on this. I let him have the herd, gladly.
No, it's my fault. I should have jumped him first.
A man does what he has to, Marshal. I don't think that's your way.
Maybe my way's the wrong way. When it leads to burning 10,000 acres of prairie in a whole town, there must be something wrong.
Mr. Dillon.
What is it, Chester?
I told you I could smell it.
Smell what? What the devil? Rain!
Yes, sir.
By heavens, it's starting to rain!
By heaven may be the right expression.
Well, I don't know about that, but I know it's the only thing that can save Dodge. Well, come on, rain! Faster! Cut loose and rain, will you?
It's a doing it, Mr. Dillon. Look at it. Beat down on that fire.
Rain. Chester, you know, out here on the frontier sometimes, when a thing like this happens, it makes you wonder if maybe... Well, I don't know. Come on, Chester, let's find our horses.
It's sure not letting up any, Mr. Dillon.
No. We're still quite a ways from town. Let's swing over along the bluff, Chester, and find a place to wait it out for a while, huh?
That's what I was hoping you'd say.
Come on.
Well, it took a long time to break loose, but it's sure making up for lost. Wow! I never saw lightning this big before.
Usually lets up once the rain starts. I guess it's just a freak storm anyway. What? Off your horse, Chester. Flat on the ground.
I saw it flash, Mr. Dillon. It come from that lone cottonwood tree.
Yeah. It's a bad spot. He's got cover and we haven't. Well, I guess we found out what happened to Mr. Howard. All right, Howard. Come out with your hands up. You're under arrest.
Why don't you come and get it, Dillon?
We're going to flip a shot at the tree, Chester. Roll away as soon as I fire.
Yes.
All right. Now.
Smart, Dillon. You're not smart enough.
That was close.
There's enough light for him to see. He's got all the odds. If he keeps it up, he'll get us sure.
Maybe we might just well rush him, Mr. Dillon. We haven't got much to lose.
It's an outside chance, Chester. That he's bound to get one of us.
Yeah, but this way it's both.
Yeah, I know. All right. We'll go in on the count of 3. Fan out and move fast.
Yes, sir.
And, good luck, Chester.
Same to you, Mr. Dillon.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Dillon, what happened?
It was lightning. It struck the tree. I think Howard's lying over there on the ground. Come on. Yeah. He's down, all right.
He said he'd be struck dead before he'd ever give in. Well, he was.
By heaven, I don't know. The second time tonight. You know, Chester, I think I'm going to change my ways.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell and Lou Krugman, with Joe Duvall, Barney Phillips, and Georgia Ellis. Parley Bear as Chester and Howard McNear as Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Dodge City and to the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Is this everything, Chester?
Well, there might be more later when they finish sorting the mail. Hey, where's that telegram?
Oh, what telegram?
I thought I put it right on top. Let me take a look. Oh, yes. Here it is. Might be important.
I will soon see. Well, it's from Bill Hickok.
Up in Abilene?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Mr. Dillon?
Teeters and Gridler headed for Dodge. Keep them there, but don't arrest them until I get there with murder witness. Or I'll write Washington all I know about you. Signed Hickok.
Oh, then Mr. Hickok's coming here, huh?
That's what he says.
Well, how'll you recognize those two men, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I expect I'll recognize him all right.
Oh, you know them.
Yeah, we've met. Teeters and Gridler are gunmen, Chester. The kind who kill as easy as most men shake hands. Just about as often.
Too bad you can't just put them in jail.
Yeah. Well, we'll start meeting the trains.
There's one in at noon, sir.
Good. Then we'll meet it.
What'll we do if they are on this train, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, Chester. I'll find them later and talk to them, but not in a crowd like this.
Yes, sir. You know, every time I see a train, I am just overpowered with the urge to travel.
Oh? Where to?
Anywhere. Anywhere but Kansas.
Well, I don't think you'd like it back east any better.
Why not?
You just have the urge to come out west again. I know your kind.
I suppose you're right, sir. But still, it'd be good to walk down a street that wasn't all heat and dust and that wasn't crowded with a lot of grimy men looking for trouble. And I wouldn't mind seeing some women, married women, with kids and parasols and
Wait a
Bibles.
minute, Chester. There they are.
Where?
They just got off the end car. Those two headed for the depot there.
One of them's tall?
Yeah. That's Teeters in the black hat. The other's Gridler.
I'll just step around the corner here and see which way they head.
Yes, sir. There they are.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to the Dodge house. Now, let's follow them.
Yep, that's where they're going, all right.
Now, let's wait here. I'll let them get a room, and then I'll go talk to them.
But if you can't arrest them...
Then I'll just try to make them feel welcome to stay in Dodge.
When do you think Mr. Hickok will get here?
Oh, be a couple of days anyway, Chester. Look, right now, I want you to go back to the depot and ask the ticket agent to let me know if Teeters and Gridler start to leave anytime. You can describe them to him.
All right, sir.
Then go to the stage office.
Yes, sir.
And go to all the stables, too. If they rent or buy any horses, I want to know about it right away.
I'll tell everybody.
Also, tell them to keep quiet about it. I'll be back at the office later, huh?
All right, sir.
What can I do for you, Marshal?
2 men came in here just a minute ago. One of them was tall, black hat. Well?
Well, what, Marshal?
You were here. Did you see him?
Those were gunmen. I could tell.
The tall one's Teeters and the other one's Gridler. Those the names they gave you?
Yes, but there'll be trouble if you try to arrest them here, Marshal. Can't you wait until they're outside in the street someplace?
No. Now, what if they're after you?
I've got nothing to do with men like that, Marshal. There's no reason in the world that
Now,
they...
just take it easy. They never heard of you, and I'm not going to arrest them. But since you're a good, helpful citizen, maybe you can tell me what room they're in.
Certainly, Marshal, certainly. Number 25. Up the stairs and turn to your left.
Thank you very much.
Who is it? Who is it, I said? I'll open it, Gridler.
You can put your gun away, Gridler. I just came for a little talk.
Then make your talk, Marshal.
No, I ain't polite, Gridler. Let him in. Watch him better inside, anyway.
Hello, Teeters.
What's on your mind, Marshal?
I'm just trying to think. Last time I saw you men was in, let me see, was it Tascosa?
Never mind all that, Marshal. Why are you here?
No, I heard you were in town. I thought I'd drop by and say hello.
News must travel pretty fast in Dodge. We ain't been here 15 minutes all told.
Well, maybe he was expecting us, Gridler.
I happened to be at the depot. I noticed you get off, so I followed you here.
All right. But we're not wanted, Marshal. Matter of fact, a judge up in Abilene just turned us loose. Wasn't no witness to that killing. Wild Bill tried to frame us, but didn't work.
Well, that just goes to show the law's fair to everybody, doesn't it?
Why'd you come here, Marshal?
Just to let you know that I'm still the law in Dodge and that I don't want any trouble here. And with men of your sort, I always like to mention that.
We're not looking for trouble.
Good, good. And you're welcome to stay here as long as you like.
That's a funny thing to tell us.
It's an open town, Teeters.
Yeah, sure, Marshal. Sure it is, yeah.
And I'll treat you two just like anybody else. If you stay out of trouble, the town's yours.
Anybody who starts trouble won't be us.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'll be going now, gentlemen. There are some pretty sharp gamblers here. Don't let them take all of your money.
Oh, don't you worry about us, Marshal.
So long. There was no way of figuring how long Teeters and Gridler might stay in Dodge. If they took a notion to do some gambling, it might be a week or two, or they might move on in an hour. That night, however, they were still in town, bucking faro at the Alafraganza. Everything looked fine until Chester came into the office about 10 o'clock.
They're fixing to leave, Mr. Dillon. First thing in the morning.
Oh, how do you know?
Jim Bunch at the stage office. He just told me they came in and paid their fare to Sharon Springs on the morning stage.
Sharon Springs, huh? And then they're headed for Denver.
Looks like it, sir.
All right, Chester. Go tell Jim that I'm going to be on that stage tomorrow, too. If he likes, I'll ride shotgun for him. One of the boys can have a little time off.
I'll tell him, sir. But are you going all the way to Denver?
I'll follow him all the way to San Francisco if necessary. You can tell Hickok that when he shows up.
Too bad he won't be here before they leave.
And it'll be another day before he can get here. But that won't be too far behind us. Stage leaves at 8, right?
Yes, sir. I'll be there to see you off, Mr. Dillon.
Fine. We'll meet at the Dodge House for breakfast if you like.
All right, sir. The stage looks like it's all ready to go, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I don't see Teeters and Gridler, though. They're not inside, are they?
I don't think so. No, they're not here yet.
Just about 8 o'clock. They should be here.
Well, it doesn't matter, Chester. If they've changed their minds, it's all to the good anyway.
Want me to go ask Jim Bunch if he's heard from him, Mr. Dillon?
No. Let's just wait here.
Oh, say, I forgot to tell you. Jim said the regular shotgun messenger has to go up to Sharon Springs anyway, but to thank you just the same.
No, good. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Look up at the other end of the plaza there. Coming this way.
Well, I declare. It's Sam.
Yeah. Now what are they up to, I wonder?
Well, they can't be taking the stage if they're horseback.
No. Looks to me like they're fixed for a long ride, too.
Sure does, Mr. Dillon.
You're up early, Marshal.
Yeah. So are you, Teeters.
It's cooler in the morning.
Well, for traveling, it is.
So long, Marshal.
What's the matter? Did you lose all your money last night?
Yeah. Next time we'll follow your advice.
So long.
Will we go after him?
Chester, you stay here and explain things to Wild Bill. I'll be on their trail. As soon as they're out of sight, I'll get my horse. You can tell Jim I won't be taking the stage.
All right, sir.
I'll leave as clear a trail for Hickok as I can.
Yes, sir, I'll tell him.
I did my best to stay out of Teeters and Gridler's sight. But if they had suspicions of being followed and were watching their back trail, they'd have known I was there, all right. The land was flat, and we frequently crossed great patches of powder-dried dirt that smoked the air with dust under the horses' feet. After an hour, they began to swing slowly north. And by noon, it was clear that for some reason they were riding in a great half-circle. They'd left Dodge, headed west, and sure enough, just after sundown, they rode back into town from the east. I waited until dark, then came in. Put my horse up. The office was empty, so I walked up to Delmonico's, where I found Doc having supper.
Oh, Matt! Oh, sit down.
Oh, thank you, Doc.
Oh, you look hungry enough to even eat this food.
Yeah, it's been a long time since breakfast, Doc.
Yeah, the man ought to eat 3 meals regular, Matt. You'll get run down if you don't.
Yeah, sure, Doc. Only sometimes you have to eat when you can.
Oh, I told you have a hard day, Matt?
Yeah, I've been riding, Doc. Riding around in circles.
Oh, is that what the government pays you for? Oh, I'd like to have your job, man.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Doc. It isn't always this easy.
Yeah, I know, Matt. Chester told me. What happened? You lose them?
No, I didn't lose them. As a matter of fact, they're coming in here right now.
Huh? What do you mean they're coming? Those two?
Yeah.
They're pretty hard-looking fellas.
They are.
Evening, Marshal.
Oh, hello, Teeters. Gridler.
Marshal.
This is Dr. Adams, gentlemen.
How are you?
All right, Doc.
How are you?
Well, what's on your mind?
You are, Marshal.
What?
That was you trailing us all day, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Why?
I didn't want you to get lost.
That's a lie.
Then let's say that I didn't want you to get into any trouble.
You gonna tell us what it's all about, Marshal?
Well, you're not exactly the most reputable citizens in Kansas. I just wanted to have an eye on you, that's all.
You sure do.
Because like I told you, you keep out of trouble and you're welcome to stay here.
Just remember one thing, Marshal. There's two of us.
And next time you follow us, you might not come back.
Well, taking chances like that's part of my job, Mr. Teeters.
It's a poor job, then.
Yeah, sometimes I think so, too.
Come on, Teeters, let's get out of here.
Yeah. Well, they're not very polite, are they?
No, but they're smart. Smart enough to figure something's wrong, anyway.
Well, you think they might bolt, Matt?
It depends on how smart they really are, Doc. Right now, they're so curious they might stay around just to see what it's all about.
Oh, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, hello, Chester. Pull up a chair.
Mm-hmm.
Pull up a chair, Chester.
I won't have time. We better get right over to the depot.
Oh, why? What's happened?
Well, sir, I saw them ride back into town. The first thing they did was go to the depot and ask about a train.
Oh, were you there?
No, sir, the agent came and told me like he'd promised.
Train goes at 7:30, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, and it's just about that now. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Doc, if that waiter ever does come around, tell him to hold a steak for me, will you? I might just be back for it.
Sure, Matt. Yes, sir. And good luck.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Come on, Chester.
Are you going to go on the train with him, Mr. Dillon?
No. Hickok's sure to be here in the morning, Chester. If I can keep him off this train tonight, I doubt they'll try anything else till tomorrow.
Yeah, but you can't arrest him.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then,
I'll just face him off it, Chester. So keep your head up.
Yes, sir.
Now, there they are. Come on.
You come just to say goodbye, Marshal?
Not exactly, Peters.
Oh?
You can take the train tomorrow if you like, but not this one.
Why tomorrow?
Well, I've got orders to keep you in sight till then.
Orders from who?
It doesn't matter. But you have your choice. You can have the run of Dodge tonight, or you can spend it in jail.
I know you talk pretty loose for just one man, Marshal. Your friend there doesn't look like a gunman.
Well, now, you can't always tell by looks, mister.
I can. You said you didn't want trouble, Marshal, but you sure starting it.
There won't be any trouble. You do what I tell you.
If we don't?
I'll kill the first one of you that moves for that train.
You can die that way, Marshal.
Maybe. But you won't both get on that train.
Gridler.
You know me. You know I'll do it.
We can still make it, Gridler.
No. It's not worth it. We can go tomorrow.
All right. Marshal, tomorrow it'll be different.
Yeah, sure. Tomorrow it'll be different. Chester and I met the noon train next day. But as I'd figured, Hickok didn't get off it. I questioned the man who rode the baggage car, and sure enough, Wild Bill and his witness had hidden out there the whole trip. As soon as the crowd left the depot, we walked down to the car, crawled under it, and pounded on the door on the other side.
Who is it?
It's Dillon, Bill. Open up.
Oh, jump up, Matt.
Come on, Chester.
Oh, Matt, how are you?
Oh, fine, Bill, fine. Oh, this is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, Mr. Hickok?
Chester. Sam, come over here. This is my witness, Sam Trimble.
Howdy,
Mr. Trimble.
Are you still here, Matt?
Yeah, but we better move fast.
Matt, that judge up at Abilene's crazy, but he's still the judge. And he says Trimble here has to identify Teeters and Gridler before I arrest him this time.
But, Bill, they can't be tried twice for the same crime.
I know that, Matt, but I'm after them for a second murder they did. I'd suggest we just go kill them, but I've been waiting a long time to see these two hung, and by glory, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, you will if you're lucky. Tell me, Mr. Trimble, do these men know you on sight?
Well, I'll tell you how it was, Marshal. I was in the stable where I work, over in Abilene, that is, and a fella come in for his horse, and I went to get it for him. I heard some shooting, and then two men ran right past me. I got a good look at them, all right. They just killed that fella, too.
You mean you don't know Teeters and Gridler?
I never heard of them, Matt. There's no pictures of them I know of, but he can identify them when he sees them.
Yeah, sure, but what about them? Will they recognize you, Mr. Trimble?
Gosh, I don't know, Marshal. I hope not. They'd kill me on sight, wouldn't they? I hadn't thought of that.
Well, you just do what we tell you to, and you'll come to no harm, Trimble. Dillon and I are a fair match for those two. If they start any trouble, we'll be on them so fast they'll die on their feet.
Taking a terrible chance. I hadn't thought of that.
Easy, Trimble, easy. An hour from now, we'll have them in jail with their teeth pulled.
I sure hope so, but how are you going to do it?
Just go find them, that's all.
As soon as we get them locked up, I'll buy you the biggest steak you ever ate, Trimble. Come on, let's go.
I took Hickok and Trimble over to the Texas Trail, where we decided we'd wait while Chester located Teeters and Gridler. Then we'd just walk in on them and get it over with fast. I introduced the two men to Kitty, and we ordered a couple of drinks for Trimble, who was getting jumpier by the minute.
What are you two heroes doing? Getting this poor man drunk enough to fight him?
Not exactly, Miss Kitty. He just lacks faith in us, that's all.
I wouldn't have come if I'd thought about it. I sure would.
Look, Trimble, it isn't often a man has both mine and Matt Dillon's guns behind him. You're as safe as you'd be in church.
I don't go to church.
Here, Mr. Trimble, have another drink, huh?
I will in a minute. I'm going out back first.
Whatever you're up to, it's making him mighty nervous.
Yeah. Well, I'll admit he usually leads a quieter life. He'll brag big, though, once he's back in Abilene.
Tell me, Bill, do you plan to stay in Abilene long?
Oh, I don't know, Matt. Charlie Utter keeps talking to me about Deadwood.
Oh, it's as dusty up in Deadwood as it is in Kansas.
Yeah, I know, Miss Kitty, but Charlie thinks some of that dust is made of gold.
What's that?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
I'll go with you, man.
All right, stay in here, everybody.
It was Teeters and Gridler. I was just crossing the street and saw them run out of the alley there.
All right, come on.
There he is.
Yeah, it's Trimble. What happened, Trimble?
They shot me. I was going to run away.
And he got scared and ran right into him.
Yeah, we shouldn't have let him alone at all.
They said they saw me with you, Mr. Hickok. They said that's all they needed to know. And they shot me.
Chester, go get the doc. Hurry.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, Trimble. They were the men who killed that fellow in Abilene. You recognized them all right?
No. I never saw these two before. It wasn't them.
What?
I knew I shouldn't have come. I got killed for nothing.
Trimble.
That's no use, Bill.
Yeah. He got killed for nothing, all right. They must have figured he was a witness to some murder they did commit.
Well, anyway, they'll hang for Trimble now.
Let's find them before they get out of town, Matt.
We'll find them even if they do. Hickok and I walked out of the alley and into the plaza. There were a couple of citizens who'd heard the shooting and had seen Teeters and Gridler run out of the alley. Told us that they'd gone into the Dodge house, and we followed. From the look on the clerk's face as we went past him and up the stairs, I knew that they were in their room. When we reached it, Bill stood on one side of the door, and I on the other.
Think they'll fight, man?
Well, let's ask them.
I told you they'd follow us, Teeters. Well, we're trapped sure.
Shut up, I said. They got us to the street on the wall.
Open the door. Throw your guns out. There's no use trying to fight.
There's no use in hanging neither, Marshal. You can just take us the best way you can.
No. Our chance hanging. We got off once.
Billy, you get away from that door.
I've listened to you enough. I ain't facing Dillon and Hickok both now.
Hold your hand clear of that door.
Teeters, you shouldn't have...
Hold it. Don't you try to kill us.
Wait, Matt. Could be a trick.
No, I don't think so, Bill. Look. On the floor there.
Yeah, he's been hit all right.
Well, they're both dead.
Well, I sure never expected this.
Saved us doing it, maybe.
Riddler lost his nerve. Blast him. Shooting was too good for these two. I wanted to see him hung.
Well, things don't always work out, Bill.
Well, they sure don't. Not lately, anyway. Matt, I think I'll go up to Deadwood with Charlie out of right soon, after all. Maybe I can find me a little peace and quiet.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John McIntyre, Lawrence Dabkin, John Daner, Joe Duvall, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Georgia Ellis is Kitty, and Howard McNear is Doc. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Many of the war orphans of Korea have never known peace or plenty. Their lives have gone from bad to worse. Now their future is in our hands. Without help, they cannot live. We can send them food through CARE, the American Package Sending Relief Agency. Send your contribution to CARE's local office or to CARE New York or CARE Los Angeles. This is Roy Rowan. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Barkeep! Barkeep!
Well, yeah.
I was told I'd find the marshal in this place.
Well, I don't rightly see him here now.
At his office, they said he'd be here.
Well, he ain't.
Oh, a man should be able to find the marshal.
Now, listen, mister, it ain't up to me. Miss Kitty?
Yes, Sam.
This man's uncommon anxious to see the marshal. You know where he is?
Well, no, Sam, I don't. Have you tried his office, mister?
Of course I've tried his office. They told me he was headed here.
Well, he may be, but I haven't seen him until now. Hey, Matt.
Ah, hello, Kitty. Sam, Marshal.
Matt, this man's waiting to see you.
Oh, is that so?
You the marshal?
Yeah, I'm the Marshal, Matt Dillon.
My name is Foss, Marshal. Jasper Foss.
All right, Mr. Foss, what can I do for you?
I figured you'd ought to know about the telegraph line.
What telegraph line?
Well, why, the one just strung out west of town.
What about it?
Well, somebody's cut it. That's what about it.
Well, how do you know?
I was riding past. That's all I know. About a mile or a mile and a half out.
Did you see anybody?
Oh, well, nobody I could recognize. I seen a horse hightailing in the distance. I couldn't tell no more than that.
When was this?
Oh, an hour ago, maybe. I figured you'd want to take a look around.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Foss. I guess I better.
Mr. Dillon, you reckon that fellow knowed what he was talking about?
I don't know yet, Chester.
I swear we rode most of the mile already. There ain't been no break.
I guess we can make it a little farther.
Well, sure, we can make it. We can make it all right, but I was just wondering if it was worth all this tracking around in the hot sun. You know, a man's brain can get addled by too much of it.
Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't take too much, son.
How's that?
Never mind, Chester. Look up there, ahead.
Well, I do declare. Looks like them army fellows is out riding themselves.
So working on the line. All right, come on. Morning. You tell me where the lieutenant is? Oh, I see him. Lieutenant?
There?
Are you having trouble with the line?
Well, it's been cut.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
The counter.
Yeah, I see him. You holding that man for it, Lieutenant?
He's under guard.
Yeah, I see he is. You mind if I talk to him?
Well, he's my prisoner.
Well, I'm the U.S. Marshal from Dodge.
Oh, well, in that case, I suppose it wouldn't do any harm.
No, I guess not. All right, Chester. You hold my horse, huh?
Yes, sir.
Put your back to it,
Hello, Small Hawk.
Small Hawk is dishonored before his old friend.
Sorry to see you like this.
The marshal will have them set Small Hawk free.
I don't know if I can do that. Did you cut the wire?
It was cut by my knife.
And And they have a right to hold you.
They have no right to send the wire across the land.
Oh, why not? Wire doesn't hurt you.
It is bad magic. Carries bad sounds across the land of my people.
It can be good magic, too, Smallhawk.
The white man makes no good magic for my people.
I wouldn't be too sure.
The white soldiers will shoot Smallhawk?
I don't think you need worry about that.
Yeah. Smallhawk not afraid.
No, I know that. But just the same, I think I'll ride along when they take you to the fort.
Now, this is an unusual request, Marshal Dillon.
Yes, Colonel, I know it is, but I think it might do some good in our dealings with the Indians.
I don't know. The Army hasn't found it wise to be too lenient.
You're not telling me that the Army believes the only good Indian is a dead Indian?
No, Marshal, certainly not.
But I know this man, Colonel. Smallhawk is not a troublemaker.
He cut the wire.
He cut it out of fear.
It's been cut several times.
Smallhawk says he cut it only once, and I believe him.
Well, what do you want me to do?
I'd like you to release Smallhawk to me, Colonel Hooper.
How can I be sure he won't go right out and cut the wire again?
Because I'll be responsible for him.
You have a lot of confidence in this Indian, Marshal.
Yes, I have.
Well, what do you base it on?
Taking away his fear.
How do you propose to do that?
I think I can show him that the wire isn't bad magic. And then he'll leave it alone.
All right, Marshal Dillon. I'll release him to you.
Thank you.
But remember this. We're all in for serious trouble if he touches that wire again.
Yeah. So is Smallhawk. It's right down at the end of the block, Smallhawk.
The Marshal is Smallhawk's friend.
Sure I am.
If it were not so, I would not walk with him.
I know that.
Smallhawk would no go to house of white man's magic.
I want to show you it can be good magic, Smallhawk. Now, here we are. Let's go in. Hank?
Howdy, Marshal.
Hank, you got a man out at the Western Station to take messages off the new line?
Yeah, Marshal, sure we have.
Any way of getting a message to the Indian encampment on the river?
Well, our man out there says there's usually a couple of braves standing around watching him. You could tell it to them, I guess. Why?
Because my friend wants to send a telegram.
Smallhawk does not trust bad magic.
Well, you trust me, don't you?
Yeah.
All right, then listen to me. Now, they took your horse at the fort, didn't they?
Soldiers took horse, yeah.
So you got a long walk home.
Smallhawk will walk with his head high.
Yeah, but it would be even higher if you were on horseback. Now, what if the wire carried word to your son to bring you a horse?
There is that magic in the wire?
Yeah, there's that magic.
Smallhawk will see if horse comes.
Oh, that's fair enough. Now, you tell me your son's name.
Brown Wing.
All right, Hank, you tell your man to get a message to Brown Wing to bring a horse to the road fork just outside Dodge. Tell him his father will be waiting.
All right, Marshal. There's just one thing.
Yeah, what's that?
Who's going to pay for it, you or the Indian?
Yeah, the government ought to pay for it.
Now, Marshal, that kind of money ain't easy to collect.
Yeah, I know that better than you. All right, I'll pay for it, Hank. Come on, Smallhawk. We better get you started out to meet your horse.
Thanks for the beer, Matt.
That's all right, Kitty. I think you're worth buying a beer for once in a while.
I'm surprised you have to order it like us ordinary people.
Oh? Just what does that mean?
Why, from what Chester's been telling me, you've been working magic tricks with the telegraph line.
Oh. Chester thinks that's pretty funny, does he?
No, not exactly funny, Matt. He was really pretty impressed.
Yeah. Well, I hope it worked, that's all.
I'm surprised you could talk that starchy colonel into letting Smallhawk go.
Oh, you know the colonel?
Oh, I met him once. I never figured him to give anybody any kind of chance, much less an Indian.
Maybe he wants to be able to say, I told you so.
He'd enjoy that. I know that much.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
How are you, boss?
Found I was right about that wire, didn't you?
Yeah, you were right.
I've been wanting to talk to you about that.
I'll see you later.
No, there's no need for you to leave, Kitty.
I want to see Sam.
No, all right. Well, what's on your mind today, Mr. Boss?
Well, I just wanted to tell you, you'd ought to be keeping an eye on things.
Oh? That happens to be my job.
Well, sometimes doing a good job ain't enough, Marshal. Sometimes a man can get fooled even so.
That so?
Yes, sir. Now, I done a good job. All my life I done a good job, but it weren't enough. You got to remember that now. It weren't enough.
What happened to you?
Why, they let me go, Marshal Dillon. Said I wasn't good enough no more. Said I was too old. Put in some young greenhorn that won't even know as much as I've already forgot. They just turned me out overnight like I was a old broke-down horse.
I'm sorry about that, Mr. Boss.
Well, they had no right to do a thing like that. I'm a better man than that young feller, Marshal Dillon. And I'm going to show him about it, too.
Yeah, you do that, Mr. Boss. Well, I gotta be getting back to the office.
Oh, yeah, you go tend to your job, Marshal. And watch out for that Indian.
Well, you leave that to me, huh? Don't you worry about it.
Oh, I ain't worrying about him, Marshal Dillon. No, not at all. A 7 or a 3, Matt. You gotta come up with a 7 or a 3.
Yeah. Well, let me see here, man.
Good. You have to go at the boneyard.
Yeah.
Go ahead, draw.
All right, I'm drawing, Doc.
Go right ahead, take another. Oh, I must say, Matchy, you don't play dominoes any better than you play checkers.
You're talking pretty big for a man who just won his first game this week.
Well, it's not whether I win or not, Matt. It's just that I make the moves better.
I hope you don't figure like that about your patients.
About my paper?
Well, it doesn't matter whether you cure them or not. So you make a few moves.
Oh, don't you worry about my patients. I'll take it. Oh, how's your Indian getting along?
Oh, fine, I guess. I think I finally got it through his head that the telegraph wire wasn't strung up there just to work some black magic.
You were lucky.
Yeah, Doc, I guess I was. But Small Hawk is mighty pleased.
Oh, you've seen him?
No, but he had the agent out at the other end send me a message back.
Oh, was that so? Well, what did he say?
Just one word. Good.
Well, the telegraph company isn't going to make much money out of him at that rate.
Yeah, maybe not, but it'll save them money having him leave their lines alone.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, hold on.
Yeah, Chester.
What's the trouble?
Mr. Dillon, you know that fellow Ted Creel?
Yeah, I know him. What's he done?
Well, he ain't done nothing, Mr. Dillon. He just come in from out west of town.
Well, no law against that.
Well, of course not, Mr. Dillon, but he told me he seen a troop of cavalry from the fort.
Well, what about it?
They had an Indian with him, all tied up like he was a prisoner.
Oh. Did Creel know who he was?
Well, he thought he was that fellow Small Hawk, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I was afraid he might. All right, Chester, get the horses.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like your magic might not have worked after all, man.
Yeah, Doc, it does.
Now, this is very regrettable, Marshal.
Yeah.
My superiors will want a full explanation.
I'd like one, too.
Well, you might. You gave me your word you'd be responsible for that Indian.
My word still goes, Colonel.
A little late now.
Now, you're not sure he cut your wire this time?
My men picked him up right near the break.
I'd still like to know what he has to say.
He's right in here. Guard?
Yes, sir.
The Marshal has permission to see the prisoner.
Yes, sir.
I'll be in my office when you're finished.
Thank you, Colonel. Well, Small Hawk?
It is as I said. Bad magic.
Did you cut the wire?
The Marshal will believe.
We've never doubted each other, Small Hawk.
The Marshal speaks true.
All right. Now, how about the wire?
Smallhawk did not cut it.
Did any of your tribesmen cut it?
The braves of my tribe believe the good magic of the wire, as the marshal taught us.
Then you're telling me that no Indian had anything to do with this latest break?
That is what Smallhawk says. You believe?
Yes, I believe.
The marshal will release me?
Well, I can't do it this time, Smallhawk. At least not yet. But I'll tell you something. If there's any way of tracking down the man who did cut that wire, you'll be out of here soon.
I'll tell you something, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah? What's that, Chester?
Lot folks back in Dodge was wondering whether it was worth it stringing this line way out west here when it first went up, and I'm about to agree with it.
I don't know. Of course, there's been a lot of trouble, but...
They sure has. Now with all this cutting going on, looks like we've got Indian trouble all over again.
Oh, maybe not. Right over there looks like the place.
Sure has been a lot of horses around here.
I hope they haven't trampled all the tracks.
Looks like they tried.
Uh-huh.
You finding anything, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I can't be sure yet. This might be a lead. This might be something, Chester.
There ain't much to choose from in all them tracks.
Yeah, but these seem to lead out by themselves, though. Let's follow them for a while, huh?
Well, them tracks don't look like they was made by no Indian pony, Mr. Dillon.
No, Chester, they don't.
Mr. Dillon?
Uh-huh.
They're just going across the country aimless like.
No, not quite.
How's that?
And if you see, we're a lot closer to Dodge than we were back there at the telegraph line.
Well, that's right. I guess you're right. Them tracks didn't start off the Dodge, though, did they?
No.
Like somebody was laying a false trail on purpose.
Yeah, that's the way it looks to me, Chester. Wait a minute, look. See, they're heading off toward that shack over there.
Yeah. Like much of a place to live, half falling down that way. Reckon anybody's here, Mr. Jones?
I don't know, but we'll find out.
Well, there's no need for pounding, Marshal.
Hello, Mr. Foss. Didn't know you lived out here. Oh, it's Chester Proudfoot.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Foss. Proudfoot. What brings you out this way, Marshal?
That's that telegraph line you're so interested in.
I'm glad to see you're on the job. Oh, not that it'll do you any good. I was always on the job myself. I remember that.
Yeah, you told me. I see you've been out looking it over out there.
Looking what over?
The line.
Well, what makes you say that?
Well, we followed your tracks here.
My tracks?
Now, you want to tell me how you happened to be out there?
I told you the other day. I was riding past.
Now, you were talking about the other break in the line that day, Mr. Foss. This one was a mile or so away.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, I'll tell you, Marshal, it's only right that I've been keeping track of that line.
Oh, how's that?
That I was near 25 years sending messages out over lines just like them. I got an interest in them, you might say.
That's what your job was, sending messages?
I had a mighty nice touch on the key. A mighty nice touch. These greenhorns can come close to it.
The telegraph people were the ones who took away your job, then.
Them was the ones, all right. A man with a touch like mine.
I guess you would have an interest in the line, Mr. Foss. You might even have an interest in seeing that it didn't go through.
Well, now, Marshal, I don't even know what you're talking about.
I think you've been cutting that wire right regular. I think you figured it was a way to get back at the people who cost you your job.
Now, you hold on a minute, Marshal. What about that Indian? He was the one that cut it. He said so.
He cut it once, Mr. Foss, and he admitted it, but you did it the other times, didn't you? I said, didn't you?
You know, don't you, Marshal?
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Well, I figured it'd be all right. They already had the Indian. It wouldn't matter anymore.
It mattered to the Indian.
I guess you're right. Will you be taking me in, Marshal?
Yeah.
A man has to do his job. Always believed in a man doing his job. But, Marshal, climbing around them lines and all...
Yeah, Mr. Foss?
I showed him I wasn't so old, didn't I?
Yeah, you showed him. All right, saddle him up a horse, Chester. Let's get back to town.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Farley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. It was a hard 2-day ride back from Fort Wallace, or I'd gone on government business. And I was pretty saddle-weary when I reached Dodge late the second night. So I went straight to bed without seeing anybody. I'd been gone a couple of weeks, but I'd wired Chester a few days before when to expect me back. And he wasn't surprised when I walked into the office next morning.
I figured you'd rode in last night sometime, Mr. Dillon, but I didn't want to bother you.
Oh, bother me? Why? Was there trouble last night, Chester?
Well, no, sir, but everybody was sort of expecting you.
Oh.
Where was you yesterday, anyway? I mean, where'd you ride from?
Pawnee Creek. I camped at Rocky Bend up there.
Oh, Rocky Bend's a good camp. I remember it. Oh, I meant to tell you, Mr. Dillon, they hung up a new sign at the Texas Trail across the street there. Come on over here at the window and you can see it.
Well, I'll look later, Chester. I'd like to go through my mail now.
Yes, sir. Well, now who's that?
What?
About 4 men just pulled up in a wagon right out in front there. They're getting down. Hey, they're heading this way. I don't believe I know any of them.
Well, let them in anyway, huh, Chester?
Oh, yes, sir. Come in, gentlemen, come in.
Where's Marshal Dillon?
He's just sitting right there at his desk, mister.
Marshal? I'm Red Samples.
Hello?
These other men here work for me, except him. Huggins, come up here. This is Jim Huggins, Marshal.
Huggins?
Hello, Marshal. There's another man laying in the back of the wagon out there, Marshal. He's been shot.
Did you say shot?
That's what I said.
Oh, then I better run upstairs and get Doc Adams. I'll be back, Mr. Dillon.
Doc Adams ain't going to do him any good.
No?
That man's dead, Marshal. He's been dead since yesterday morning.
Who is he?
Lou Price.
Lou Price?
That's right. Same man you ran out of town about a month ago. You were pretty mad at him, the way I heard it.
Yeah, I was. He tried to put a knife into me.
Nobody saw him try.
How do you know that?
He told me. Lou Price was a sort of partner of mine, Marshal.
Oh?
Buying up cattle, Marshal, all over Kansas. Buying lots of them. Gonna have me a big ranch when I'm through, up on Pawnee Creek.
Well, that's fine.
You were camped on Pawnee Creek night before last, weren't you, Marshal?
Yeah, I was.
At Rocky Bend.
That's right.
Hear that, men? The only reason I asked Marshal was that Jim Huggins happened to see you there.
Oh, is that so? I don't remember seeing him.
Doesn't matter. As long as he saw you. Tell him, Huggins.
It was him, all right.
That's where Lou Price was shot, Marshal, at Rocky Bend. Poor Lou, he never had a chance. He wasn't even armed.
Happened yesterday morning. I seen the whole thing.
Huggins, tell us who killed Lou.
He did.
What?
You did, Marshal. You're the man I saw. You shot him.
All right, what's your game, Samples?
I've got no game. My partner was murdered. You had a grudge against him. You just admitted before witnesses you were at Rocky Bend. Jim Huggins has identified you as the man he saw kill Lou. It's good enough evidence for any court of law. You'll hang for it, Marshal.
You got it all figured, haven't you?
We're going down right now and swear it out legal on paper. Then I'm going to send it to the governor. Don't you try to get away, Marshal. We'll run you down, sure.
Yeah, I expect you would, Samples. Your men look like professional gunmen. Except for Huggins there.
I never saw Huggins till he run into us yesterday.
I don't bear you no grudge, Marshal. I'm only trying to do what's right.
Sure. Sure you are.
All right, let's get going, men. The sooner I get this to the governor, the sooner we'll see justice done. Remember what I said, Marshal. Don't you try to run.
I'll say one thing for Red Samples. He had about as good a case against me as I'd ever heard of against any man. And there was nothing I could do about it but wait and see what happened next. Meantime, he spread the word around Dodge, and people began looking at me like I was a white buffalo. I guess it wasn't often they had a U.S. Marshal walking around with a murder charge against him. But finally, one night, a couple of weeks later, something did happen. I was sitting with Kitty watching the crowd at the Texas Trail.
I'll fetch you a drink, Matt.
No thanks, Kitty.
You're expecting trouble of some kind, aren't you?
Seems to me I got enough trouble already.
I know. Matt, I hate to say it, but I think half the people in Dodge believe you're guilty.
Yeah, sure. And the other half just doesn't care one way or the other.
Well, I don't think you are.
Don't you?
Of course I don't.
Then why don't we talk about something else?
You're edgy.
Sure, I'm edgy. I stay that way to keep from falling asleep all the
Now,
time.
don't get all riled up. I didn't mean anything.
I'm sorry, Kitty. I guess this business is getting on my nerves after all.
Well, I should think it would. Why don't you go and get good and drunk? Forget the whole thing that way.
Kitty, if I ever got drunk, I could name you 10 men right here in Dodge who'd cut cards for the honor of shooting me down.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, hello, Miss Kitty.
Evening, Chester. Sit down.
Thank you. I've been down to the telegraph office, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, any news?
Yes, sir, but you won't like it. Here it is, sir. A telegraph from Washington, D.C.
How do you know I won't like it?
Well, you see, I was standing there when he was writing it out, and I couldn't help watching him work and all that.
I don't want to read it, Chester. You told me what it says, huh?
Well, if it's from the War Department, then it says they heard from the governor, and, well, you'd better read it, Mr. Dillon.
No, you're doing fine. Go ahead.
Well, you're suspended.
What?
You're suspended from U.S. Marshal, Mr. Dillon. And to make it legal and formal like, they're sending somebody to arrest you and take you up to Hayes City for trial.
I don't believe it.
Neither do I, Miss Kitty, but that's what it says. It's the only way they see how to clear this up proper.
Evening, Dillon. Miss Kitty. Oh, I see Chester beat me back with the news.
What? How'd you know about this, Samples?
I'm just as interested in this business as you are, Chester, so I sort of talked the clerk into giving me a copy of that telegram after you'd left.
Well, you got no doubt
It's okay, Chester. It doesn't matter.
Dillon, Dodge is going to breathe a lot easier now that you're suspended. You won't be around as marshal.
I'm still around, Samples.
But you're not marshal anymore. You won't be around for long, anyway.
Tell me something, Samples.
Sure.
With me out of office, are you going to be breathing easier, too?
I'll tell you, Dillon. There are two reasons I'll be glad to see you hang. One is for murdering my partner.
And the other?
Well, I always heard you were too strict here, and I like to do a little gambling now and then.
Oh?
In fact, I'm thinking of running a few tables myself.
I see.
It's more fun without some hard-nosed lawman looking over your shoulder all the time. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Well, I'll see you at the trial. I hope I'm around when they come to arrest you, Dillon.
You probably will be.
So long.
What's he talking about, Mr. Dillon? You're being too strict. Why, there's plenty of gambling going on in Dodge right now.
Not his kind of gambling, Chester.
What do you mean?
Well, he told me he's buying up cattle and getting himself a big ranch. But he's probably going to finance it from his gambling. And that takes a lot of money. Sure, steady money.
Oh.
And I've always run crooked gamblers out of Dodge.
Matt, what are you going to do?
I don't know, Kitty. I'd sure like to have a talk with that witness of theirs, Jim Huggins.
Well, why don't you?
Well, I can't find him. I got him hid out someplace.
Matt, is there something I can do?
No, nothing, Kitty. Thanks anyway.
Well, there she comes, Mr. Dillon, right on time.
There are not many people at the depot this morning, are there?
No, sir, but anyway, I'm glad I talked you into walking down here with me. There is just nothing pleasures me more than watching a train come in.
At least it doesn't cost anything.
My, I'd like to drive one of them. Wouldn't you, Mr. Dillon?
No, they're too noisy for me, Chester.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
Maybe if I talked to the Santa Fe people, they'd let me try it sometime, you think?
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Over there, just getting off, the man with the long hair.
Well, I'll be... It's Wild Bill Hickok.
It sure is. Hey, Bill! Hey, Bill!
Hello, Matt.
How are you, Bill?
How are you, Chester?
Fine, Mr. Hickok, just fine.
Hey, that's quite a surprise. Why didn't you let me know you were coming?
I didn't know myself till just before I left Abilene.
Huh? Well, how is Abilene these days?
Well, I'm still sheriff there. Guess I will be till somebody gets around to shooting me.
Nobody's gonna shoot you, Mr. Hickok.
They keep trying, Chester.
They keep missing, too, don't they, Bill?
Well, so far. Maybe that's just because nobody's tried to shoot me in the back yet.
Yeah, you've always worried about that, haven't you?
I'll tell you something, Matt.
What?
I don't think I'd mind so much if I was to be shot by a man like you.
By me?
You might take it in mind to try it. I never could tell which way he was going to jump next. Like, right now.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
You came here to arrest me, didn't you?
That's what I come for.
Yeah, sure. I might have known they wouldn't send a tin-horn.
Guess they figured you might not take easy, Matt. I tried to tell them they could lose a good lawman this way. We're a pretty fair match, you and me.
Yeah? Yeah, we are.
Well?
It's your play, Bill.
Oh, I guess that can wait a while.
Okay.
I'm still on salary, man.
So?
Let's go have ourselves a drink.
Good.
You too, Chester?
Thank you. I'd be right proud to, Miss Hickok.
I figure if I get a couple of drinks in you, Matt, I might worm your side of this business out of you.
Why, Bill? Don't you believe their side?
Well, I've seen you pretty mean and ornery, but even if I was to watch you judged and hung for it, I still wouldn't believe Matt Dillon killed an unarmed man.
Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, that girl headed this way. Ain't that Kitty?
Yes, sir, it sure is.
Matt, I've been looking everywhere for you. Well, it's Bill Hickok.
Hello, Kitty. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. What are you doing in Dodge?
Well, I sort of come on business.
You said you were looking for me, Kitty?
Matt, I know where he is.
Where who is?
The witness they've been hiding, Jim Huggins.
What? Well, where is he?
Red Samples was in the Texas Trail drinking last night, and the bartender heard him tell one of his gunmen to take some food out to the loft at the OK stable.
Bill.
Yeah?
While you're buying me a drink, I think I'd kind of like to buy Kitty one. Later on, back at my office, I explained the situation to Bill Hickok, and we talked it over. And then we sat around the rest of the day talking about old times and people and horses and guns. And along about evening, we went up and laid out our plan to Doc Adams. As soon as it got dark, we went over to the OK stable and took Jim Huggins out of the loft and got him across the street and up to Doc's office before he was real sure what was happening.
Put him on the couch there, gentlemen. We want him to be comfortable.
What are you doing with me?
Move, Huggins. Do what Doc says.
That's it. Just over here. Yeah, that's fine, Huggins. Now then, you just relax.
When's Chester going to get here?
He'll be along, Bill.
Bill, huh? Who are you? I never seen you before.
Mister, you're going to see me double before the night's out.
What?
Never mind, Huggins. You'll find out. Now then, now you tell me. Have you ever had any heart trouble?
Heart trouble?
Yes, you ever have dizzy spells, faint, and have to lie down suddenly, anything like that?
Well, a horse kicked me in the head once. Made me awful dizzy. I'm asking about your heart, not your brains. I don't want anybody to die here. The business is bad enough as it is.
What are you going to do with me? What's this all about?
Oh, over here, Chester.
I got it. I got plenty.
That's good. Just put them on the table here, Chester. Let's... 3 quarts? Well, this is a man we're working on, not an elephant, Chester.
Well, I wanted to be sure there was enough, Doc.
Open one up, and Chester, there's a glass here.
Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
What is that? What are you doing?
It's nothing but good whiskey, Huggins. And for once in your life, you're going to drink all of it you want. Maybe a little more. Here.
Oh, no, I don't want to drink all that whiskey, Marshal. I couldn't hold all that.
Oh, you can drink it slow, Huggins. But you're going to drink it. Now, go on. Go on, get started. You sure you got it all, Bill?
Just about, man. There she is. Want to read it over?
No, you heard everything I did.
Well, gentlemen, your friend Huggins has got one of the biggest hangovers coming up any man will have to endure.
Is he still out, Doc?
It won't hurt him any, though. I sent Chester out for some coffee.
I could use a little coffee myself, Doc.
There'll be enough. Oh, say, wasn't it something how that Huggins talked once he got started? I told you, you get enough whiskey in the man and he'd start bragging.
Well, you were sure right, Doc.
He's not going to feel so big and smart when he wakes up.
I don't know. The man was awful drunk. He may not even remember what he said.
He'll remember when we tell him we even know where he hid the money Red Samples paid him.
Yeah, that's Samples. Imagine him shooting his own partner.
Well, he's smart, Doc. You shoot your partner, you get his half, don't you?
That's a fine way for a lawman to be talking.
You mean an ex-lawman, don't you? You know, Bill, I'm just starting to get mad about all this. Come on, let's get going.
Oh, Matt, you calm down a spell. We got to get Huggins to sign all I got wrote down here first. Doc, how long it'll be before he'll know what he's doing?
Oh, maybe 5, 6 hours.
Look, Bill, you do what you like, but I'm going after Samples before he finds out his witness is missing.
It don't seem quite legal till we get Huggins' signature.
Maybe not, but my arresting Samples isn't going to be quite legal anyway.
I'll arrest him.
No, you won't, Bill. He's mine.
All right, Matt. But I'm coming along.
Okay. But you stay out of it.
Matt, once you get your tail up and your stinger out, you're the hardest man to stop I ever saw. Matt, I've been thinking. Supposing we hadn't got Huggins to talk, what had you done then?
You mean would I have fought you when you tried to arrest me?
It's been on my mind, son.
I wouldn't have fought you.
Because we're a good match for each other?
I'll fight any man alive if I think I'm in the right.
Of course. I don't know you ever been afraid of anything.
I've been afraid lots of times, Bill. And so have you.
Well, maybe.
I guess I've worked on the side of the law too long to go against it just because I'm the one that's caught. Well, here's the Olafraganza. They'll be in here.
Which one's Samples, Matt?
The end of the bar, the one in the middle. The other two are his gunmen. Come on. Samples? Samples, I'm taking you to jail.
You gone crazy, Dillon? You're the one that's going to jail.
It's no use, Samples. Jim Huggins has confessed the whole deal.
What?
You killed Lou Price, and you paid Huggins to testify that I did it. You paid him $500 and promised him another $500 after the trial.
He's lying. Who's going to believe that?
I believe it. And don't look at your hired help. They're not going to get you out of this.
You can't throw anybody in jail, Dillon. You ain't a marshal anymore.
No, that's not stopping me.
It ain't legal.
Wait a minute, gentlemen. It's true Matt Dillon ain't a marshal right now, but I'm making this arrest, and I'm deputizing him to help me.
Who are you?
Sheriff, up at Abilene. Samples, I want them 2 hound dogs of yours to move a little to one side where I can keep an eye on them easier.
Forgetting it's 3 against 2.
That's fair enough odds for us. Start shooting.
No, Bill. There's no need for killing. I want these men alive.
You ain't taking me alive, Dillon. You, nor Hickok, nor anybody else. I ain't gonna hang.
Drop your gun belt, Samples.
Why? We just might be lucky enough to kill you. Take Dillon first, men, and then go for Hickok.
Wait, Samples!
Now!
All right. What about you two?
They never moved a finger, Matt. They're too scared.
All right, you gunmen. Pick up Samples and carry him out of here.
Ain't you gonna take their guns first, man?
You don't hobble a horse with a busted leg, Bill. Let them keep their guns. Later, Hickok and I decided to run Jim Huggins and Samples' 2 gunmen out of town. And the way they took off, we figured they reached California before they stopped to breathe. The next day, Bill went back to Abilene and took Huggins' confession with him. And a week later, I had a wire of apology from the governor. Washington took a little longer. They just sent me my regular paycheck with the time of my suspension carefully deducted, which left me almost enough money to pay for the liquor I'd poured into Jim Huggins.
Here is our star, William Conrad.
I'd just like to repeat what George Fenneman told you earlier. The Chesterfield you smoke today is the best cigarette ever made. I hope you'll try them. Regular or king size, I'm sure you'll find Chesterfield is best for you.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vic Perrin, and James Nusser. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M Filters. At last, a filter tip cigarette with much more flavor, much less nicotine. L&M's Miracle Tip contains alpha cellulose for effective filtration. It's the filter that counts, and L&M has the best. Yes, this is it. As Patricia Morrison puts it, L&M filters are just what the doctor ordered. Buy L&M Filters. The light and mild smoke.
Without your letters, your friend in the service feels out of touch, lonely, and it's tough to be lonesome. The USO knows a letter always makes a fellow feel better. Mail from you brings the warmth of home and friends to him wherever he is. So, write today. Remember, it's tough to be left out at mail call. Next week at the same time, Chesterfield will bring you another transcribed story of the Western frontier on Gunsmoke. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters with the miracle tip. King size, regular, both at the same low price.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, a transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I'm sorry I'm so late, Mr. Dillon.
You know, it's 5 miles to Fort Dodge and 5 miles back, Chester. Figuring the time you were gone, you traveled about 2 miles an hour.
Well, Major Honeyman kept me waiting almost 3 hours, Mr. Dillon.
Well, why didn't you leave the papers with the first sergeant?
You told me to deliver them to the Major.
Well, I should have explained, I guess.
Well, that's all right. Me and the first sergeant enjoyed a couple of beers at the Sutler's.
Oh, well, I trust Major Honeyman didn't mind waiting.
Him? Oh, no, sir. It was me, Mr. Dillon. You see, when I got there...
It's all right. It doesn't matter. It's all right, Chester. It's all right.
Wait.
After all, it's a pretty hot day.
Oh, hot ain't nothing like it. You know, sir, I was wondering all the way back. Do you think maybe someday they'll invent a way to kind of cover up the sun a little?
What? Who's they, Chester?
Well, I don't know. The people that works on stuff like that. Them fellas that goes to school and all. You think they will?
Well, I think any man that went to school very long ought to have more sense than to try to cover up the sun.
Oh, well, I didn't mean all the way up. I meant just part of it.
Oh, well, I can think of one man that's already done that.
Really? Who's that?
A fella called John B. Stetson.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, I'm serious.
So am I, Chester.
Marshal Dillon?
Ah, hello.
Jim Hill, Marshal, from Amarillo.
How do you do? This is Chester Proudfoot.
Chester.
Glad to know you.
I'm looking for a man, Marshal. Fella called Dan Gratt. You know him?
No, never heard of him. Have you, Chester?
Ain't no Dan Gratt around here.
Well, he's coming here. Told one of his girls in Amarillo he was. I'll wait for him.
Oh, what do you want him for, Hill?
Murder?
Murder?
He shot 3 men in Amarillo. 2 of them in a fair fight, but he made a mistake with the last one. Gratt didn't know it, but the man wasn't even armed.
A friend of yours?
No, I didn't know him. Some gambler.
Yeah. Then why are you after Gratt?
I thought maybe you'd heard of me, Marshal. I'm sheriff of Amarillo.
Oh, I see. Well, it's been a long time since I've been in Amarillo.
It's no quieter than it ever was. But it'll get worse if I don't stop men like Dan Gratt, no matter how far they run.
You said he didn't know the man wasn't armed. Well, why would he be running?
You found out.
after he'd shot him. They say it shamed him killing an unarmed man. One thing about Grat, Marshal, he ain't no coward.
Yeah. But he enjoys shooting people, huh?
He's a gunman. And I'll tell you something, Marshal. Dan Grat ain't well known, but he's about as handy with a gun as anybody in the state of Texas. Men who watched him say he's the fastest they ever saw, bar none.
Well, I'll help you take him, Sheriff.
I only come here to tell you what I was doing in Dodge, Marshal. I don't need no help.
Well, he's just a murderer. Why take a chance?
I'm pretty good myself, Marshal. I ain't afraid of him.
Oh, okay.
And if you run into him first, save him for me. I'd hate to have made the ride up here for nothing. I'm staying at the Dodge house, Marshal, if you want to find me. So long.
So long.
Mr. Dillon, I don't quite make him out.
Oh, why not, Chester?
Well, I mean not wanting you to help him. If it's true what he says about this Dan Grat.
The sheriff's like a lot of men, Chester. He's too proud, too confident in himself. You'll get him in trouble someday.
Yes, sir.
It's a mistake some gunmen make, too.
You mean like Dan Grat?
Oh, I don't care about Dan Grat, Chester. It's Sheriff Hill I'm worried for.
Evening, Matt. Sit down.
Oh, thanks, Kitty.
Why didn't Chester come over?
Oh, he's waiting at the bar for a friend of his.
Huh? Man or woman?
Oh, man. He owes Chester some money, he said.
Then they won't be friends for long.
Well, it's only $2.
I lost friends for less money than that.
You must have lived among mighty poor people.
Any camp I've been in, most of the citizens went from rich to poor a couple of times every month.
Well, that beats working for a living.
You believe that? Why don't you take up gambling, Matt?
You know, sometimes I think that might be a good idea.
Well, it's safer than what you're doing now.
Out of being safe, all I wanted, I'd take up raising hogs and potatoes, Kitty.
That's about what I figured.
They told me at the bar you was Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, that's right.
I just rode into town, Marshal. You're the first man I wanted to see.
Now, what about?
It's like this, Marshal. I'm kind of free and easy in my ways. Sometimes people don't understand.
Understand what?
That they shouldn't try to stop me.
Well, nobody's stopping you, stranger. You do whatever you want. Short of breaking the law.
It's the law I'm talking about, Marshal.
All right, say it plain, mister.
Sure. I get in a fight. I kill somebody. I don't want no trouble about it. That plain enough?
Where are you from?
Texas.
Amarillo?
How'd you know?
The sheriff, Jim Hill, he's here waiting for you. Grat.
Where is he?
I don't know. He'll probably be in here later. Why don't you wait?
No. I'll find him. After I do, we'll talk some more, Marshal.
Grat.
What?
About breaking the law here. That includes resisting arrest.
You explain it to me later, Marshal.
Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, go find Sheriff Hill and tell him Dan Grat's in town. The least we can do is warn him.
Okay, sir.
Where's your gun, Chester?
My gun? Oh, it must be over at the office. I'll go right over and get it.
But you better find the sheriff first. And hurry.
Yes, sir. I'll try the Dodge house.
Can't you stop it, Matt?
I can't interfere with another lawman, Kitty. I offered to help, but he wouldn't have it.
Why not? You too proud?
Yeah, that's right, Kitty. He's too proud.
You think Grat's gonna kill him?
Well, I think he'll try.
You don't like not being able to do anything about it, do you, Matt?
No, Kitty, I don't. Yeah, you stay in here, Kitty.
Grat found him, Mr. Dillon. Right there in the street. He yelled at him, and then he shot him as soon as he turned around and got set. Oh, that Grat's the one fastest man I ever saw. I mean, he's just terrible
Keep
fast.
out of the way, Chester. He's waiting for me.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter, Marshal? I break one of your laws?
You just killed a man, Grat.
He ain't the first man I've killed.
Jim Hill was a lawman. He was here to arrest you for murdering an unarmed man in Amarillo.
I didn't know he was unarmed.
Your mistake.
I'd have killed him anyway. I can kill anybody. Like you. Right now. See, Marshal? How easy it is?
How is he, Doc?
Well, I can't tell yet, Chester.
Oh, Doc.
He was hit in the head as well as the arm, Chester, and he's still unconscious. We'll know what damage it did when he comes to and not before. I've done everything I can for him.
Yeah, I know, Doc. Of course you have.
Another fraction of an inch, he'd be dead now. As it is, he may be all right in 10 days. Well, who knows? I don't.
Brad hit him first shot. I could tell. Mr. Dillon still got one off. I don't know why he had to miss him.
Of course he missed him, Chester. Matt was out on his feet when he fired that shot.
He dropped his gun before he fell.
And who wouldn't with 2 bullets in his arm?
Is it ruined, Doc? His arm?
No, it's not ruined. It'll be stiff for a while.
Doc?
Mm-hmm.
If I'd have tried to kill Grat, if I'd have had my gun, I was going to pick up Mr. Dillon's and do it, but Grat kicked it away from me.
It's a good thing he did.
I wanted to kill him.
I know, I know how you felt.
It's a terrible thing watching a man like Mr. Dillon get shot that way, Doc.
Of course it is, Chester, but killing Grat won't help him now.
Well, if Mr. Dillon dies, I'll kill him. I'll get me a shotgun and I'll kill him. I'll blow him in half, then we'll see how doggone fast he is.
No, calm down, Chester. You mustn't get it. I tell you, you go put some coffee on the stove right over there, yeah? We'll both need it before the night's out.
Okay, Doc. But I sure hate to think of Grat standing around at some bar bragging how he shot down Mr. Dillon.
Bartender, give me some whiskey.
Coming up.
You're Dan Grat, huh?
I don't know you, mister.
No offense. I heard your name, Grat. Everybody's talking about you.
What are they saying?
How you shot the marshal and all. You're pretty fast, Grat.
The man that beat me ain't found a father yet.
How come you didn't kill the marshal?
He's still alive?
They say he is.
Whiskey. What's this, bartender?
Shot of whiskey.
I said I wanted some whiskey.
Well, that's whiskey.
Don't fool with me. Get me the bottle.
This here's Dan Grat, bartender. Fella that shot Marshal Dillon tonight.
You didn't say you wanted the bottle.
Get it.
Oh, no.
What's the matter with him? You a friend of the marshal?
Some is, some ain't.
How about you?
Me? I don't care one way or t'other.
Make up your mind.
Well, sure, Grat. I'm on your side. I wouldn't be talking to you if I wasn't.
I guess I got some more convincing to do around here about who's top dog.
Not me, Grat. You don't have to convince me.
Then act like it.
Well, sure. I was asking how come you didn't kill the marshal?
He dropped his gun when I hit him in the arm.
Why'd that stop you?
I don't shoot unarmed men.
You don't?
What?
I said, don't you?
You're armed, mister.
Now, Grant, I ain't done nothing.
I don't like your talk. You know about me, don't you? That gambler should have had a gun in Amarillo.
I don't know what you're saying, Grant. I don't know nothing about you.
Take out your gun, mister. Go on, take it out.
No, Grant. No.
Do what I tell you.
But not me. No, I didn't.
Your time's up.
I didn't.
Come in. Well, hello, Kitty.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, Matt'll be glad to see you, Kitty.
Is conscious?
Oh, sure, he has been all morning, since about dawn. Of course, he's slept some since then.
Is he going to be all right, Doc?
Kitty?
Uh-oh, there's your answer. Let's go back and see him.
Hello, Matt.
That's nice of you to come by, Kitty.
I was going to make you some soup or something, but I thought I'd see what you wanted first.
A gun. You know, that's been worrying me, Kitty. I was hoping somebody'd come by in time to keep me from being poisoned by Doc's cooking.
Oh, poison, but you watch what you're saying, Matt. I could decide you're too sick to eat. Yeah, I could. I could keep you starved for weeks.
It wouldn't be worth it to you, Doc. Not with me taking up your bed the whole time.
How long will he be in bed, Doc?
Oh, maybe 10 days.
5 will do it.
I said 10.
I'll make you a bet, Doc.
You ought to rest, Matt, especially with your arm hurt. You wouldn't dare go out till you can use it again.
I hear Grat killed another man last night.
Some stranger. They say Grat slapped him and then shot him down. Just like that.
And he was standing real close to him.
Why? What's that got to do with it?
Now, Grat's the fastest man I ever saw, Kitty. And that's his weakness.
What do you mean?
It makes him overconfident. He draws and shoots so fast, most men haven't got a chance. Like Sheriff Hill. He didn't even shoot back.
Well, how's that a weakness?
Well, Grat was lucky with Hill. But with me, a fraction of an inch, and he'd have missed entirely. And if he had, I'd have killed him. You know, it's simple, Kitty. He doesn't take time to shoot straight. He doesn't think he has to. And he'll die for that someday.
Matt?
Yeah?
You're not going to face him again.
As soon as I'm able to.
You can't. With that arm?
Grat's so sure of himself he might not even notice my arm.
What do you mean? He already knows about it.
He does?
What?
You'll see, Kitty. When the time comes. It made Doc awful mad, but 5 days later I got up. And then for the next week I spent every day down by the river, drawing and shooting for hours on end. Doc told me I'd have a headache and the gunfire didn't help ease it, but I kept on. Grat found a fight and killed another man while I was at it. And I guess that spurred me some. Finally, I'd had enough. And I went into the office one noon where Chester was waiting for me.
I declare, Mr. Dillon, your arm won't never heal if you keep working it so hard.
Oh, my arm's in fine shape, Chester.
Well, I don't see how it could be.
And I'm hoping Grat won't see how it could be either.
I don't understand, Mr. Dillon.
Grat's so sure of himself, I'm gambling he won't notice it.
Notice what?
My gun.
Your gun? Why, you're wearing it in your belt, Mr. Dillon. What'd you do with your holster?
It's hanging on the wall over there, Chester, where it's been all week.
Well, forevermore. It's easier on your arm drawing it from your belt, is that it?
Well, that's part of it, Chester. Have you seen Grat today?
Yes, sir. This morning, over at the Alafraganza, playing faro.
Yeah. All right, Chester. Go find him, will you?
Yes, sir. But what'll I tell him?
Tell him that I'm going to arrest him about sundown. Let's say 5 o'clock. And I'll start looking for him in the plaza. That way the word will get around and nobody but us will get hurt.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, it just gives me the jumps for us to be sitting out here all alone. Ain't hardly 5 o'clock yet, and Dodge already looks like a ghost town. Ain't one person here in the plaza.
I can see a few heads peeking out here and there, Chester.
Vultures, that's what they are, waiting for somebody to die. I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. I didn't...
Somebody usually does die in a gunfight, Chester.
It ain't fair. You with a bad arm? Can't you wait a while, Mr. Dillon?
No. Grat's killed too many men already. No, I've waited long enough.
Well, I'll fight him. By golly, I will. I'll fight him.
You would, wouldn't you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Uh-oh. There he comes. All right, Chester. Get out of the way now.
No.
You heard me, Chester.
Yes, sir.
All right. That's far enough, Grat.
I was just going to shake hands with you, Marshal,
What?
before I kill you. You're a brave man, Marshal. I shot you down once and you're back even before you're well. You're either brave or you're crazy.
Doesn't matter, does it?
No. I'll kill you anyway.
You're pretty sure of that, aren't you, Grat?
Why shouldn't I be? I already know I can outdraw you, even without your arm being bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. You can.
Never saw a man wanted to die so much as you do. What's the matter with you, Marshal? Wait a minute. You ain't wearing a gun.
It's stuck in my belt.
Oh, yeah. Well, that'll make it even easier, won't it?
Let's find out, Grat.
You got him, Mr. Dillon. You got him.
Yeah.
You hit him all 3 shots. I could see every one of them.
Well, I took more time than he did. And he took plenty. But he was too sure of himself, Chester. And that's what I was counting on.
He drawed first, though.
Yeah, he wasn't in any hurry this time, Chester. He knew I couldn't do much with a bad arm.
Well, he was sure wrong. You killed him with it.
You don't see any better than he did, Chester.
What?
The gun in my belt, Chester, the butt's pointing to the left. Now, it's going to be weeks before I can use my right arm again.
By golly, that's right, yeah. You use your left hand.
It wasn't until I started to draw that he noticed it. And when he did, it gave me an extra second. And it cost him his life.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you. If you're a filter tip smoker, you should be smoking L&M's. Everyone agrees L&M's are just what the doctor ordered. The first filter that really does the job. And a real good taste to go with it. Maybe you'll prefer L&M king size as I do, or L&M regular. But either size, I know you'll like them, and I know you'll stick with them. L&M's. Try them.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Paul Dubov, Harry Bartell, and John Daner. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Hear Gunsmoke every Saturday, this same time, this same station. Hear the great Hugh Perry Como radio show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, also on CBS Radio. This is the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Doc wants you upstairs.
Well, I promised Mr. Green I'd be at the Dodge House in a few minutes, Chester. Tell Doc I'll drop along later, huh?
Young Lee Prentice is up there. He got shot last night.
What? Shot?
Yes, sir. Happened out at his ranch. Doc thinks you ought to talk to him.
All right, let's go. I wouldn't have thought Lee Prentice had an enemy in the world.
No, sir. He's about the nicest young fellow that's settled around here in a long time.
Who brought him into town, Chester?
Nobody didn't. He rode in alone.
Oh.
Doc don't know how he managed it.
Oh, hello, Matt.
Doc? Well, I hear you took a bullet, Lee.
It's not bad, Marshal. Doc's got me all fixed up now.
Oh, yeah, sure, but you're going to stay right here with me and take it easy for a few days, Lee.
I'd be putting you out, Doc.
Oh, yes, of course, it'll be a nuisance, but I'll manage somehow.
How did it happen, Lee? Did you get in a fight?
I didn't even see him, Marshal.
it was still dark this morning, and I was going out after my horses. And then a bullet knocked me down. That's all I know. I did an awful lot of shooting the next few minutes, and whoever it was run off.
Would it be any particular man, Lee?
I'd tell you if I knew, Marshal. I don't want any trouble.
All right, I believe you.
Oh, man, it's a downright shame when a young fella like Lee comes to Dodge and in 1 year makes as many friends as he has and then gets shot down by some murderer. Now, you're going to find out who did that.
I don't have much to go on, Doc. In fact, I don't have anything.
Well, I don't care. You got to do something. Now,
Like what?
Well, what do you mean? I'm not a lawman. How do I know?
Well, there's one thing, Doc, and you too, Chester.
What, Mr. Dillon?
Don't say anything about where Lee is. Whoever did this is probably still around.
Well, you mean he might come up here and try to finish him off?
He might.
Chester, you go fetch me one of those shotguns you keep downstairs.
Sure, Doc.
Okay, Doc, but don't get trigger happy, huh?
I know what I'm doing.
Doc, Marshal, I'm sure sorry for all the trouble I'm causing.
It's no trouble, Lee.
Oh, it's no trouble, he said. Oh, all right, Matt. You go find him something to eat later this afternoon and bring it up here. A nice, say, roast chicken. That'd be just about right.
Sure, Doc. I'll be glad to.
Gee, I'd...
See you later, Lee. Come on, Chester.
I'm glad I ran into you, Matt. It was a good supper.
It was all my pleasure, Kitty.
Matt,
Yeah, what?
have you got time to sit here and watch the crowd for a while? I don't have to be back at work just yet.
Sure, Kitty. Hey, you sit there.
Well, looks like Dodge is in for another big night tonight.
Yeah, I suppose.
Just think. There's hardly one of these cowboys that won't be broke before morning.
Well, they figure it's worth it.
3 months pay in one night? They're crazy, all of them.
Well, what would you happen to do with their money, Kitty?
Well, I don't know. Most anything's better than throwing it away.
Well, most of these men have waited a long time for a night or two in Dodge. They don't care what it costs.
There's only one cowboy I ever knew who showed any sense.
Oh? That must be quite a fella for you to say that, Kitty.
Well, you know who I mean, Matt. Young Lee Prentice.
Oh. Oh, sure.
Remember last year how he drifted into town and made a killing at Faro and then swore off gambling?
Yeah, he stayed with it, too. I never heard of his going near a game since.
Oh, he hasn't. Took his money and put it in that little ranch of his. You gotta admire the boy.
Yeah, Lee's all right.
He's sure a lot different from the rest of these saddle bums. I wonder where he's been lately. He usually comes to town every day or so.
Well, Kitty, I'll tell you, Lee's up at Doc's.
At Doc's? Then he is in town.
Oh, he's been there for a couple of days.
Well, what's the matter? Is he sick or something?
No, he's not sick.
Oh, wait a minute, Matt. Hey, mister. Yeah, you. Come here.
What do you want?
I'm Kitty, remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, you don't act like it. You must have been drunker than I thought.
I'm in a hurry, Kitty.
Well, go on then. I won't tell you.
Tell me what?
You remember asking me last night if I know anything about Lee Prentice?
Did I?
You really were drunk. But if you're still interested, Marshal Dillon here just told me he's up at Doc Adams.
Oh. Well, I don't need him now. Bye.
Oh, just a minute, mister. You're a stranger in Dodge, huh?
I'll talk to you later, Marshal. Not now.
What do you mean, later?
After I've done what I come here for.
What's your name, mister?
Jake Harbin.
You look like a gunman to me. Why are you looking for Lee Prentice?
All right, Marshal, if you're so nosy, I'll tell you. I'm going to kill him.
No, you're not.
You can't stop me.
Jake, Harbin, huh?
What'd you hit him for, Matt? What's this all about?
I don't know, Kitty. But maybe I'll find out when he comes to. In jail.
Well, you're here early this morning, Mr. Dillon.
Go bring Jake Harbin in here, Chester, will you? I want to talk to him.
Yes, sir. He's been saying he wants to talk to you, too. You wouldn't tell me nothing. Don't stick my nose into something that don't concern me, is all you say, no matter what I ask. Marshal's here, Harbin.
Well, it's about time.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon.
Come over here, Harbin.
You'd have saved yourself a lot of trouble if you'd have stayed around here last night, Marshal. What do you mean by cold cocking a man, throwing him in jail?
Where are you from, Harbin?
Baker City.
Down on the Canadian River?
Yeah. Anybody goes to jail in Baker City, they search him first.
What do you mean?
You'd have searched me last night, you'd have found this.
What is it?
Read it. And afterwards, you can apologize to me.
What is it, Mr. Dillon?
It's a warrant, Chester.
And that also says I'm a legal deputy. You can telegraph Ben Goddard for proof if you want.
Who's Ben Goddard?
He's the sheriff at Baker City. That's all legal, Marshal.
Yeah, but who's the warrant for, Mr. Dillon?
Lee Prentice, Chester. For murder. They want him dead or alive.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, any way you look at it, it's murder this Tuesday night when CBS Radio's Mr. and Mrs. North look into the matter of a body that hurtled 30 stories from penthouse to sidewalk. And it's murder, too, when a publicity stunt involving presumably blank cartridges backfires. The details of that neat little plot are very truly yours on yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Also Tuesday night on most of these same stations. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go down and send a telegram to the sheriff of Baker City. Now, what'd you say his name is, Harbin?
Ben Goddard.
All right. Ask Ben Goddard to verify this warrant for Lee Prentice. And also ask him if Jake Harbin here is a legal deputy.
You'll find out, Marshal.
I expect we will, Harbin. Get going, Chester.
Yes, sir. I'll hurry.
This, warrant says Lee Prentice is wanted for murder, Harbin. It's kind of hard to believe, knowing Lee.
Well, then you don't know him very well, Marshal. Because he is a murderer, all right. And he'd have been caught a long time ago if they'd have found out where he was hiding.
He hasn't been hiding. Lee's lived here for nearly a year. Right out in the open.
And so? He's all through now.
Maybe, if this is true. I want to tell you one thing, Harbin.
You tell me what?
Nobody, whether he's a deputy or not, is going to come to Dodge and kill a man.
Well, dead or alive, Marshal, you read the warrant.
I don't care what it says.
You wouldn't like it said that you're protecting a murderer, would you, Marshal?
Well, I don't know that he is a murderer yet. But you came pretty close to being one.
I was going to explain it to you after I killed him. I didn't want no interference.
Well, you got it now. What kind of law do they have in Baker City? Don't they ever give men a trial down there?
Sure they do.
Then why didn't you come here and arrest Lee and take him back with you? Are they afraid to put him on trial?
Not hardly, Marshal. That they hired a killer like you to come up here and shoot him, huh? Look, it's all legal. In Baker City, maybe it is, but not in Dodge. Well, the law's the same everywhere, ain't it? Should be, Harbin. But sometimes it depends on who's representing the law. Well, I don't aim to argue with you. Now, look, let's get one thing straight. You're not going to shoot Lee Prentice no matter what happens. I'll kill you myself if you try it. Okay. Okay, Marshal. Why don't you talk to him, being as you're such good friends? Ask him how he'd like to stand trial. I will, Harbin. But you stay away from him. You hear? Why, sure, Marshal. I'm just trying to do my duty.
Come in, yeah. Oh, hello, man.
Hello, Marshal.
How you feeling, Lee?
Fine. Doc says I can leave anytime.
As long as he doesn't try to do any hard work for another week or so.
I'll take it easy, Doc.
You better.
Lee, did you ever hear of a man called Jake Harbin?
Harbin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Well, he's the man who tried to kill you.
What? How do you know?
He's here as a deputy with a warrant for you. Dead or alive. The warrant's signed by the sheriff of Baker City.
Oh. What's the warrant for, Marshal?
Murder. But it didn't say who.
No. You didn't have to. Not if Ben Goddard signed it. It's for the murder of Jim Turner, Marshal.
Oh? How did you do it, Lee?
I killed him. He tried to shoot me in the back and missed.
Well, that doesn't exactly make it murder, does it?
His old man owns Baker City, Doc, and he owns the sheriff and Jake Harbin along with it. That makes it murder.
Oh, I see.
Is that why you left Baker City, Lee?
They'd have killed me if I hadn't.
Oh, what if you go back there and stand trial?
Old man Turner'd run that trial, Marshal. I'd hang sure. No, I won't go back. I'll die here first.
Well, I don't blame you, Matt. Or it'd be legal murder, that's what.
It isn't legal to fix a trial and hang an innocent man, Doc.
That's what'd happen, though.
You're not thinking of turning him over to this so-called deputy, are you, Matt?
Look, Lee, I believe you, and I trust you.
Thanks, Marshal.
Now, tell me something. Do you trust me?
Well, sure do. Of course. Why?
Well, you may not like what I'm going to do.
What, Marshal?
I'm putting you under arrest, Lee, right now.
Under arrest? What for?
No, I don't know. Horse thieving?
Horse thieving?
Oh, Matt.
It'll do. So you're my prisoner now, Lee. My prisoner. Now, come on, let's go to jail.
I don't know. I like being a horse thief, Marshal.
Well, it beats being a murderer, Lee. And besides, I kind of doubt that we'll hang you for it.
Marshal.
What?
Look, there's Jake Harbin.
Yeah, I see him.
I'd feel safer if you gave me my gun back.
Prisoners can't carry guns, Lee. It wouldn't look right.
Lee Prentice! Well, Lee, Marshal talked you to coming back to Baker City and standing trial.
Still on old man Turner's payroll, ain't you, Jake?
I don't take no back talk from no murderer.
Why'd you try to ambush me the other morning, Jake? Afraid to face me?
I got a warrant for you, dead or alive. Why should I take any chances? Nobody cares how you die.
I care, Harbin.
But you can't stand in the way of a legal warrant, Marshal. And you'll see as soon as you get that telegram from the sheriff.
It's too late, Harbin.
What's too late?
I just arrested Lee myself. He's my prisoner now.
You what?
And as long as he's my prisoner, nobody touches him, warrant or no.
You're being tricky, Marshal. What'd you arrest him for? He ain't done nothing.
Might be hard to prove, but anyway, I'm holding him for horse thieving. Now get out of the way. I'm taking him to jail.
You're forgetting I can kill him anytime I want for free. Like right now, maybe.
Doc Lee. Are you hit, Lee?
No. But it was mighty close, Marshal.
I didn't think he'd try it.
You got him just in time. The next shot, he'd have killed me.
They sure don't care much how they do things where you come from, do they, Lee?
There's going to be trouble now, Marshal. Real trouble.
It seemed only fair to let the sheriff of Baker City know that his deputy had been killed. So I sent him another telegram. And I soon got a reply. Ben Goddard himself was coming to Dodge. The day he was due to arrive, I sent Chester to the stage while Lee Prentice and I waited in the lobby of the Dodge House, along with a couple of friends who thought it might be interesting to see how Sheriff Goddard was going to handle the situation. The stage pulled in about noon, and a few minutes later, Chester and the sheriff walked into the hotel lobby where we were standing.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Sheriff.
You're Marshal Dillon.
And this is Mr. Green. He owns the Dodge House.
How are you, Sheriff?
And Mr. Jonas, one of our leading businessmen.
Good day, Sheriff.
Gentlemen, nice to know you.
And you know Lee Prentice.
I sure do.
You're going to a lot of trouble, Goddard. You and old man Turner.
It's worth it. Getting you back where you belong. You'll hang sure now.
Lee didn't kill Jake Harbin, Sheriff.
No?
I did.
What?
He tried to shoot Lee in the back.
What difference it makes? He's wanted, dead or alive. What are you interfering in this for, Marshal? You got no respect for the law?
Not for your kind of law. Anyway, Lee's wanted in Dodge, and he's staying here.
What about my warrant? You're claiming it ain't legal?
You can't arrest a man that I've got under arrest.
You're protecting him, ain't you? What'd you arrest him for?
Stealing horses?
I don't believe it.
I'm bringing the charges, Sheriff. It was my horses he stole.
Well, I thought you owned this hotel, Green. What are you doing with horses?
Well, I also own a little ranch outside of town. I raise horses.
Maybe, but I know you're lying about Lee.
Am I?
Of course you are. Marshal Dillon, you ain't very smart.
No?
You'll have to bring Lee to trial, won't you?
Of course.
You think Green here is going to swear to that story under oath?
Well, you may be right, Sheriff. I might have to change my mind once I get on the stand. It might be I couldn't swear to it.
I didn't think so. That trial won't last long, and when it's over, I'll take Lee back to Baker City.
Marshal Dillon.
Yes, Mr. Jonas. What is it?
There's something I haven't mentioned.
Oh?
I kind of figured I'd wait till Lee's trial was over before I did.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Jonas.
Yeah. Well, the other day, Lee came into my store, and I went out back to fetch him a sack of grain.
Is that so?
He didn't know I was watching, but I was. And I saw him take a handful of money out of my cash box.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Mr. Jonas, are you charging Lee with robbery?
No, not yet, Marshal. I'll wait and see if he gets off for horse stealing first.
Well, Lee, looks like you're in for nothing but trials and rearrests and more trials. Yeah, it could go on for a long, long time.
As long as his friends hold out, Marshal, and Lee's got quite a few of them in Dodge.
Why, you're a pack of crooks cheating the law. That's what you are. Including you, Marshal.
My prisoner, Sheriff.
I won't stand for it, I tell you.
Oh, what are you going to do about it?
Wait till I tell old man Turner about this.
You won't dare tell him, Goddard. You're licked and you know it. Turner to have you run out of town if you're fool enough to go back.
Marshal, I got to take leave. I got to...
It's Lee's life or your job, huh? All right, Sheriff, take him. But you'll have to kill me first. Or there's a train east in about an hour. So make up your mind, Sheriff.
Want me to follow him, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester, he'll leave.
Marshal, gentlemen, I wish I knew how to tell you.
Lee.
Yes, Marshal?
Go on home. But remember, you're still under arrest. And you're gonna stay that way until old man Turner's in his grave.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonnell, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Lawrence Dobkin, John Daner, Joe Duval, and James Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. The FBI in Peace and War, a manhunt mystery packed with tension, is yours on CBS Radio this coming Wednesday night on most of these stations. George Walsh speaking. Crime photographer really clicks against criminals, Wednesdays on the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. All right, Tom, he's all yours.
And we'll take good care of him for you.
My gracious, Mr. Dillon, look at that clutch of keys. He sure does use a lot more than we do back home.
Yeah. Well, they always did things up fancy in Wichita. Isn't that right, Tom?
Yeah, there are a lot of people who wouldn't agree with him.
Hey, can I buy you two a drink?
Well, say now, that's mighty nice.
No, thanks, Tom. Not right now. I got half the trail dust from here to Dodge on me. What I need's a bath and some sleep. I'm heading for the hotel.
Sure, Matt. I'll catch up with you before you head back.
Come to think of it, I guess I could stand and take a bath, too.
Come to think of it, you could.
I'll see you at the trial tomorrow.
Yeah, good night,
Good night,
Tom.
Mr. Bagley.
Bye, boy.
Well, I guess you're right about going to the hotel, Mr. Dillon. I sure will be proud to get these boots off.
Yeah, it's been a long ride.
Seems to me like they'd ought to pay extra for it, too.
For what?
Well, for doing all that traveling harnessed to a prisoner, you sure don't get a chance to enjoy the countryside much.
There isn't much countryside around here to enjoy.
Well, that's true, but even so, Mr. Dillon...
You, want to talk to me?
I believe so, sir. I believe so. If I'm not mistaken, you're the marshal from Dodge City.
You're not mistaken. Matt Dillon, what can I do for you?
I'm pleased to hear you offer your services, Marshal. I keep writing the folks back home, and some Yankees are gentlemen, but I swear I don't think they believe it.
Look, mister, you're keeping me from a hot bath. You've got something on your mind. You speak it out, huh?
My name's Clayton Morley. At your service.
Well, Mr. Dillon, ain't that the...
I thought you'd recognize the name.
I just brought a man named Reed Morley in from Dodge. Are you related?
He's my brother, Marshal, my younger brother.
Oh? Well, he's in bad trouble.
I'm bound to agree with that.
I left him at the jail, Morley, if you want to see him.
Oh, I'm not wanting to see him, Marshal, not tonight. I want you to get him released for me.
The boy's being held for murder.
Brother Reed didn't do that thing.
I didn't arrest him without a reason.
Nobody with the name of Morley would kill a woman, Marshal.
Your brother will be tried. He'll have his say.
You'll be testifying, won't you?
Yeah, I'll be testifying.
Your words could have a powerful effect, one way or another.
I'll be telling what I know.
I think maybe you ought to know something else, Marshal.
What's that?
I think maybe you ought to know that if this stain on the family name isn't removed, if Brother Reed doesn't walk out of that courthouse a free man, you won't live to see him hung, Marshal Dillon.
What? Don't threaten me, Morley.
Why, I'm not threatening you, Marshal. This is just a simple appeal to your sense of justice and honor, that's all. A sense with which I know you are highly endowed. Good evening, gentlemen.
Well, now just what did you think of that?
Not much, Chester. Come on, let's get some sleep.
You know, Mr. Dillon, that place we're staying at ain't one bit better than the Dodge house.
Not much to choose from, I guess.
And that smart alecky clerk don't have no right to go putting on airs, though.
He been bothering you?
Oh, well, he ain't done nothing, but he acts like anybody from Dodge City come right out of a hole in the prairie.
He must have seen us when we came in last night.
Well, yes, I know, but I got cleaned up as nice as I could.
Never mind, Chester. Just eat your dinner.
And that's another thing, Mr. Dillon. This piece of beefsteak just ain't worth the fat to fry it in.
Oh? You haven't had much trouble eating it.
Well, no, sir, I was hungry. But I'll tell you something. Back at Delmonico's, they really know how to fry up a piece of meat.
That's not the way you talk back in Dodge, Chester.
Yes, sir, and I've been thinking about that, Mr. Dillon.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I guess it must be all this traveling around the country that we do. Up to Larned, over to Hayes City, all the way here to Wichita.
Now, what about it?
Well, it just kind of teaches a fella about things in the world. Makes him really appreciate a place like Dodge City.
Oh, eat up, Chester, and let's get out of here, huh?
I trust you gentlemen are enjoying your dinner.
Well, if we was, we ain't now.
You, got something else on your mind, Morley?
Why, no, Marshal, nothing new. Just my continuing interest in your health and welfare.
Well, don't worry about it.
I'm just hoping that you'll worry about it, Marshal.
I told you not to get in my way.
Well, now, I wouldn't want to. This is just a friendly reminder, Marshal, that I'm still in town. That I'll be here until after the trial is over tomorrow.
You listen to me, Morley.
I'll be listening tomorrow at the trial. And I just know that judge is going to set Brother Reed free. I feel it in my bones.
He'll set him free if he thinks he's innocent, Morley. That's the only way.
Oh, I know that, Marshal. I know it, just like I know that Brother Reed couldn't have done that terrible thing. Just like I know that you want to go on living.
Morley, I'm through warning you. Now, you stay out of my sight, starting right now.
I'll see you at the trial. Good day, gentlemen.
I swear he's acting clear crazy about all this. It ain't your fault if that boy gets himself hung.
No, it isn't, Chester, but Morley thinks it is. That's enough for him.
Well, it don't have to be enough for you, Mr. Dillon.
I hope you're right, Chester.
Sorry you made the trip for nothing, Matt.
Yeah. Well, old Bowers never has been a hanging judge.
I thought this case would hold up, though. I was sure the boy was guilty.
I don't think my testimony was much help to you.
You couldn't help that, Matt. You weren't even in on it till a week after the murder. All you did was make the arrest when we asked you to.
Yeah. And he didn't have any evidence on it. I hope he didn't do it.
The law says he didn't. That's all we have to worry about.
Yeah, there's still a woman's death unanswered for.
Sure there is.
We meet again, Marshal.
Stand aside, Molly.
Well, now, that's not very manly of you, pushing aside a man who's come to thank you.
I don't want any thanks from you.
But you got thanks coming to you, Marshal Dillon. Brother Reed's a free man. And in the name of the family, I want you to know that we're grateful.
Listen here, Morley. I didn't do anything for you or for your brother or for your family.
That was very nice testimony, Marshal. Nothing incriminating in it at all. Yes, sir, we are all grateful.
I want you to get something straight. What I told the court was just exactly what I know about this case, no more, no less. You didn't influence me, and I didn't try to influence the verdict in any way.
Of course not, Marshal, of course not. We're just glad to see that you believe in Brother Reed's innocence like we do.
I don't.
What?
I don't believe in your brother's innocence or his guilt any more than I did before, but the judge says he's not guilty, so that's all there is to it. Now, you get out of my way.
I don't take kindly.
I'm through listening to what you take kindly.
Now, Marshal.
And if you know what's good for you, you'll stay out of my sight.
Want me to lock him up, Matt? For disturbing the peace?
You do what you want, Tom. It's your town. But I'd just let him lie there. It may do something for his family honor.
I guess you're right, Sam. Better order some more glasses. I swear, it seems I just got some now.
Well, customers ain't very gentle with him, Kitty. That's a fact.
Customers aren't too gentle with anything around here. Oh, hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. Sam.
Hello, Marshal.
You want to take your poison standing up or sitting down?
Well, I think I'll sit down, Kitty.
Yeah, pour a couple of beers, will you, Sam?
Sure thing. How was the trip to Wichita, Marshal?
Oh, not too bad, Sam. A little dusty is all.
Here you are.
Thanks, Sam. You want to carry him to the table, Matt?
Sure, Kitty. There we are. That's good.
You look tired, Matt.
Well, I spent the day helping Joe Hatch break a string of cow ponies. Those horses are bigger than I am.
And younger, too.
Yeah, they sure are. Well, anything been going on around here, Kitty?
No, been pretty quiet, Matt.
That's good. I'd like an empty jail tonight.
Well, there is one thing that I've been kind of wondering about.
No? What's that?
What's that Reed Morley?
The boy I took to Wichita?
Yeah, he's back.
You know, I'd have bet my last dollar that He wouldn't want to come back here.
He didn't.
What do you mean?
His brother, that Clayt. Do you know him?
Yeah, we've run into each other.
Well, Clayt's insisting that Reed come back here to live.
How do you know all this, Kitty?
Well, the boy spends most of his time in here drinking, Matt. He says Clayt's making him stay in Dodge.
Does he say why?
Well, Reed says he has to stay here until folks stop talking about the killing and that woman, till everybody's convinced of his innocence.
For the family honor, huh?
Yeah, how did you know?
Oh, I heard about it somewhere. Well, Kitty, we better enjoy the quiet around here while we can.
What do you mean, Matt?
It's my guess that either that boy or his brother is going to blow up. And I don't know which would be the worst.
Here you are, Mr. Dillon. Burning good and bright now.
Thanks, Chester.
I'm sorry it fizzled out on you that way. I could have swore I put coal oil in it just yesterday.
Yeah, that's all right, Chester.
No, sir, it ain't all right at all. Fella ought to do the job he's being paid for, my way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there's some jobs that's got just too many little details in them for a man to keep up with proper and all. Like sleeping out, reading up, making coffee and fetching mail, all that stuff sometimes just gets to be too much for
Chester,
sure. But
what are you muttering about?
I was just saying, Mr. Dillon, that there's an awful lot for a body to do around here, keeping up the office and all.
Oh? You think there's too much work to do you?
Well, I was just kindly thinking that...
You think I should hire a younger man, maybe, huh?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon, indeed not. It's just...
Then why don't you shut up and let me read through these papers, please?
Yes, sir.
Chester, quit that rattling, will you? Settle down someplace.
It ain't me, Mr. Dillon. I am not doing nothing at all.
All right, Chester. I guess it was the wind.
No, sir, Mr. Dillon, that ain't the wind. There's somebody working the door that way.
Well, see who it is.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh. My land, Mr. Dillon, somebody laying there. Look.
What? Yeah. He's hurt bad. Here, help me get him in, Chester.
Yes, sir, I will. Oh, my land.
Easy now. Hey, we'll put him down on the cot here.
Well, Mr. Dillon, it's Reed Morley. What do you suppose?
I don't know, Chester. From the looks of him, he's not going to be able to tell us for a while either. Now go get Doc.
That's better. I tell you, Matt, that's about as bad a beating as a man can take.
Yeah. He's gonna be all right, Doc?
Oh, yes, I think so, but he's going to be sore for a while. Awful sore.
Hey, look, Doc. Looks like he's about to come to.
I shouldn't wonder with all that water I splashed on him. There we are. That'll do. I won't be needing any more hot water, Chester. You can take the rest of these things out. Okay, Doc. Can he stay here for the night, Matt? He should be able to limp away by morning.
Oh, yeah, Doc, sure. Can I talk to him?
Oh, talk shouldn't hurt him. Just don't go slapping him on the back, though.
And I'm going to go back to the office. Try not to have any more riots tonight, will you, Matt? I'm short on sleep.
I'll try, Doc.
Matt,
Yeah, Doc.
you better hope that this fella was the loser in that fight. Because if he wasn't, the other man is sure to be dead.
Thanks, Doc. Good night.
Good night.
Reed?
You better lock that door.
You're all right, Reed. Just settle down.
He'll be after me.
No? Who'll be after you?
You gotta protect me, Marshal.
Now, come on, speak up. Who's after you?
Clayt.
Clayt? Your brother?
He's gonna kill me. You guys stop it, Marshal.
Well, what happened?
He beat me. And he says he's gonna kill me in the morning. He'll do it too, Marshal. Now you gotta stop him.
He was trying to save your neck back in Wichita.
Yeah. He found out.
Well, what did he find out?
About that woman.
Oh. You killed her.
Didn't want to tell him, Marshal.
I bet you didn't.
I was drinking. I ain't been able to do nothing but keep on drinking since I got back to Dodge. Every place I go, I see her face, except when I got drunk enough.
And Clayt was making you stay here?
Yeah, Marshal. Yeah, I didn't want to. I wanted to go anywhere else. That's what happened tonight.
Go on.
I was trying to get him to say I could go away. Just move on. He was being bullheaded the way he's always been. Going on about the family name the way he does. Well, I wanted to shut him up about it.
So you told him?
Yeah, I told him. I thought he'd throw me out, tell me never to come back. That's what I wanted.
Looks like you did a pretty good job of it.
Well, he's not finished, Marshal. He's coming after me. Now, you got to protect me.
Now, that's where you're wrong.
Now, what do you mean?
I don't have to protect you.
But you don't understand, Marshal. He's crazy. He'll kill me. Now, the law's got to take care of
The
me.
law tried to take care of you once.
Yeah, but I was acquitted. I'm all square on that, ain't I, Marshal?
Yeah. All you got to worry about now is the family name. Now, you can stay here tonight, but that's all.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Chester.
I land that Reed Morley back there sure sleeping like he was dead. He ain't showing no sign of moving at all.
He's sleeping off a bad beating.
Oh, say, did you mean to leave that cell door open that way?
Yeah, I meant it. He isn't a prisoner, Chester.
I can't think of it. I guess he ain't at that. Funny thing, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Now, what's so funny?
Well, the law can't touch a man again after it's tried him, even if he does turn out to be guilty of sin.
Now, the law's stood up for a long time, Chester. I guess it knows what it's doing.
Well, it still don't make no sense to me. Oh, you be needing me for a little bit, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester. You can go ahead and eat.
All right, sure. Ain't you coming?
No, not yet.
All right, I won't. Oh, say, you want me to close the door into the back?
No, never mind, Chester. I'll do it.
All right.
Marshal Dillon?
Hello, Morley.
This is not an easy call for me to make.
No, I guess not.
I want you to know, though, Marshal, when a Morley makes a mistake, he admits it. I want to apologize to you and to the law.
It's a little late for that.
I know that, Marshal. I found out last night my brother did kill that woman.
That's too late, too. He can't be tried again.
No, Marshal. It isn't too late.
I mean to see justice done, even if the law was unable to do it.
Just how do you intend to do that?
I will take care of my brother, Marshal, for the honor of the family.
All right, you take care of him, just so you keep him away from me.
Oh, he'll be away from everybody, Marshal.
What do you mean?
He'll be dead.
Now listen here, Morley. I don't blame you for wanting to skin him alive. I don't blame you for beating him the way you did. I got no mind to protect him, but I can't stand still for a killing. You better understand that.
Did you just mention a beating? How did you know about that?
I saw him.
He's here, isn't he? He came to you for help. I should have known.
Yeah, Clay, he's here.
I didn't expect you to hide a killer, Marshal.
Stay out of there, Clay. I'm not hiding it.
Not anymore, you're not.
Clay, no. No.
You're a fool, Morley. You've killed him.
Had to be done, Marshal. It was a matter of honor.
The law will call it murder. I'm locking you up, Morley.
You saying I'll stand trial?
And this time the court will make it stick.
I won't hang, Marshal. There's never been a Morley hung.
Don't be a fool, Morley. Drop your...
Miss Dillon, I heard them shots. I would... my gracious, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
They both dead?
Yeah. It's like he was saying. A Morley is never hung. It's a matter of family honor.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Vic Perrin, and Jack Moyles. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Doc.
Oh, hello, Chester.
Come on over and sit down.
Well, I guess it won't hurt for a minute or two just to sit here.
Oh, might as well be sitting out here on the street as loafing around your office.
No, that's loafing.
Oh,
Say,
now,
if
wait
I
a
can
minute.
tell you what
I didn't
do.
mean nothing, Doc. I wasn't even thinking.
Well, I can believe that. What's bothering you, Chester?
Mr. Dillon.
What?
I'm kind of worried about him, Doc.
You are? Why?
Well, look. Here it is near dark and he ain't showed up yet. I don't even know where he is.
Well, I think Matt can take care of himself, Chester.
Sure, but usually he leaves a note or something, Doc.
Well, a man doesn't have to do things the same way all the time.
I know
Now,
that.
for instance, it's like Mrs. Hull the other day. She came to ask me how to get her baby to sleep at night. Now, for example, what would you have told her?
Oh, no.
Now, you just think now, Chester. After all, you were a baby once. How'd your mother get you to sleep?
She didn't have no trouble.
Well, the usual way is to rock the baby. But you know what I told Mrs. Hull to do?
Doc, I really ain't interested.
Well, you're
in
going to
babies.
hear it anyway. I told her to take the baby and smear its little fingers with thick molasses.
What?
Yes, and then I told her to give it a half a dozen chicken feathers.
What for?
Well, I figured he'd pluck the feathers from hand to hand until he fell asleep. And then if it woke up again, all she had to do was to give it some more molasses and feathers.
Well, seems to me that'd only make the little baby mad.
Oh, man, that shows how much you know about babies, Chester.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Can't we talk about something else, Doc?
I said you start something.
Hey,
this
wait a
time.
minute. There's Mr. Dillon.
Where?
Riding up the street there, leading that horse with a pack on it.
Oh, yeah.
Doc, look.
What?
That ain't no pack he's got tied on that horse.
No, that isn't.
That's a man. A dead one.
Yes.
Who do you suppose it is?
Well, I don't know.
Hi, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester. Doc.
Hello, man.
Who you got there?
Mel Hornby.
Mel Hornby?
I went out to ask him some questions about that sodbuster that got murdered last month.
Oh, Jake Reeves?
Yeah. But Hornby took offense, and he tried to kill me.
Well, you think he had something to do with the Reeves murder, man?
He did it, Doc. He admitted it just before he died.
A big rancher like old Mel Hornby killing a poor, half-starved little homesteader?
Now, they had an argument about something, and Hornby's temper got the best of him. The way it did today.
But how come you brought the body to Dodge, Matt? I should think Mrs. Hornby'd want him out there.
I didn't find him at home, Doc. He was way out on the prairie handling some stock. I'll get a wagon in the morning and take him back.
Take him? Oh, I don't envy you. Old Mrs. Hornby's a pretty mean woman.
Yeah, I know.
You better let Chester do that. She can't blame him for anything.
No. I'll do it, Doc. I killed him.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Chester.
I hired a team and wagon for you. It's standing outside.
No, thanks.
Near 10 o'clock already.
Yeah, well, I'll get started here.
There you are, Marshal.
Miss Hornby?
Where's my husband? You got him here?
Won't you sit down then?
I've been sitting down since dawn on the saddle. My husband didn't come home last night, and I figured it had something to do with you. You found him, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. I found him.
Well, where is he? You got him in jail on some fool charge? I want to know what's going on, Marshal. I should have made you tell me when you come by.
Miss Hornby, your husband's dead.
What?
He tried to kill me.
You shot him?
I had to.
You killed my husband?
I wanted to talk to him about Jake Reeves. But as soon as I mentioned Reeves' name, he went for his gun. I'm sorry it happened that way, ma'am.
I don't believe you. Why would he do that? What'd he care about Jake Reeves?
He killed him, Miss Hornby. I didn't know that, but he admitted it before he died.
Is that true?
Yes, and that's true.
Well, he should have had a trial. He'd have got off. Who cares about a man like Reeves? You murdered my husband, Marshal. He didn't have a chance against you.
He had a gun and he tried to kill me with it, man.
Too bad he didn't. But you're going to die anyway, Marshal.
What?
I said you're going to die. I've got money. I'm going to hire you killed.
Now, wait a minute, ma'am.
$1,000, that ought to do it, and you can't stop me. There ain't a thing in the world you can do about it.
All right. All right. Who are you going to hire?
Oh, so you can be watching for him or maybe go right out after him? No. Ain't going to work that way, Marshal. It ain't one man I'm going to hire. It's a whole army of men. You won't have a chance any more than my husband did. Now, where's his body? I'm going to get him buried and then go to work on getting you killed.
More coffee, Matt?
No, thanks, Kitty. I think I've had enough. Hey, that was a good dinner, wasn't it?
Matt, you're awful calm for a man who's been threatened the way you have.
Miss Hornby?
Don't you think she meant what she said yesterday?
Well, I don't know where she's going to hire an army for $1,000. But I suppose it is some kind of a compliment. If she thinks that I'm that hard to kill.
Well, you're not taking this very serious, Matt.
Now, there's nothing I can do, Kitty, until I find out what she's up to.
Well, maybe she's just crazy. She sure sounds like it.
Yeah, maybe.
Where'd she bury him, Matt? She take him back to the ranch?
No, she buried him up on Boot Hill.
Boot Hill?
She said if that's the way he got killed, that's the place he was going to get buried.
Sounds like she was mad at him.
I think it was shame, Kitty. She wasn't very proud of her husband getting shot down like an ordinary lawbreaker.
That's a pretty easy word for a murderer.
I don't think his killing Jake Reeves meant a thing to her, Kitty. Why, he might as well have shot a horse for all she cared.
All she cares about herself.
Mr. Dillon. Hello, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester. Sit down and have some coffee.
All set, but there ain't no time for no coffee.
Oh, what's that poster you got, Chester?
That's what I come to find you about, Mr. Dillon. I tore this poster off the board down at the depot. But there's more of them. Fellow there told me she's putting them up all over Dodge.
What?
Here, you read it.
$1,000 reward to the first man that can prove Matt Dillon is dead. He doesn't have to prove anything else. Money is in safe at Dodge House and will be paid in cash immediately. Signed, Mrs. Mel Hornby.
Matt, she can't get by with that. You can put her in jail.
You sure can. And I'll go around and tear down the rest of them posters, Mr. Dillon.
No, Chester. Too many people have read them by now. And some of them are probably already thinking about it.
And put her in jail till she takes it back, Matt. Make her print up some more saying it isn't true.
You think she'd do that, Kitty? Miss Hornby?
Matt, you're going to have every greedy bum in Dodge out trying to ambush you.
Yeah, Kitty. A whole army of them. I spent the next couple of days looking over one shoulder everywhere I went, sitting with my back to the wall, keeping away from windows. And come evenings, I tried to get set somewhere before it got dark so I wouldn't have to walk past alleyways or through patches of light on the street. Strings a man tight living that way. Too tight. I found that out one afternoon when Chester and I were sitting on the porch in front of the office.
I locked the door out back, Mr. Dillon. At least ain't nobody going to come up on you that way.
Oh, good, Chester.
Wouldn't you be better off sitting inside?
Out here, I can see what's going on.
You couldn't see a man with a rifle if he was hid out in one of them buildings across the street.
No, and I can't dig a hole and hide in it either.
No, sir. Look yonder at that fool kid. He's going to run somebody down riding that way.
He's trying to ride like an Indian. Look how low he's bent.
Hey, he's got a gun in his hand.
Hey, Doc Chester!
Mr. Dillon, you hurt Mr. Dillon?
No, he missed me. But he was shooting mighty close.
Well, you got him.
Yeah, I got him.
That kid must be crazy. Riding by like that and trying to shoot you?
Yeah.
Say, you don't suppose...
I don't know, Chester. He's still alive. I'll carry him up to Doc's. You take care of his horse, huh?
Yes, sir. My, he's awful young, ain't he?
Yeah. He's awful young. How is he, Doc?
Come on in, Matt. He's conscious now, but I don't know how long it'll last.
Is he gonna die?
You better hurry if you want to talk to him, Matt.
Yeah. Okay. How you feeling, son?
Bad. Real bad, Marshal.
Doc will take good care of you. Who are you? What's your name?
Can't tell you my name.
Well, why not?
My name don't matter.
All right. But you tried to shoot me. Why?
Reward. $1,000. We needed that money. We needed it bad.
Who needed it?
I seen you sitting there. Then I went and got my horse. I almost killed you. But I'm sorry I did it. I'm real sorry.
Now, don't worry about that now. Everything's gonna be...
I'm a... Marshal.
Son? Doc?
I'm right here, Matt.
He's dead.
Nobody could have saved him.
No. How old would you say he was, Doc?
Oh, 15, maybe. It's not your fault, Matt.
I killed him.
No, Matt.
I'm going over to the Dodge House, Doc.
Mrs. Hornby?
Yeah.
Oh, it's you. I thought it was somebody come for the money.
Somebody almost dead, Miss Hornby.
That's so?
I killed him.
You kill a lot of people, don't you, Marshal?
But I have to.
Well, maybe the next one will get you.
Maybe.
What'd you come to see me for?
I thought maybe I could get you to change your mind.
What's the matter, Marshal? Getting scared?
Well, I don't enjoy knowing somebody might shoot me any minute.
Ah.
But I don't like the idea that I might have to shoot somebody any minute either.
Well, shouldn't bother a man like you.
I told you your husband tried to kill me. Don't you understand that?
I don't care about understanding it.
You know who you hired this afternoon?
It don't matter. Except I wish he'd been a better gunman.
He wasn't a man, Mrs. Hornby. He was a boy. 15. He was poor. He needed the money for somebody else. I don't even know his name.
I thought you killed him. How do you know he did it for the money?
He didn't die right off.
Oh.
Well, how does it make you feel, Miss Hornby?
The next one won't be a boy, Marshal. Or the one after that.
Miss Hornby.
What?
You're a terrible, selfish old woman. That night, a drunk staggered up to me on the street. He had a gun in his hand, but I buffaloed him before he could use it, and I threw him in jail. Later, about midnight, it was different. A mule skinner tried to shoot me from behind a water barrel. His first shot missed, and a second later, he discovered his mistake. The barrel was empty, and he died there. And nobody else seemed willing to take a chance. At least that night. The next day, about noon, Chester and I were on our way to Delmonico's when we saw Miss Hornby coming up Front Street.
She's looking right at you, Mr. Dillon.
She's probably going to complain about how I treat her hired hands.
Too bad she's a woman, ain't it?
Things would be a lot different if she wasn't, Chester.
Maybe she's thought it over. Maybe she's going to change her mind.
It'll take more than a couple of killings for that.
She don't seem to care at all that her husband murdered poor old Jake Reeves. My, if she ain't the one meanest-looking woman, she's waiting for it. Oh, Miss Hornby?
I want to talk to you, Marshal.
All right, ma'am.
I hear you killed another man last night.
The first of your men I killed was a boy, Miss Hornby.
Still harping on that?
Doesn't bother you at all, does it?
He was a fool to try it.
That money meant a lot to him.
Find out who he was?
No.
Well, it don't matter.
No, not to you.
Marshal, I'll make you a deal.
A deal?
That's what I said. I'll withdraw the reward if you get out of Dodge. Leave the country and don't ever come back.
Why?
It's my business. Why?
It's beginning to bother you, all the blood that's being spilled
Never
up.
mind that. You're going to do it?
You know, Miss Hornby, you haven't thought straight since your husband got shot.
Got shot by you.
By me.
What's your answer, Marshal?
Miss Hornby, I hate killing. I hate it as much as you hated losing your husband. But I'm not leaving.
You sure, Marshal?
I'm sure.
Mister?
Who's that?
Go see what she wants, Chester.
Yes, sir. I'm coming, lady.
You'll just kill more men if you stay here. Till one of them gets you.
You're the only one that can stop that, Miss Hornby.
Well, I ain't gonna stop it. And some man that knows what he's doing will be along soon, maybe today, Marshal.
You're not helping anybody this way.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
This lady's looking for you. She drove that wagon all the way to town to find you. Near 20 miles, she says.
Oh, is that so? Well, what can I do for you, ma'am?
I don't want to bother you if you're busy, Marshal.
No, it's all right.
I'm looking for my boy.
Your boy?
He's going to get himself in trouble lest I stop him. Bad trouble, I know it.
No? What's he planning to do, ma'am?
Well, I'm ashamed to tell you this, Marshal, but he took his gun when he left home yesterday.
So?
There'd been talk about that $1,000 reward for you, Marshal.
How old was your boy, ma'am?
Going on 15. He doesn't know what he's doing. I gotta find him and stop him, Marshal. He's only doing it 'cause we're about to starve out there. Him and me and my little girl.
Ma'am...
Wait, Marshal. You gotta understand the boy first, why he's doing it.
All right. Why?
My husband got killed a month ago. Shot. And since then, we've been near starving to death. The boy tried, but we ain't been making it.
Excuse me, ma'am. I want to ask you something.
Why, sure.
What's your name?
Mrs. Reeves. My husband was Jake Reeves. Did you know him?
No. No, I didn't. But my husband, he knew him. Didn't he, Marshal?
He did?
That's what he told me.
Well, what's your name?
Never mind my name right now, Mrs. Reeves.
I don't understand.
Marshal.
Yes, ma'am.
You were right about me being a terrible, selfish old woman. But would you do something for me?
I think so.
There'll be an envelope at the Dodge House. It'll be in your name. You know what to do with it.
Yes, ma'am, I think I know.
I'm going home now. Goodbye, Mrs. Reeves.
Goodbye. I don't understand what she was saying, Marshal.
Miss Reeves, you want to come to my office and I'll try to explain it to you. I'll try to explain a lot of things to you.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Sam Edwards, and Helen Clee. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop. Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while. With Chesterfield, put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. And now, Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad.
One thing about Dodge being quiet like this, there's time for fishing.
Beer, steak, and catfish stew makes for a good supper.
You two are going to be sick, stuffing yourselves that way.
Well, now, Kitty, Chester spent all day catching these fish. He's got a right to eat what he wants.
I've heard of people who go to bed with an aspidity bag around their necks when they eat too heavy.
I'd rather be sick.
It's not so bad. Once you're used to it, it kind of lulls you to sleep. More coffee, Miss Kitty?
No, thanks, Chester. It's late. I better get back to my place. You're a good cook, Chester.
Oh, say, thank you.
If you ever get tired of the law business, Chester, maybe you could get a job at Delmonico's.
The regular customers might get a little tired of catfish stew, Matt.
Come on, Kitty, I'll walk you back.
All right.
Will I see you in the morning, Mr. Dillon?
I'll be at the office early, and I want to ride out to Jim Redigo's place and look at a horse.
Can I go with you?
Sure. Maybe you'll see something you'd like to have. We'll leave early before it gets too hot. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Dillon. Miss Kitty.
Good night.
Redigo's place is going to look kind of nice. All them trees growing up around the house that way.
He's done pretty good in a year's time.
Of course, it's a long way out of Dodge.
You need space to raise good horses, Chester.
Yes, sir, I know, but it must get mighty lonesome out here.
I don't think that bothers Jim much.
Looks from here like his corrals and cat's pens are empty, Mr. Dillon.
Well, maybe he's moved his horses out to get the last of the summer grass.
You got any special horse in mind?
Oh, the last time he was in Dodge, Jim was bragging up a sorrel stud he's got. It might take $30 for him.
Well, good horses come high, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Now, let's pull up here. The horses will stand.
Quiet like, isn't it?
Jim? Jim Redigo.
Maybe he's not here.
He can't have gone far. He didn't even push the door shut. I guess he won't mind if we go in and boil up a pot of coffee.
There's a pot already on the stove.
Looks like he was just about to fry up some side meat.
Pot's full.
Jim must have spent the night away from here. The stove's cold, Chester.
Well, maybe he ate early this morning.
Now, this stove hasn't been lit for longer than that. A man doesn't leave side meat lying uncooked in a skillet.
It sure don't figure, Mr. Dillon.
Oh.
I ain't armed, mister. Don't shoot.
What?
Don't shoot me.
Nobody's gonna shoot you, old man. Well, come on in.
I seen you ride up. I was hiding out back.
Well, who are you?
I'm Jed Cuff.
What are you doing here?
I worked for young Jim Redigo, but not anymore.
What are you talking about?
They come riding up and they killed Jim. 2 nights ago it was. I was hiding, but I got hungry and I come in to get something to eat.
Redigo's dead?
Laying dead against the water trough out back. They shot him. Can I eat something?
Who shot him?
The men who come to take the horses. They killed Jim, and then they run his horses off. Jim tried to fight 'em, but it was 2 of them against the 1 of him.
Well, I thought you were here.
I run away. I was scared. Cold coffee is better on an empty stomach.
He's plumb out of his head, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Old man,
Jed Cuff, that's me.
well, show us where Jim is, huh?
I ain't a brave man, mister. I run away from all them guns.
That's okay, Jed. You'll just take us to Jim.
Out back. That's where he's laying. I'll show you. But before he died, mister, Jim killed one of them horse thieves dead. He's laying out here, too.
You think this old man's telling the truth, Mr. Dillon?
Well, as straight as he can remember it, Chester. It's just that he's old and not very bright anyway.
There he is. There's Jim. And there's the other fellow laying right where Jim shot him out of his saddle. Jim was a fine boy. But I was scared, and I run out the back way and hid where they couldn't see me.
Jed, did you know these 2 men? Had you ever seen them before?
No, mister, I never.
No. Chester, see if you can find the shovel. It took less than an hour to bury Jim Redigo and the other men. When we were through, Jed put a sort of marker on each grave, and we went into the house. Chester and I found some food in the cupboard, and we fed the old man. Then we started him for Dodge. Happy enough, astride an old donkey we found grazing free behind the house. Then Chester and I watered our horses, and a few minutes later rode away from the Redigo place, following the 2-day-old sign of the stolen horses. About sundown, we saw a long column of riders moving towards the north.
What do you think it is, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it could be cavalry out of Fort Larned.
Or maybe Indians?
Or Indians.
If 'tis Indians, we ought to get out of here.
They're riding too slow to be a war party, Chester. It's Indians, all right. Cavalry wouldn't circle that way.
Then we're going to go right up to them?
Well, if we can.
Hey, look, they've stopped.
Yeah.
How many you figure there are?
Maybe 60, 70. Might be a whole Indian village on the move. If it is, they're not looking for trouble.
I hope not.
They're waiting for us, all right. Now, when we get up to them, keep both your hands on the saddle horn.
Yes, sir.
All right. Heads up.
Yes, sir. They're just sitting there, looking at us.
They'll talk when they're ready.
I am Quick Knife.
My name is Matt Dillon.
My braves and I have watched you come. You are looking for the white man.
That's right.
The white man sold us horses. Our squaws ride them now.
He stole those horses from another white man.
We bought the horses with gold.
He killed a man when he stole.
You have come to take back the horses and punish the man.
Yeah.
The horses you cannot take. The man you must find for yourself. The horses are ours now. There are 2 of you. And many of us.
All right, Quick Knife. What about the man?
He left the horses with us and rode west. His name is Tebow.
How long ago?
Not long. He knows someone is following him, and he is afraid.
His trail will not be hard to follow.
Thank you, Quick Knife. Chester.
I wonder if they're going to try.
Don't look back.
Well,
Now, what were you going to say?
nothing. Only they're still just sitting back there on their horses, Mr. Dillon, watching us.
Yeah.
I was just a mite scared. Was you?
Yeah, I think maybe I was.
Well. Are we going to track T-Bow now, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. We'll track him, Chester. And we'll find him. Soon after we left the Indians, night came, and we couldn't track T-Bow any farther. The next day, we rode hard, following his trail towards the west. The prairie stretched out gray and green before us, and several times out on the horizon, we saw puffs of dust rising. We knew T-Bow was somewhere ahead of us. He must have been riding a good animal, because when dusk came, we hadn't closed in on him. It was dark when we spotted a nester's cabin and pulled up.
You think maybe he's hiding out in there, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, he could be. Just keep your eyes open.
Well, but who knows? We can't track him at night. Don't you think maybe he'd just keep it going?
Well, any man's got to sleep and eat sometime, Chester.
Oh, yes, sir, that's true.
What do you want?
I thought maybe we could get some food and water our horses.
Who are you?
My name's Dillon.
We don't have many strangers out here.
I'm a U.S. Marshal.
Well, I've got some tater soup working.
Well, thank you. This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do, ma'am?
Just sit at the table there.
Thank you, ma'am. You're a long ways out here.
We was headed for Colorado territory. We never made it.
You're a widow woman?
No, it's just the boy that died. Maybe that's why my man and I stopped here. He built this place. Here you are.
Thank you.
Say, this is real stout soup.
Where is your husband?
Hunting.
Night hunting's a pretty poor thing, isn't it?
Sometimes the body don't have much choice.
When will your husband be back?
You're asking a lot of questions, mister.
Well, I told you I'm a U.S. Marshal.
People have good luck and bad. Ours has been mostly bad.
I'm looking for a man called T-Bow.
I don't know him.
But yours is the only place we've seen. He came this way.
My man's name is Kirch. Abe Kirch. We don't know anybody called T-Bow.
Well, thank you, Miss Kirch. We'll water our horses and get moving.
Get moving. Thank you, ma'am. Was mighty tasty soup.
You're riding on now, ain't you?
Yes, that's right.
You can water your horses right out there in front.
Good night.
Good night. Well, one thing, she wasn't too talky of a woman, at least.
Living out here so long, maybe she's lost the habit.
Yeah, maybe. This cussed buckskin can drink more water than a Texas mule.
Yeah, they've had enough. Yeah. All right, let's ride.
Mr. Mr. Dillon?
What?
I can't see no doggone tracks in all this dark.
Never mind.
Yes, sir, but how are we going to see
Just
where...
ride and be quiet, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
All right, hold up. Now, let's get these horses hobbled.
Oh, I think they'll stand, Mr. Dillon.
And I want to make sure they do.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll walk back to the Nestor's cabin.
Walk back? Well, what in the world for?
That woman said her husband was out hunting, but there was a Sharps 50 leaning in the corner. A man doesn't go hunting and leave his gun home. All right, come on.
It could be Mr. Kirch took another gun with him.
He's too poor to have another gun.
Well, where do you think he is?
I don't know, but there's something wrong back there, Chester. His wife was mighty anxious to be rid of us. Usually it's hard for a traveler to break away. The people are so hungry for news and a little talk.
I guess that's right.
Yeah. Now watch where you put your feet.
Yes, sir.
It only took a few minutes to make our way back to the Nestor's cabin, where a pale light showed through the chinking and under the door. Some 30 feet short of the cabin, we stopped. We could hear voices inside. I motioned to Chester, and we stretched out flat against the ground, and then inched our way closer. Now we could make out it was a man and woman talking. One voice was Miss Kirch, and the other was either her husband or T-Bow.
Wouldn't hurt him. They said that.
He ain't hurt bad.
There's blood on his face.
I hit him to keep him from talking out. You come around.
I got rid of those two men like you told me.
Is that him?
Said you wouldn't hurt Abe if I did that.
Wait a minute, Chester.
I just hit him on the head. Now, shut up.
We ain't never harmed nobody. I did what you said, and I...
I told you to shut up. You open your mouth again, and I'll fix your husband good. Get your food out all on that table. Gotta have me something to take along.
Chester, he's busy now packing up that food. Crawl around to the back of the cabin, and then make some noise.
What sort of a noise?
It doesn't matter, just so he knows somebody's out back.
Well, then what?
I don't know yet. I'll get going.
That's fine.
You take all that, what we gonna eat?
So hungry.
Those men here were the law, weren't they? One man said he was a marshal. They've been following you. You must have done something bad, real bad.
I killed a man who talked too much, woman. And I just... Someone's out back.
Hey, don't shut up.
I'm going out. Don't you make a sound or I'll come back for you.
All right, T-Bow, drop it. What? I can see you, T-Bow. Drop your gun or I'll kill you.
Well, now, hold on, mister. Let's talk a minute,
You can't shoot at my voice. Now drop it.
No, I won't.
Everything all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, sure.
Kind of too bad you had to kill him. But then they'd have hung him for a horse thief anyway.
Yeah.
And he killed Jim Redigo, too, Mr. Dillon.
Forget it, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Now, we better get into the cabin. There's nothing we can do out here. We did what we could to make Kirch rest comfortable, and then sat up half the night talking to his wife about Dodge, the railroad, stores, all the news a woman would be hungry for. And the next morning early, Chester and I started on the ride back to Dodge. It was clear and bright, and we made good time. Chester riding along feeling mighty proud. The Nestor had said he couldn't feed another horse, and so
Chester was trailing his own buckskin and riding the big red stud that T-Bo had been using. Yeah, Chester was mighty pleased with life. And T-Bo, who'd stolen the stud a few days earlier from Jim Redigo, was buried out on the prairie with stones piled on his grave to keep off the coyotes.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's adventure on Gunsmoke. If you want to be a real good scout, Mom, tell you what to do. See that your whole tribe sits down to Post Toasties for breakfast in the morning. What a way to start the day for every big and little Indian in your wigwam. You see, Post Toasties are heap good cornflakes, spankin' fresh, crisp, with that sweet kernel corn flavor toasted right in. It's a feather in your cap to serve 'em. Sure, because Post Toasties are not only the best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. Post Toasties are the best thing that ever happened to breakfast. And say, if you want to make a good thing even better, add your favorite fruit to that bowl full of Post Toasties, sugar, and milk. It's mighty delicious nourishment. Get Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes, next time you shop. Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Norman MacDonald, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Helen Cleve, Ralph Moody, James Nusser, and Paul Frees. Parley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Ken Peters speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, tries to prevent mass murder during his fight to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Listen next week at this time when Gunsmoke will be brought to you by Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
There it is. Yeah. Wonder if he's in. We'll soon find out. Look him over close. You've got to know how he stacks up. Yeah, I know. Hope he doesn't recognize us. He won't. Come on.
Morning, boys.
Morning, sir. Are you the marshal here in Dodge?
Yeah, that's right. My name is Dillon. Matt Dillon.
Thompson's our name. I'm Jim. This is my brother, Will.
Yeah, I'm glad to know you. This is my sidekick, Chester Proudfoot.
Pleased to meet you. Howdy. Yeah, Mr. Dillon, we're after some information.
Huh? What kind of information?
Well, you see, Will and I just brought a trail herd up from the Pecos country, around 2,000 head. We're holding them downriver a few miles.
Oh, toward Walnut Creek?
Yeah, I guess that's what they call it. You see, we plan to drive them on up toward Wyoming and put them on grass for a couple of months. We got thinking we might sell them here if we could get a fair price.
Oh, you shouldn't have any trouble. The market's good right now.
So we've heard. And the only thing is, we don't know any buyers here. We were wondering if you might have an idea or two.
I see. Well, let me see. I suggest you go talk to Clem Bates. He runs the bank down the west end of Front Street.
Clem Bates, huh?
Yeah, he'll know of any buyers that happen to be in town. Might even buy the herd himself if it's in good condition.
Well, we'll go right down and see him now, Mr. Dillon. And much obliged to you, sir.
Forget it.
Coming, Will?
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure talking to you, Marshal.
Thank you. Same to you. Goodbye.
Well, they seem like a couple of nice men, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Couple of strange ones, Chester. Wonder what they're here for.
Why, to sell a herd of cattle. You heard what they said.
Chester, when's the last time a trail driver came in here and asked me where to sell his cattle?
Well, I don't recollect that one ever did before, but all the same...
Of course not. They go to the bank or one of the saloons. They don't come to the jail.
Then why do you figure the Thompsons did?
Well, I got an idea they might be sizing me up. I think that's the kind of information they wanted.
But why?
I don't know. Maybe they're planning something they think I might interfere with. What do you say we ride out to Walnut Creek and find out if they really got a herd, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon, whatever you say.
That older one, Jim. You know, there's something familiar. I can't quite place it. Thompson brothers, huh? Well, come on, Chester, let's ride. Oh, boy.
Oh. Well, they got a herd, all right, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, so they have, Chester. Well, let's drop in on them, huh? Come on.
Smoke's coming up behind those willows. Must be their camp.
Yeah, I guess so.
These cattle are carrying a Circle Bar T brand. I never heard of it.
It's like the Thompson brothers, Chester. I never heard of them either. At least not by that name.
Camp looks deserted, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Right way out.
Somebody coming out of the wagon there.
Yeah, he must have been asleep or... Well.
You fellas better turn them horses around.
Hello, Houston.
Dillon, I didn't recognize you.
Well, now that you have, why don't you put the rifle down?
Well, sure, Marshal. I got no quarrel with you.
You used to figure you did.
Well,
How long you been working for the Thompsons, Houston?
Just a couple of months. I ran into them down on the Pecos and hired out for the drive.
Did you know him before that?
No, I just happened to run into them, and I heard they was looking for riders.
Riders? I never knew you to hire out for anything but gunslinging.
Why don't you let bygones be bygones, Marshal? A man can change.
Maybe.
Now, you take me. I don't hold no grudges. You run me out of town last year, and I was pretty sore about it, but not anymore. I'm willing to forget it.
If you do, you'll be making a mistake, Houston.
Now, look,
I told you to get out of Dodge City and stay out. That still goes. You understand me?
All right, Marshal. That's the way you want it. I'm not in Dodge City. Not yet.
They don't seem to be in here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, we'll wait, Chester. They will be sooner or later.
Well, it was a real dull day up until now.
Hiya, Kitty.
Good to see you, Matt.
Chester. You're on your own.
What?
Stick around, though, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon. See you later, Miss Kitty.
All right, Chester. You like a drink?
Not now, thanks, Kitty. I was looking for a couple of strangers in town, the Thompson brothers.
Oh, yeah. They were in earlier. Seemed very pleasant, quiet, real polite.
Mm-hmm. People aren't always what they seem to be, Kitty.
Well, are they mixed up in something, Matt?
I don't know.
Well, then what do you mean?
I don't think their name is Thompson. And I don't think they came here to sell cattle.
But they brought a herd in.
Yeah,
Matt.
I know that. But I'm pretty sure I've seen that older brother somewhere before. Somewhere, sometime.
You're suspicious of everybody, aren't you, Matt?
Are you going to start that again?
All right. But you got the wrong attitude, you know. You miss a lot that way.
Yeah?
Yeah. Someday you're going to miss...
Over here at the
Oh,
bar,
there they
man.
are now. I came in with Clem Bates. Will you excuse me, Kitty?
Sure, Matt, sure. When you're through, come back. I'll be here.
All right, Kitty, I'll see you. Hiya, Clem.
I just bought myself 2,000 head of the finest cattle that's come north all summer.
Yeah, they are in good shape. I rode out that way this afternoon.
Marshal, we want to thank you again for putting us in touch with Mr. Bates. We're as satisfied with the deal as he is.
How about a drink, Matt?
Thanks, Clem. Later, maybe, huh? Mr. Thompson, do you know that you got one of the crookedest gunslingers in this part of the country working for you?
No, I didn't know it. Who do you mean?
Man who calls himself Houston Jack.
Houston Jack. Is he back in town?
Well, not back in town, exactly. I ran into him out at the trail camp. I ordered him out of Dodge a year ago, Mr. Thompson. The order still stands.
That's funny. He didn't tell us he'd ever been in Dodge.
Well, I thought maybe he didn't. That's why I figured I'd better let you know about it.
I'm glad you did, Marshal. Of course, with the herd sold, we'll be paying the boys off tomorrow, and that'll be that.
Then back to Texas. The sooner the better. Well, meantime, there's nothing to prevent us from having a sociable drink or two. Holly, set 'em up over here.
Mr. Dillon? What? Oh. Will you boys excuse me a minute,
Sure,
please?
go right ahead. Sure, Marshal. What are you going to have, boy?
Yeah, what is it, Sammy?
Could you spare me $1, Mr. Dillon? I need a drink awful bad.
Oh, Sammy, you know what always happens? First it's one drink, and then it's 10. And I always end up by having to run you in.
Oh, not this time, Mr. Dillon.
Well, what's the matter, Sammy?
Them fellas you're with, you know 'em, Mr. Dillon?
Well, their name's Thompson. They're brothers.
Huh? No, that's not their name.
Well, then what is it?
Gotta get out of here, Mr. Dillon.
Wait a minute, Sammy. What the devil are you talking about?
No, nothing, Mr. Dillon. Honest, I just remembered something. I gotta go right now.
Well, how about that drink?
Some other time, Mr. Dillon. Thanks a lot. I'll remember it. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Dillon.
Here, what's wrong with Sammy, Matt? Did he smell a drink somewhere?
Yeah, he must have.
I don't know what you said to him, Marshal, but he sure went out of here looking like he'd seen a ghost.
Well, Sammy's seen a lot of different things at different times. Maybe he did see a ghost.
I can't figure where he got to, Mr. Dillon. I looked in all the places he usually hangs out, but there wasn't any sign of him.
Well, the ways of a drunkard and the ways of a woman, Chester, they're beyond all human knowledge.
Yes, sir, I guess they are, Mr. Dillon.
There's one thing certain, though. As blurry-eyed as he is, Sammy recognized those Thompson brothers. And that's more than I can do.
Oh, maybe there's nothing to recognize. Maybe you just think you've seen them before.
Yeah, maybe. Well, there's no use going back to Texas Trail. That's one saloon Sammy will stay clear of.
I just don't know where to look, Mr. Dillon. I'll swear...
Wait a minute, Chester.
Oh,
Thompson's coming out of the saloon.
No, I mean across the street. There's somebody by the corner. By heaven, that's Sammy.
Yes, and he's got a rifle.
I got you, boys. Sammy, you fool! Over there for the corner.
Come on, Chester.
He must have been crazy, Mr. Dillon. He must have been out of his mind.
Yeah, I guess. One side. Let me through here, please. Let me through. Sammy.
Mr. Dillon, I could use that drink now. Thought I'd get the reward.
Sammy?
Is he dead?
Yeah.
We sure hated to do it, Marshal. We had nothing against this man, didn't even know him, in fact. But I guess you saw what happened.
Yeah, I saw it. He threw a rifle on you, tried to kill you. You couldn't do anything else.
I can't figure it, Marshal. My brother and me didn't have no quarrel with this fella.
Well, Sammy drank a lot. He wasn't always in his right mind. But you won't be held. It was out-and-out self-defense.
Thanks, Marshal. Thanks a lot. Come on, Will, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Well, it's too bad, Mr. Dillon. Sammy never meant no harm to anybody.
He did to the Thompsons, Chester.
I can't figure it. Why did he do it?
Because he recognized them, I guess.
Say, did you see them draw after he fired?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw him.
They're fast, Mr. Dillon.
Matt,
What? Oh, Kitty.
I heard him down the street calling for Doc. He was hurt.
Sammy got himself killed.
Oh. Poor little guy.
Yeah.
Matt, you got trouble, too.
What do you mean?
Houston Jack's in town.
What?
He's over at the saloon now, looking for you. Matt, he says he's gonna kill you.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, adventure on your mind, then keep tuned. The Gene Autry Show is straight ahead on most of these same CBS radio stations, bringing you the Melody Ranch Gang and Gene Autry songs. Tarzan's straight ahead, too, tonight, involved with some fanatic headhunters in darkest Africa. There's another true police case on gangbusters this evening. And Broadway is My Beat offers mystery fiction that's packed with excitement. They're all ahead tonight on CBS Radio. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
I just can't figure it, Mr. Dillon. I never thought Houston would have the nerve.
Well, it's like a lot of things tonight, Chester. None of it figure.
Mr. Dillon, you don't suppose he's going to set you up for the Thompsons?
No, they got their horses and left. They're not in here. Well, we'll soon find out. Come on. Watch the boys at the tables, Chester, and keep them off my back, huh?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Maybe I wanted to leave town just at that time. I'll tell you one thing for sure. It wasn't that tin-horn marshal that made me do it. You notice he's staying plenty clear of me.
Hello, Houston.
Dillon, you got nothing on me.
I told you to get out of town, didn't I?
I know, but you still got...
I told you to stay out, didn't I?
Yeah, but you had no right. What do you think you are?
Why'd you come back?
That's my business.
Mine too, maybe. You're under arrest.
Stay back, Dillon. I'm warning you.
You can't keep backing off forever, Houston. You'll have to stop sometime. I said you're under arrest.
I heard what you said. I got ears, Dillon, and I know how to...
He's holding out the door, Mr. Dillon. He's getting away.
Be careful, Master. He could be waiting outside.
You drew, Mr. Dillon. Why didn't you shoot?
Because you didn't draw. You can't...
There he goes.
Oh, come on, Chester.
He can't be far ahead of us, Mr. Dillon.
He's heading for the range camp.
I still can't figure it, Mr. Dillon. It just don't add up.
Chester, so help me if you say that once more, I'm...
What's the matter, Mr. Dillon?
Pull up. Come on.
Oh.
No.
What are we stopping for, Mr. Dillon? He's getting farther away every minute.
Chester, I owe you an apology. You're right, it don't add up.
Well, it's just a way of talking I have. I didn't intend...
No, I mean it, Chester. Everything Houston Jack did tonight, it doesn't add up at all. He knew I'd jump him if he came into town. He's tough, but he's not that tough. He's not the kind of a man to force a gunfight just for a chance to show off.
Yeah, but there wasn't any gunfight, Mr. Dillon.
No. He turned tail and ran. That's not like Houston either. He'll be a laughing stock from here to the Pecos.
Well, it's like I said, it just don't add... I forget what I was going to say.
Chester, suppose the Thompsons wanted to get us out of town for a while, huh?
You mean they put Houston up to that dido so's we'd chase off after him?
Well, there's only one way I know to find out. Come on.
Dodge is kind of spooky this time of night, Mr. Dillon. Pretty, though. All shadows and moonlight.
Yeah. Man could do a fair job of shooting tonight.
My. Sometimes I think Kitty is right about you, Mr. Dillon.
Meaning?
No heart.
Maybe not, Chester.
No offense, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, forget it. You know, Chester, there's something about moonlight connected with those Thompson brothers. I wish I could remember what... Chester, Don't look. Just ride straight ahead. Keep riding. There are 4 horses tied over there by the bank.
Uh-huh. So that's it.
One of them's been run. He's wet. I can see it in the moonlight. Houston must have circled back.
Him and the Thompsons. Yes, but what about that 4th horse, Mr. Dillon?
It's probably Clem Bates. They'd have to have him. The vault's locked at night. All right, around the corner now. They may be watching from the front windows.
The Thompson brothers. I wouldn't never have figured them for a bank holdup.
Yeah, well. All right, we'll leave the horses here. Slip back to the side entrance.
Yeah. Ho.
Well, what about that moonlight now, Chester?
Well, I guess it's bright enough a man could do a fair job of shooting tonight. No sign of life, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. They're in there, though. Side door's open.
Maybe one of us sort of kind of...
I came from the door. Come on, Chester. All right, get flat against the wall. They'll have to show themselves to fire at us.
Say, Mr. Dillon, I think they shut that door.
Yeah. All right, let's move in easy.
Yes, sir. It's shut all right.
I'm going to try the door. If it opens, flip a couple of shots in.
Yes, sir.
It's bolted. All right, cover me, Chester. Here goes.
I think I hear him running inside.
Yeah, one more.
They crashed out through the front window, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, come on. Oh, there's Clem on the floor. They must have laid him out. Easy, Chester. They may be waiting outside for us.
There they go. They're making a run for it.
Yeah, come on. Let's get out through this window.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon!
It's all right, Chester. Nicked a rib, I think. I'm all right, though.
I thought for a minute there that they'd...
Yeah, I know. Looks like one of them stayed behind. That shot came from the corner of the livery stable over there. Maybe I can...
What's the matter, Dillon? You're supposed to be good.
It's Houston, all right.
He's back at that old stone well.
Yeah. Stay here and keep him pinned down, Chester. I'm going up on the roof. Through the trap door back here.
All right, Mr. Dillon. Watch yourself.
Yeah. Throw a shot or two at him. Keep him busy, huh?
Yes.
You gotta do better than that, Dillon.
I will, Houston. Don't worry about that. Now, if I can just get this open without... There. Now...
You're not getting Lily, are you, Dillon?
South corner there ought to put me right over him. And then I... Oh, wait a minute. Moonlight night and a bank. So that's who they are. Houston!
Dillon, where are you?
Up here. You're under arrest. Drop your gun.
I'll drop it.
Last chance, Houston.
Your last chance.
All right, then. So long, gunslinger.
I reckon that did it, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Moonlight's real bright up here, Chester. All right, Chester, I'm coming down.
You fellas, don't.
Mr. Bates is coming too, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he's not bad off. They must have slapped him with a gun barrel on the way out. Clem, can you hear me?
Matt? Oh, Matt, thank you.
Chester, get that chair over there.
Yes. Here you are.
All right, give me a hand with it.
Easy, fellas.
Come on, Mr. Bates. There you are. Now, what happened, Clem? Are they trying to make you open the vault?
That's right. It was those Thompson brothers, Matt.
Yeah, I know.
They fooled me plenty. Thought they were fine fellas. I've been drinking with them all evening.
Well, you never know, Clem. They get away with anything?
No. I was about to give in and open the vault when you rode by. That got him kind of upset.
Well, there's no harm done then. Houston Jack was long overdue for killing.
We gonna go after the Thompsons, Mr. Dillon?
Where, Chester? They could have gone in any one of a dozen directions. There'd be no chance of trying to track them till morning. Somehow, I don't think we'll get them even then.
I think I ought to get something done about this head of mine, Matt. It's giving me fits.
Yeah, I'll go with you, Clem. I gotta tell the doc about Houston. Chester, I guess you better go over to the depot and wake up Mr. Hightower. Have him put a wanted bulletin on the wire.
For the Thompson brothers, huh?
No, Chester. I've recognized them finally. Their name isn't Thompson.
Well, what name do I put in the bulletin, Mr. Dillon?
Just say, wanted for attempted bank robbery in Dodge City, Frank and Jesse James.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell and Vic Perrin, with Paul Dubov, Joe Duvall, and Lou Krugman. Parley Bear is Chester, Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Sundays in the daytime, CBS Radio brings you a unique series of political debates. A program called Pick the Winner, on which the major parties select their highest authorities to discuss important election issues. Tomorrow on most of these same CBS radio stations, hear another major election issue debated. Hear Pick the Winner. And don't forget, to make the full use of what these programs tell you, register so you may vote this fall. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Remember, every Sunday we extend a cordial invitation to great music on the CBS Radio Network. Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. It was over 100 miles back to Dodge, but I figured I could make it easy in a day and a half. I'd been in Hays City as a government witness in a murder trial, and I was anxious to get back. So I rode out of Hays one morning a couple of hours before light. The ground was clear as snow, but it was midwinter, and it was sharp cold. When the day came, there was no sun, only dark gray sky drilled by a high, cold, searching wind. The air was as thin as I could ever remember it being. And behind me in the north lay a great slab of blackness. When I saw that, I should have turned back, for the wind stood out of the north, too, and sooner or later it would drive that black slab right down on top of me. This was blizzard weather, the kind of weather that kills the land and everything on it. I don't know why I went on, maybe because of the wind. You know, a high wind will distemper a man, make him drunk like. Anyway, I didn't turn back.
And about noon, the sky began to turn white with snow, and I could smell a touch of moisture in the air. And finally it came. The sleet, shrilling in on the wind like small buckshot as the blizzard howled down the prairie. I couldn't look right or left without being stung blind, but as long as I kept the wind on my back, I knew I was headed south. 2 hours of this, and I could feel my horse slowing down and weakening under me. My own body stiffened with the cold. Men died when they got caught in a thing like this. They died easy. Another hour passed, and my horse was carrying his head close to the ground. I figured he'd stumble soon, so I kicked my feet out of the stirrups and braced myself against the horn. By now, the wind had really gotten into me. And when I saw the blur of a ranch house up ahead, I thought maybe it was a trick. But a few minutes later, we rounded a corner of the place and stood at last in the lee of the storm. I slid down and got up to the door and pounded on it. And I waited. Then I pounded again. Then the door came open, and the figure stood in the light.
Who are you? Bring him in, Alvy. Any man out in that weather's been made harmless. Get inside.
Out of the way, Alvy, you fool. All right, stranger, hands in the air. High. That's better. Unload him, Alvy.
Nice gun, Hack. Real nice gun.
Shut up. Now, take him down, stranger. You can come up to the stove now, but don't try nothing. I'll cut you in half with buckshot.
He was a burly man with flushed cheeks and a wild red beard and a great shock of red hair. Even his hands and fingers bristled with it. He sat on a stool by the stove, a shotgun across his knees. And his eyes never left me. The other one, Alvy, had a body of an underfed boy, but he was completely bald, and his skin was tight and dry. He looked like a naked skull. And his eyes... well, something had touched Alvy.
You look half froze, stranger. You must have wanted something real bad to go out in weather like this.
I never saw him around here before, Hack.
He's a stranger, Alvy. He don't belong around here.
Of course, we don't know anybody, but I seen a few, and I never seen him before.
Maybe he's seen you, Alvy, somewhere.
Not me. He never saw me nowhere.
How do you know that?
Maybe he was just looking for some cows and got lost in the storm.
You're just a kid, Alvy. Always said you don't know much. Belle! Belle, get on out here.
She was a pretty girl, but with a dark, half-wild look that I'd never seen before in a woman. Her eyes jumped from man to man and then came to rest on me, fixed and curious. And then after a moment, she looked away and moved into a chair across the room.
Supper ready, Belle? It's awful cold out.
You recognize him, Belle? You ever see him before?
Nope.
You're sure now? Maybe Hayes City. Maybe you saw him up there sometime.
I don't know him.
You're sure?
Yes.
If you're lying to me, you know what I'll do to you.
I never saw him before.
He come in here half froze, right out of the blizzard. Must have been looking for some cows and got lost.
Shut up, Alvy. We don't know what he's doing here, Belle.
Why shouldn't a man get out of the storm? Even in here.
That's enough. All right, stranger, we never saw you before. We don't know who you are. And as soon as I think you're lying, I'm going to blow a big hole in you.
What about my horse? I'd like to put him in the barn if you've got one.
Alvy?
Oh, now, Hack, I ain't going out there. I'd freeze.
And the horse will freeze if you don't.
It's his horse.
We might need it. Go on, Alvy, before I get cross.
All right, I'll go. I don't know why that horse is so important.
Alvy's a good boy. He'll put your horse up.
Thank you.
Supper's about ready.
Leave it. I want to talk to our friend here first. Maybe we won't have to feed him.
Potatoes will get mealy.
They better not, that's all.
I'm right curious about you, mister.
I've noticed that.
I'll blow your guts all over the wall. You make fun of me. Don't get me mad, mister. I got the shotgun.
The meat'll be boiled to shreds if we don't eat soon.
You just won't understand any other way, will you, Bell?
What is it you want to know about me?
I can tell, mister, I can handle you easy now.
What do you mean?
All I got to do is wallop the girl and you'll talk. I don't have to do nothing to you.
All right, if I take my jacket off? I've warmed up now.
I mind. You might have a gun hid out in there.
He can raise his hands. I'll unbutton it.
Well, now, that's right smart of you, Belle.
Oh, I'll hide it.
No, leave it be.
Belle. Come over here, Belle. Drop the jacket, Belle. Now hold out your other hand. Open it, Belle. Open your hand. That's real bad what you did, Belle. Real bad. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put you outside for a spell out in the weather. After supper, after you've cleaned up supper, you can be thinking about it till then. United States Marshal. You're in bad company, Marshal. You shouldn't have come here.
Oh? It looks to me like I sort of struck gold coming here.
Now, why do you talk like that, Marshal? I still got the shotgun.
Let me get that stove.
Seems like it's getting colder and colder.
You didn't see a sign of nobody outside, did you, Alvy?
What? Who?
Somebody might have come along to cover the marshal here, it's all.
Marshal? What marshal?
Me. I'm a marshal, Alvy.
Shoot him, Hack. Shoot him.
Shut up and answer me. Was there sign of another horse, footprints, anything like that?
Oh, I didn't see nothing.
Maybe you didn't look.
Would I have walked in here the way I did if I'd been after you people?
Maybe your head got muddled with the cold. Where'd you ride from, Marshal?
Hayes City. Left there this morning.
It was a fool thing to do with a blizzard coming up.
Maybe.
Did you think you could get the jump on us easier in a storm? Was that it, Marshal?
Yeah. You knew we'd be trying to keep cozy in here.
I'm curious, Hack. What are you and Alvy on the run for?
Don't you tell him, Hack. I don't trust him at all.
Alvy, it'd be mighty dull without you, boy.
Don't laugh at me, Hack. Now stop it.
I don't like laughing. You know that, Hack. And don't you do it no more. I got ways.
Yeah, I seen you and your ways. But don't try 'em on me, Alvy.
Maybe I won't.
Look, Alvy, now you don't understand. It's all right to tell the marshal about us. He ain't going nowhere.
No?
No, of course not. We'll kill him, Alvy. We'll kill him and bury him somewhere.
Oh, sure. Now, why didn't I think of that?
'Cause I do the thinking for us, Alvy, that's why. Now, what was it you like to know, Marshal?
Stop playing games, Hack.
Me and Alvy are wanted for murder.
Up in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Seems a mite unfair, though. We didn't aim to kill nobody. It just happened that way.
We was robbing a bank.
Yeah, and a couple of the people there wouldn't do what we told them, so Alvy used his knife on one, but it just made the man holler.
You could hear him all over town.
And we had to shoot our way out after that. Must have killed 3 or 4 people.
I know I killed 2.
Worst of it was, Marshal, all we wanted just then was some money. We didn't care about killing anybody. But you know how it is, Marshal, when you're robbing a bank and all.
Yeah, sure.
No, I don't suppose you do it that. Anyway, we're wanted for murder, and we didn't even get any money.
Nary a dollar.
So we rode out here and lighted for a spell.
I see. What about Belle? And whose place is this, anyway?
My place, now that Pa's gone.
You mean you were living here alone?
No.
They killed your pa, is that it?
Yes.
How long ago?
I don't know. Maybe a month.
Yeah, it's been about a month, hasn't it, Alvy?
35 days.
There, you see? Alfie always knows just how long everything's been.
No, that's fine. Tell me what you do with him.
Who?
The old man.
Oh, we buried him out back. Couldn't afford a funeral. Could we, Alvy?
Hack, we told him that. Now let's shoot him.
No, I've been thinking it over. People in Hayes City know he started for Dodge, and when he don't show up, they might come looking for him.
But you said we'd bury him, Hack. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's right, but we can't bury his horse, too. Not in this ground. It's froze solid. And if we turn the horse loose and they find it and can't find the marshal's body, then they'll suspect something.
You're pretty smart, Hack. Too bad you don't know enough to stop killing people.
Too bad for you, anyway.
Well, what are we going to do, Hack? I'm getting hungry.
That supper won't be fit to eat.
Shut up! One more word out of you, Bella, and I'll whoop you good.
Come on, Hack, I'm really hungry.
No, listen to me, Elvie. Now, my idea is to knock the marshal on the head and throw him outside to freeze. Now, he'll keep real good that way. And when the storm breaks, we can carry him off 20 miles or so and dump him on the ground. Look like he got throwed and hit his head and froze.
Oh, that's fine, Hack. That's just fine.
Then we'll break his horse's leg, make it easier for them to find him.
You just don't care about anything, do you, Hack?
Just me. Sometimes, Alvy.
Sure. Me and Hack are friends, ain't we, Hack?
Of course, if it don't go on snowing, we'll have to think of something else. Can't leave tracks for them to follow back there.
Oh, Hack, ain't we gonna kill him now?
Well, sure we are, Alvy. I didn't mean that.
Let me hit him, huh? You keep the gun on him, and I'll get up behind and hit him. There was a branding iron around here somewhere. I'll hit him with that.
Hack, you've sunk pretty far, but I'm sort of wondering just how far.
What do you mean?
I'm wondering if you're low enough to kill a man before he's been fed.
Here it is, Hack. Here, see? I found it.
Leave it be, Alvy. We're gonna eat first.
It was only 5 in the afternoon, but the blizzard had darkened the land, and its blackness showed in at the windows. Here and there along the walls of the ranch house, tricklets of snow blew in through the warped timber. In the kitchen, Hank sat directly behind me while I ate. Later changed places with Alvy and fed himself heartily, as though he had nothing at all on his mind. Hack was just a nerveless brute, born with no conscience at all. His intelligence was the instinct of an animal that snapped at or killed whatever got in its way of survival. Every living thing was his enemy. And Alvy? Well, there was no way to figure Alvy. Too much of him was missing. My only chance lay in the girl, Belle, even though Hack had pretty well beaten all resistance out of her. Supper was over soon enough, but Hack seemed in no particular hurry to get on with his plans.
I've eaten better food on the trail than that.
Can't blame me for it.
Get it cleaned up, Belle. You can talk your head off when you're outside alone, and you're going outside. I'll learn you to heal if I have to break your neck.
No, don't do that, Hack. Not till we're ready to pull out, anyway.
Why?
Well, I ain't gonna do the cooking.
Well, I hope not. I've eaten your cooking.
My sister was a good cook.
Yeah, we should have brought her along, Alvy.
No. I don't like her.
Where are you from, anyway?
Which, me or Alvy?
Well, you to start with.
Wyoming, place called Crowheart. I didn't stay there long, though.
What about you, Alvy?
Now, where were you born, Alvy? I never did know.
Republican River.
That's not a place, you fool.
Well, that's what they told me. Republican River. They always lived in a wagon, my ma and pa. Had a lot of kids, too. Of course, most of them died. I'm about the only one that made out any good at all.
And you did fine, Alvy, fine. Give me the shotgun. All right, Marshal, let's get back by the stove while Bell cleans this mess up.
Shall we hit him and throw him out to freeze up now, Hack?
Not yet. I want to punish Bell first.
You know, someday you're going to get caught without that shotgun, Hack. Somebody's going to tear you apart.
That's fair enough, Marshal.
Give me a fair chance at you then, huh? Barehanded?
No.
Oh, you're bigger than I am, Hack. Might be fun for you.
I don't know nothing about fun. I ain't gonna kill you because it's fun.
Oh, come on, Hack. I want to go to bed.
Bell, come out here. Get outside like I told you. And don't open that door so wide you'll blow the lamp out.
Belle had walked through the room and out the door without a glance at any of us. I figured she'd go down to the barn where she'd be all right for a little while anyway. But I knew I'd have to make a move soon. I sure wasn't going to sit there like a fall hog and let Alvy knock me in the head whenever he got ready. But it didn't take much more sense to try to jump Hack in that shotgun and let him blow me all over the place. It was a beggar's choice, and the more I thought about it, the madder I got.
Hack, I'm sleepy. I'm going to hit him and go to bed. You can do what you want after, but I ain't staying up all night.
Alvy's got his mind made up, Marshal, I can tell.
Just what do you call his mind, Hack?
I got ways to fix you, Marshal.
Nah, never mind, Alvy. Wrap something around that iron, otherwise it won't look like he hit his head on a rock.
What difference it makes?
Do what I say, Alvy.
All right, Hack. Here, I'll use this curtain.
Now, keep your eyes on me, Marshal.
Alvy moved around behind me and was getting a good grip on his branding iron. I leaned slightly forward in the chair and was tensed and waiting for the split second when my instinct had told me to jump. And then suddenly the door was flung wide open and the wind roared in, almost lifting the room as it came. The lamp flared and then went out as I plunged sideways from the chair.
Did you hit him, Alvy? Did you hit him? You bloody fool. Don't you try nothing, Marshal. I got some more shells right here. Don't you move now.
I crawled across the room and was out the door before Hack could reload. In the snow outside, I stood up and turned to find Belle waiting by the side of the door, a pitchfork in her hand. I couldn't see her face very well in the dark, but I could tell she was shaking with cold. I reached out and took the fork from her and then flattened myself against the wall and waited.
I was afraid it was you he shot.
That was a smart trick, Belle, throwing the door open that way.
He shot Alvy, didn't he?
Yeah.
Good.
I think he's found out I'm not in there.
What are you going to do?
Wait.
Marshal! I'm going to kill you and the girl both now.
I waited, praying he'd come through the door before my hands got too cold to hold the pitchfork. And finally, the barrel of the shotgun appeared, waist high, and began to poke its way around in our direction. It was stupid of him, but a man behind a gun often gets a false sense of power. I let him shove it out 3 or 4 inches, and then I slammed down on it. Then I jumped into the room. Hack tried to club me with a gun, but he missed. And I got in under him with a fork and lifted him off his feet. And he struggled for a moment like a speared fish and then went limp. And I let him fall. One of the prongs had reached his heart.
Did you get him, Marshal? Is he dead?
Yeah. Light the lamp.
I can't do it, Marshal. My fingers are too stiff.
Here, I'll do it. There. Quite a mess in here. Why don't you wait in the kitchen, Belle?
I'm all right, Marshal. But I can't help you much till I get warmed up some.
Then you stay by the stove, huh? I'll lug these people outside.
Thank you, Marshal. Marshal? Marshal Dillon.
What? Oh. Morning, Belle.
Come on out in the kitchen, Marshal. It's warm there, and I got some hot coffee waiting.
That sounds good. Say, it looks like the storm's lifted.
It has. The wind's gone, but it's mighty cold out.
Well, I don't mind the cold. It's that wind that breaks a man down.
There. Get some of that in you.
Oh, you make mighty good coffee, Belle.
Tell me something, Marshal. Tell me the truth now.
Oh, sure, Belle. What is it?
Are you married?
I'd make a poor husband, Belle, for any woman.
Why?
Well, in my profession, it's too chancy.
Thank you, Marshal. Thanks for putting it that way.
Now, Belle, I didn't mean...
Forget it. I'm leaving this place, Marshal.
What?
As soon as you go, I've packed what I need and I'm clearing off.
Where'll you go?
I got 3 horses. I'll ride up to Hayes City and sell them.
Then what?
I'll buy some pretty clothes and I'll find a place. Won't be hard after this.
I wish I could help you, Belle.
You have.
Oh, but I mean...
I can take care of myself, Marshal. I just want to get away from here, that's all.
Sure. I'll stop at the nearest ranch and tell the men to come over here and take care of Hack and Albie as soon as it warms up.
Whatever you like, Marshal.
Well, goodbye, Belle.
Goodbye, Marshal. Look me up in Hayes City next time you're there.
Sure. Sure I will. But, Belle, don't let all this make you bitter. There are a lot of good men in the world.
So they say. So long, Marshal.
So long, Belle. A few minutes later, I'd saddled up and was on the trail to Dodge. The sky was low and a slate gray all over, but there was no wind. The blizzard had gone, leaving the land still and white and bitter cold. There wasn't a sign of life anywhere. It was like riding through a vast tomb. I found myself feeling like a trespasser, as though something had gone wrong, and I wasn't supposed to be there at all.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner as Hack, Harry Bartell as Alvy, and Vivi Janis as Belle. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Starts this Monday, a new run for Road of Life, returning to CBS Radio to join the rest of your daytime listening favorites at the Star's address. Road of Life, telling the day-to-day story of surgeon scientist Dr. Jim Brent, will keep your interest at a high point every Monday through Friday on most of these same stations. Remember, starting this coming Monday, Road of Life in its 16th year will be heard again on CBS Radio. Roy Rowan speaking. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
You know this fellow riding in, Morgan?
He's a stranger for sure, Abe.
That brand on his horse, I can't even read it.
Good horse, though.
Yeah.
Get down, stranger. Who are you men? Well, we're the Curry brothers. We own this ranch. How far is it to Dodge? 60 miles, if you ride in a straight line. I want some grain for my horse. Where is it?
Look, stranger, we got no grain. We're fresh out.
Now, Abe, if he wants a little grain...
And then he can act more polite about it.
Oh, ain't I been polite enough for you? Maybe I ought to change my ways just for you.
What are you, anyway? Some kid who thinks he's a man just because he's wearing a gun for the first time?
Mister, I've been wearing a gun 8 years. Ever since I was 16.
That makes you 24 and still a kid that ought to be taken out to the shed.
You aim to take me out, mister?
Somebody oughta.
A lot of men have tried. I guess it's your turn now. Go ahead, you're wearing the gun.
Oh, now, we won't have any fighting. You watch your temper, Abe. The kid don't mean nothing.
The name's Tom Clegg. I ain't a kid.
All right, Clegg. Forget it. You too, Abe.
Well...
Say you're sorry, mister.
Say what?
You heard me.
Are you crazy?
Maybe this'll help you. Now draw.
No, Abe.
Abe, don't move, mister.
You killed him. You killed my brother. Well, he hardly got his hand on his gun.
Why don't you try me?
Abe wasn't no gunfighter. Neither am I.
Then I tell you what. You practice a little. I'll be in Dodge for a spell. Come see me.
Oh, now, say, there is a good-looking horse, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, which one, Chester?
That big bay that young fella's just getting off of there.
Oh?
Well, ain't he?
Well, I wasn't looking at the horse, Chester.
Oh, you know that fella?
Yeah, maybe.
What are you people staring at?
Aren't you Tom Clegg?
What? Matt Dillon.
At Las Cruces about 8 years ago, wasn't it?
Exactly 8 years ago. I've changed some since then, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, I'm a marshal. This Chester Proudfoot, Clegg.
How do you do?
Hello. Well, Marshal, I suppose you're remembering how I didn't dare draw on that fella in Las Cruces.
You were smart not to. He'd have killed you sure.
I left there. I went out by myself. I practiced for 2 years, every day. I got pretty good with a gun, Marshal.
Did you?
That fellow's dead now. I went back and I killed him.
There wasn't much of a quarrel, Clegg.
I don't need much, Marshal. Oh, I've killed a lot of men since then. But don't you worry about me. They always draw first.
Are you telling me you've turned gunman, huh?
I've got me a pretty fair reputation in New Mexico.
And now you want to be known in Kansas. That's why you came here.
I didn't say that.
I know you're kind, Clegg. I ought to. I've killed enough of them.
Not me, Marshal. You ain't gonna kill me. I'm too fast for you and I'm too smart. I'll show you someday.
That whistling man, Bobby Haggart, really started something. Tonight, the Calypso Boys join in. Ready, amigos?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Oh, Chester.
Yes, sir, I'm coming, Mr. Dillon.
What was it you wanted?
You all through out there?
Well, I'm through the one I was trying to open that back door again. I guess it won't never get fixed proper unless we just build us a new... Oh, Morgan Curry.
All right, come on in, Morgan.
Oh, Chester.
Where's Abe at?
It's about Abe. I come to see the marshal.
Is something wrong, Morgan?
Marshal, you've known me and Abe a long time.
I sure have.
Would you say I'm a man who tells lies?
You know the answer to that, Morgan.
And I'll say it short. A fella rode up to the ranch day before yesterday, and him and Abe got into a little argument, but Abe was about willing to call it off when this fella slapped him.
And Abe went for his gun, huh?
He never had a chance, Marshal. This fella was the fastest man I ever seen.
Did you say his name, Morgan?
Tom Clegg.
Yeah, I thought so.
He's a killer, Marshal. He made Abe draw.
That's what he means about being smart.
No man can take being slapped. That ain't self-defense, Marshal, and he can't claim it is.
The law says he can, Morgan.
Look, Marshal, I ain't a coward. You know that, but there's no use my facing him. He'd kill me easy as he did Abe. Now, what good would that do?
I wish I could help you, Morgan.
Well, it ain't just me, Marshal. It's all the men he's going to kill before he's through. Somebody's got to stop him.
Somebody will. Someday.
Now, before he kills any more men. Why, it's like poisoning a wolf. Don't you see that?
Morgan, I'm a lawman. When Tom Clegg breaks the law, I'll go after him. But until he does, there's nothing I can do.
I don't know if you're fast enough for him, Marshal. But you're the only man I do know who might be.
I'm not hired to gun men down, Morgan.
He's got to be killed.
And I'll admit the world would be better off without him.
You said something about his being smart.
Now, he claimed that.
And we'll see how smart he is. Marshal, Tom Clegg's going to die, no matter what. He's going to die.
You want another beer, Matt?
No, one's my limit, Kitty.
One? Oh, you're expecting trouble.
I didn't say that.
One beer said it.
You know me too well, Kitty. But you're right about my expecting trouble.
Well, I already knew about that. I've watched Morgan Curry following Clegg in and out of here for 2 days now.
I don't know what Morgan has in mind, Kitty, but I'm sure he doesn't plan to shoot Clegg in the back or anything like that.
Well, he isn't even carrying a gun.
Yeah, I know.
He just stands around at a distance and sort of keeps an eye on Clegg. It's driving him crazy.
But Morgan's not carrying a gun has made Clegg helpless to do anything about it.
Maybe he's trying to get him into a fist fight, Matt.
Clegg wouldn't fight him, Kitty. He knows he'd get torn apart.
It beats me what he's up to.
Well, I wish Morgan would go home and forget about it.
Maybe it's you he's trying to shame, Matt.
Me? What for?
For not doing anything about Clegg murdering his brother.
It wasn't murder, Kitty. Abe drew first.
The way I heard it, Clegg made him draw. And I don't care what the law calls self-defense.
Well, I have to, Kitty. I have to care.
Yeah, I know, Matt. Well, there they are.
What?
Clegg. He just went to the bar. Morgan will be along directly.
Yeah. Well, you keep an eye on him, Kitty.
Me keep an eye on him.
I gotta ride out into the country tomorrow. I'm leaving before dawn so as I can get back early in the afternoon.
Oh, then you better get to bed. Good night, Matt.
I'll see you tomorrow, Kitty.
Sure.
Marshal! I want to talk to you.
I'll go ahead, Clegg. Talk.
It's about him.
Huh? Oh, Morgan. Hey, Morgan.
What are you calling him for?
You want me, Marshal?
Yeah. Clegg here wanted to talk to me about you, Morgan. I thought maybe you ought to hear it, too.
Sure, he can hear it. I want him to stop following me around, that's all.
Oh, why tell me that, Clegg?
Because you've got to stop him.
Me stop him? He isn't breaking any law.
He ain't wearing a gun. A dirty coward.
There's no law that a man has to wear a gun.
It's making me jumpy. I don't like being stared at all the time.
You got a guilty conscience about something, Clegg?
You shut up.
Why don't you take your gun off and shut me up, Clegg?
You hear him, Marshal? You see what a coward he is?
I can't help you, Clegg.
Lock him up, Marshal. Go on, lock him up. You heard me.
Yeah, I heard you.
Then do it.
Not very likely.
All right. You're wearing a gun. Are you a coward too, Marshal?
Morgan, come outside. I want to talk to you.
Okay, Marshal.
You're both cowards. That's what you are, cowards.
Why didn't you kill him in there, Marshal? That was your chance.
I'm not a gunman, Morgan. I'm a lawman. Won't you ever understand that?
Maybe I'm beginning to.
Look, Morgan, it's no use. I'm not going to fight Clegg. Now, you can't use the law for your own revenge. That's not what it's for. Now, why don't you forget this and go back home?
Marshal, do you think I'm a coward because I won't put on a gun and let him kill me?
I don't know what to think, Morgan. You seem to be doing all the thinking these days.
My brother Abe was murdered, Marshal. He was murdered.
I'm sorry, Morgan, but there's nothing I can do. Now, good night.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your favorite easy chair? Or out driving? Oh, there you are. In the kitchen. Say, you want to make whatever you're doing more enjoyable? Have a Chesterfield. Enjoy Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. You see, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. A more perfectly packed cigarette gives you an open, easy draw that unlocks all the better taste and mildness of fine tobaccos. And Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, is more perfectly packed, with an even distribution of tobacco from one end of your Chesterfield to the other. Firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Remember, to the touch, to the taste.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Dillon?
Oh, where is everybody, Chester? Why's the town so quiet this afternoon?
Everybody seen you riding in, I guess.
Huh?
They've been waiting for you to get back.
Waiting for me? Why?
I told them you'd be back early afternoon. There's trouble here this morning, Mr. Dillon.
You mean a shooting?
Yes, sir.
Morgan?
Yes, sir, it was Morgan.
Yeah, so he put on a gun after all, huh?
No, sir, he was unarmed.
What?
He ain't dead, though. At least not yet. He's up at dock.
Where's Clegg?
Clegg must have saw you ride in, too. He's standing across the street now. Behind you there.
Ah. Well, I won't keep him waiting. I hear you shot another man, Clegg.
He deserved it.
Did he?
I warned him about following me around. It drove me half crazy.
So you stopped him?
He slapped me. No man can take that.
No, not even his brother Abe could.
Say, I plumb forgot about that.
You told me once how smart you are, Clegg. I guess you forgot about that, too.
What do you mean?
Morgan was unarmed.
You gonna try to put me in jail, Marshal?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna try.
Now you're forgetting. I also told you I'm too fast for you.
Maybe you are. I'm arresting you, Clegg.
Keep your eyes on mine, Marshal. I want to see the look in them when it hits you. That's the best part. Now?
Hello, Matt.
Doc.
I heard the shots, Matt. I see Clegg still lying there.
Well, if he's got any friends, they can move him.
I doubt if he has. A man like that.
I guess not, Doc.
You did it the only way possible.
I was trying to arrest him, Doc. I didn't walk out there to shoot him down. How's Morgan?
With 2 bullets in him, he's doing as well as might be expected.
I mean in what?
He's dying, Matt.
Yeah. Now, let's go see him.
Matter of fact, there's no reason at all he should have lived this long. I can't understand it. Most men would have died on the spot, shot up the way he was.
Morgan?
Marshal, I heard some shooting, didn't I?
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
Was you in it?
I was.
And Clegg's dead, huh?
That's how you wanted it, wasn't it?
That's how I wanted it. It's what I've been hanging on for.
Morgan, you knew he'd shoot you when you slapped him, didn't you?
I had him on edge, Marshal. I planned it that way.
Yeah, I thought so. And you were willing to die just to get me to face him, huh?
There wasn't no other way. I couldn't have killed him myself.
Well, I can't say I admire your thinking. But you're sure not a coward.
He murdered my brother. He murdered me the same way. But we got him anyway. Didn't we? Didn't we, Mother?
Well, he was right. He won. Even if he had to die to do it.
Yeah. But you know something, Doc? I feel like a hangman. You made an executioner out of me. And I don't like it.
I understand that, Matt. But you'll forget it. You'll forget it. In time.
Yeah, sure. One more thing to forget.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
A cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
On the frontier, bands of marauding Indians weren't too uncommon. And next week, during an attack, 3 people are killed. But not by the Indians. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterned by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Vic Perrin, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Take a tip from the L&M people, the people who have put the pleasure back into cigarette smoking. Take the L&M Miracle Tip, the tip that lets all the flavor of superior tobaccos come rich, come clean, come easy. Once you light up an L&M, you'll understand why we say they're so good to your taste, so quick on the draw. It's the pure white Miracle Tip that adds so much to your enjoyment. So make today your big red letter day. Change to L&M. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Is this the marshal's office?
Yeah, come in, stranger.
You're Marshal Dillon?
I am.
My name's Egan, Marshal. Emmett Egan.
I'm glad to know you. This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do?
Hello.
The purpose of my visit may surprise you, Marshal.
Well, if it doesn't mean trouble, it sure will.
I've just deposited $50,000 in the bank here.
Huh? That's a lot of money, Egan.
Well, it's taken me ever since the war to earn it. I've been up in Chicago, Marshal, running cattle auctions for a man named Swift, but I'm through with that now.
Oh?
I want to try something new. Marshal, I don't intend any insult. But if you need money, name your price.
I'm afraid I don't follow you, Egan.
I want your job.
What?
I want to be Marshal here.
All right, say it out, Egan.
I'm serious, Marshal. There are no tricks to this. I've been to Washington, and the War Department's endorsed my application, but they tell me there are no openings, so I came to Dodge. I thought if I can somehow persuade you to quit, maybe they'll put me on here.
I think you are serious.
Oh, I am. It's simple enough. I'm tired of the kind of work I was doing, and I want to try this. Something exciting.
Oh, I see.
What would you advise me to do, Marshal?
Go back to Chicago. You're a lot safer there.
You think I'm not qualified to be a lawman?
Well, you're wearing a gun.
Well, I'm accustomed to authority, Marshal. I was a major under General McClellan. Took my first bullet in the Chickahominy in '62.
I see. Is this your first trip to the frontier, Mr. Egan?
It's my first since '67.
Uh-huh. Well, I still advise you to go back to Chicago.
No, Marshal.
All right, Mr. Egan, you want this job so bad you can have it, as far as I'm concerned.
Now, Mr. Dillon...
There's very little money in it and absolutely no thanks. I've been a live target for every drunken bum and glory hunter in Kansas about long enough.
You mean it, Marshal?
Yeah. But on one condition.
Yes?
That you hang around for a week. See what it's like. And then if you still want it...
Oh, I'll want it all right.
All right, then we'll start right now.
I'm ready. What do we do first?
You all set, Chester?
My. Yes, sir, I guess so.
All right, then follow me.
My gracious, why don't you sit down and rest a spell, Mr. Egan?
No, thanks.
You're going to wear himself out walking up and down that way.
Yeah. You got a match, Chester.
Sure, Red. Here.
Oh, thanks.
Dodge sure ain't very lively today, is it?
Not very.
If I only had me a knife, I could do a little whittling.
Oh, what happened to your knife, Chester?
Well, it was about wore out, so I traded it to a small kid I know for a flipper.
Why don't you get yourself another one?
Mr. Dillon, I am so mean poor, I just couldn't stand the outlay of another knife.
Yeah, I forgot.
Hey, look there. Somebody hadn't ought to be in town.
Oh, where? Who?
That fella coming up the street, riding that sleigh back to old brood mare, see him?
He looks like a farmer.
If you call a man whose wife hoes a 10-yard patch of mealy potatoes a farmer, then he's one, all right.
You said he shouldn't be in town. He can't be very dangerous.
He's dangerous to himself.
Oh, what do you mean?
Why, he gets a doggone drunk every time he comes in here. He can't hardly climb back up on that old mare. And when he does, he usually falls off summers before he gets home and lays out there on the prairie all night like a dead man. It's a pure wonder he ain't been ate by something.
Oh, Marshal, we've been hanging around this porch for 3 hours. I'm beginning to feel like a bum myself.
Now, that's part of the job, Egan. Keeping an eye on things, we call it.
Keeping an eye on things? You and Chester both are fighting to stay awake.
Are you calling it quits, Egan?
Oh, no. Of course not.
Then let's go get a cup of coffee, huh? It'll be dark soon, and we can start making the rounds.
What's the name of this place, Marshal?
It's called the Long Branch. Oh, here comes somebody you ought to know.
Evening, Mac.
Oh, Kitty.
How long you been sitting here?
No, not long. Kitty, this is Emmett Egan.
How do you do, Miss Kitty?
Mr. Egan?
Why don't you sit down?
Uh-huh. I hear you may be our new marshal.
What? Now, how in the world...
Well, Chester was in a while ago. It's true, isn't it?
Well, it isn't exactly settled yet, Miss Kitty.
But you want the job.
Yes?
Why?
Well, let's say I was bored with what I was doing.
Sure. That's happened to a lot of ex-soldiers. They can't stand peacetime.
And me in particular, I guess.
Why don't you re-enlist? The cavalry keeps busy out here.
I tried that, Miss Kitty.
You did?
Back in 67.
67? Oh, yeah. The Cheyenne and the Sioux were real active that year, weren't they?
Yes, they were, but not where the cavalry was.
Wait a minute. Were you with General Hancock?
That's right, Marshal. We took to the field for 4 months. We marched and counter-marched all over this country, and then we returned to Fort Harker.
Well, what was wrong with that?
Well, all we did was burn one empty village, kill 2 young Cheyenne braves, both of whom we later found out were friendly. It took 1,100 men to do that.
Oh.
Dillon.
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
I don't know for sure, but I hear there's some kind of trouble down at Moss Grimmick's stable.
Well, it's about time something happened around here.
Yeah. Now, don't forget, Egan, when it does, somebody usually dies. What's the trouble here, men? Where's Moss Grimmick, Chester?
Well, he ain't here, Mr. Dillon. They say Leonard Phibbs there is the one who knows about it.
Oh, Phibbs, a little sodbuster?
Yes, sir. Hey, Phibbs, come here.
What's going on here, Phibbs?
Inside, Marshal. Back there in the stall.
Oh, what's back there?
Bad, Marshal. Real bad. Don't nobody go in there. It's real bad.
What is? Who's in there, Phibbs?
Not even you, Marshal. Not nobody. Leave him alone, I'm warning you.
Oh, he ain't got good sense, Mr. Dillon. No use talking to him.
It's real bad in there.
Yeah, something's got him scared half to death. I'm gonna go take a look. You stay here, Chester.
I'm going with you, Marshal.
Look, Egan, I don't know what's in there. It could be a crazy man with a gun looking for blood. It could be anything.
Action is what I came here for, Marshal, and you said I could hang around.
All right. But you get out of the way if there's any shooting.
I'm not entirely a novice with a gun, Marshal.
No, but you're not a professional either. Now stay at least 10 paces behind me.
Right.
You see anything? No. It's Marshal Dillon. Who's in here? Come on, speak up.
Maybe he's hiding, waiting for you.
Well, he can't see me any better than I can see him.
You're taking an awful chance, Marshal.
You stay where you are, Egan. What? Now, what's this? Chester, bring a lantern. All right, Egan.
What is it, Marshal?
Nothing we have to kill.
What do you mean?
You'll see when Chester brings the light.
Oh, he's coming.
What have you found, Mr. Dillon?
Hold the lantern over here, Chester.
That's your work. Oh, my goodness. Somebody's gone and hung a man.
So that's it. Oh, that poor devil. Was this a lynching, Marshal?
No, Egan, that's old Tom Sanders. He's been drunk for 20 years. Yeah, I guess he finally decided to break the habit. You won't get any action out of this. Well, Egan, it's been nearly a week. Enough excitement for you?
I must admit, Marshal, it's not quite what I'd expected. Somehow the idea Marshal was always busy, doing things.
You mean gunfighting?
I've told you I don't think gunfighting's necessary.
Yeah, I remember.
Any man accustomed to command should be able to control these Dodge City ruffians without much trouble.
I only draw my gun as a last resort, Egan. And besides, you haven't seen any of these men in action yet.
I still want the job, Marshal.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, Matt?
Yeah, come on in, Doc.
Say, Matt, you'd better get over the Texas Trail.
Oh?
You know those fellas Gear and Bozeman?
Yeah, I know him.
Well, they've got that poor little Leonard Phibbs at the bar there, and they're trying to make him pay for their drinks. He's broke, of course, so they're beating him up. They're doing it real slowly, bit by bit. I tell you, it just makes you sick to watch it.
All right, Doc.
Wait, Marshal.
Yeah, what?
Let me handle this.
Look, Egan, Gear and Bozeman may be a couple of bullies, but that doesn't mean they're not dangerous. They are.
Are you afraid I might be able to handle them, Marshal? Well?
Okay, go ahead. Here, take my badge. Tell them you're a deputy.
Thank you, Marshal.
You gotta learn one way or the other. Come on, Chester.
I knew you wouldn't leave Mr. Egan all alone.
Nobody will look for us coming in the back door. And let's move a little closer.
Egan's facing him, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Oh, look at poor little Phibbs. They got him all bloody.
What makes you think you can do this to a man? Is there no law where you come from?
We come from Dodge, Mr. Deputy. Where do you come from?
Are you Bozeman or Gear?
I'm Bozeman, Mr. Deputy. I'm the one who generally does the talking, but we both do the fighting.
You're out of order, Bozeman.
What's that?
I said you're out of order. I will not tolerate your insolence.
I'm not sure, Mr. Deputy. Are you saying you don't like us?
That's enough. You and Gear will turn and face the bar while I take your guns.
You're the most doggone foolish man I ever saw, Mr. Deputy.
Do as I say.
Why? Because you're wearing a badge?
That's reason enough?
Now, Mr. Deputy, that may be reason enough for
There'll
you.
be no shooting. I'm ordering you to face the bar.
I guess there's no use talking to you, Mr. Deputy. I'll take him along here.
He's going.
Hold it, Bozeman! All right, that's enough. Well, go ahead, Bozeman. Try it again.
Now, wait, Marshal.
You knew he couldn't handle a gun. You know I can. Is that it?
Your gun against two of us?
Quit talking, Bozeman.
Don't try it, Gear.
All right, then do as my deputy told you. Face the bar.
Sure. Sure, Marshal.
Chester.
Yes, sir. You want me to lock him up, Mr. Dillon?
Here are the guns, Chester. I'll be at Doc's. Maybe he can save Bozeman here from hanging. Yeah, it's getting light out, Doc.
It generally does this time of morning.
Yeah, but I'm not generally sitting up waiting for a man to die.
He isn't going to die, Matt.
Well, I saw what that bullet did to him.
You feel guilty, don't you, Matt?
Wouldn't you, Doc?
Yes, I guess I would.
Doc? Oh, what?
Well, he's conscious. Well, how do you feel, Egan?
Pretty fair, Doc. I've been lying here, listening to you talk.
Well, you mean you've been conscious for some time?
Half hour, maybe. I wanted to get my head clear.
Well, a few weeks in bed and it'll be clear enough.
I guess I was lucky.
If that bullet had gone 1 inch to the left, you'd have died on the floor, Egan. You were lucky, all right.
God protects fools and drunkards, isn't it? Marshal Dillon.
Yeah.
I heard you saying you felt guilty about this. It wasn't your fault.
And I should have known what had happened.
But I heard you telling Doc how it happened. You faced them the same way I did. They didn't shoot you.
It's a little different with me, Egan.
How?
This is my profession.
Well, I've handled enough men to be professional.
Egan, why do you think Bozeman did what I told him to do?
Because he knew you'd shoot if he didn't?
He not only knew I'd shoot, he knew I'd kill him. He knows I can handle a gun pretty well. And that part of the profession they don't teach in the Army. Takes years and years to learn.
Well, I can't complain anymore about there not being enough action, can I, Marshal?
Hey, your week's up today, Egan. Do you want the job?
Marshal, you ever been in California?
Not for some time.
I hear things are pretty active out there. I'll write you and tell you all about it.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Chesterfield, made by exclusive Accuray, packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobacco.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
Firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, there were a lot of ways for death to come to a man on the frontier. All of them hard. But next week, a man meets death the hardest way of all, at the end of a rope. But that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Messman, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were John Daner, James Nusser, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Look at it, Chester. If you put any more chili powder on those eggs, you'll go up in smoke.
Well, I like 'em good and hot, Doc.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Chester.
Hey, pour me some more coffee, will you, Doc?
Yeah? Oh, yes, of course, my dear. Here you are.
Thank you.
By the way, did Matt say when he'd be back?
Well, they told me the end of the week.
After all, Doc, it's a 2-day ride to Tascosa, and he didn't leave here till 2 days ago.
I only asked a simple question, Chester. And anyway, how was I supposed to know? Nobody ever tells me anything.
Well, they don't have to, or you snoop around.
Snoop around? What's Matt doing in Tascosa, Kitty?
Talking to the man that sent for him. What?
What man, Kitty?
The Tascosa Citizens Committee. Something to do with hiring a new sheriff for the town. I guess I figured Matt would know where to find one.
Hire a sheriff? What in the world for?
Well, the man they got as sheriff now is no good. The decent citizens can't get rid of him.
Well, if he's no good, why'd they hire him in the first place? My, I do not understand it. The whole frontier's an armed camp. Shooting and killing everywhere you look.
Nothing left but the quick and the dead. Doc, would you pass the chili powder?
Oh, for goodness sake. Here.
Thank you.
Kitty, I'm going to tell you one thing. I don't know how bad the trouble is down in Tascosa, but Matt better get back here quick.
Why, Doc? What's wrong?
What's wrong? You asked that when the only vestige of the law we've got in this town is a chili-eating cherry rocker like the fool I'm sitting next to. What's wrong?
Now, you look here. You just let me tell you something.
Now,
Doc
you wait a
Adams.
minute. Wait a minute. You two are worse than children. You settle back now, both of you. Have some more coffee.
Well, maybe just a little dab, but that's all. It's a caution. What happens to some people when they get out in polite society?
Oh.
Drink your coffee, both of you.
It was a 2-day ride from Dodge down to Tascosa. Now riding through the dust of the plaza, I was glad enough it was over. The town used to be shaggy at best, and as I rode along in the heat of the late afternoon sun, I could see that Tascosa was still a pretty wild camp. Some of the store windows were broken, others were boarded over to protect what glass was left. The busiest building in the plaza, and the one showing the least damage, was the Oasis Saloon. I tied up out in front and went in.
What'll it be?
I'll have a beer.
You new in town?
Uh-huh.
You just traveling through, or are you gonna stay?
I don't know how long I'll be here.
That'll be 25 cents, mister.
25 for a glass of beer?
Pay to go thirsty, mister.
Maybe I'll try another saloon.
You hear that, boys? He don't like the prices we charge.
He gives you any trouble, we'll shoot him in the foot.
Might just shoot him twice. Make sure.
Are these friends of yours, bartender?
We all work together here, mister.
I see. And just who is it you work for?
Clegg Rawlins. Sheriff Clegg Rawlins.
Sheriff, huh? Well, that's a pretty good title to hide behind, isn't it?
You never been in Tascosa before, have you?
No, not since Clegg Rawlins took over.
You act like kind of a troublemaker, mister.
I got a feeling he don't like the way this town is run.
Where are you from, stranger?
Dodge City.
What are you doing down here?
I don't think that's any of your business.
Let's drag him out of town, Ponce.
Good idea. I'll just...
All right, you. You drag your friend out of here unless you figure on doing something.
No, I ain't gonna try nothing.
All right, get moving then and take him with you.
You're kind of rough, mister.
I can be rougher.
What'd you say your name was?
Dillon, Matt Dillon.
Oh.
I'll tell you something else, bartender. After I put up my horse, I'm going over to the Tascosa house for a room and a bath.
You might tell that to anybody that seems interested.
Yeah, well, sure, Mr. Dillon.
How much did you say the beer was?
25... 15 cents, Mr. Dillon.
Keep the change.
Yeah, come in.
Your name Dillon?
Yeah, that's right.
The marshal from Dodge, eh?
Yeah.
I'm Clegg Rawlins, Marshal. I'm the man the Citizens Committee wants to get rid of.
What's on your mind, Rollins?
Now, a while back, they brought me here to Tascosa to kind of clean it up some, and I did that for them. Now, all of a sudden, they want me out. I call that downright ungrateful, Marshal.
Yeah, go on.
I suppose they give you the money at the meeting last night? Money to hire a new sheriff here?
That's right.
Yeah. Kind of forces me into talking business. What I had in mind was, Marshal don't make all the money in the world, does he?
I wondered how long it'd take to get around to it.
Now, wait just a minute. You might be missing a good thing.
The only thing I'm interested in is hiring a peace officer to come down here. You're through in Tascosa, Rollins. Now make up your mind.
A man don't always give up that easy.
You better, Rollins. You got as much time left as it takes for the man I hire to get back here from Dodge.
As short as that, huh?
As short as that.
Dillon, you know there's an awful lot of prairie between here and Dodge. I sure hate to see anything happen to you on your way back.
Get out.
Oh, sure. It always seems kind of too bad when a man dies for something that ain't even his concern.
Next morning, I was in the saddle before dawn, and by the time the sun was up, I'd covered a good 15 miles. A slight breeze blew apart the dust puffs my horse raised, and I knew it'd be hard for anybody to follow me. And for the same reason, I knew that somebody could track me without being seen. About noon, I stopped in the shade of a grove of cottonwood to rest my horse. I was easing his cinch a little when I saw a rider coming up fast. I pulled my rifle from the saddle boot and I waited. And I put the rifle back.
I've got to talk to you. Please.
Well, all right, ride on in. Yeah, it's a long way out on the prairie for a lone woman.
Can I have some water?
Water? Sure. There you are.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
You haven't said what you're doing out here.
I followed you from Tascosa.
You followed me?
If you'd seen me sooner, you'd have sent me back, and I can't go back.
Just who are you, miss?
Stella Harkney. I'm one of the girls at the Overland Saloon.
You're lucky. I might have shot you riding up on me that way.
It was the only thing I could do, follow you this way. Besides, I didn't think you'd ride out so early.
That's just why I did.
I know all about you, Marshal. And I know why they sent for you to come to Tascosa.
That's so? How?
I'm Clegg Rawlins' girl.
You're Rollins' girl?
That's right.
Look, you better turn around and head back right now.
I can't. Clegg would kill me if he found out I'd tried to run away.
How do I know you're not still his girl, setting a trap of some kind?
All right. Look. Look at my shoulder. He put those marks there. You think I'd stay with a man like that? All I'm asking is to ride on to Dodge with you, Marshal. I've got a rifle, and 2 rifles are better than 1. Clegg will come after you. You can be sure of that.
Seems to me you're awful anxious to help kill the man you belong to.
Oh, I belong to him right enough. He brought me down here from Hayes City gonna marry me, he said, but I found out different. He just wanted me to work in his saloon. He already has a wife down by Willow Springs. Didn't exactly like that, and I told him so. That's when he beat me. Look, let me ride with you, please.
I don't know, Stella.
I'm not going back, Marshal.
Well, all right. I guess it doesn't matter now that you come this far.
Thanks.
You may be telling the truth, but you better ride a little ahead of me anyhow.
What for?
It's just easier to keep an eye on you. Like you said, you got a rifle. Okay, let's get started. You pretty tired, Stella?
I'll make it.
There's a Nestor's cabin not far from here. If we can find it before dark, maybe he'll put us up for the night, huh?
Sure feel good to walk around.
Yeah. You saddle weary?
Well, dance hall girls don't do too much riding, Marshal.
Just lie still now. Don't make a move.
Where are they? Where did they shoot from?
It's off to the left somewhere, I think. Yeah. They're probably in that clump of box elder over there.
Dirty cowards.
I can't get them from here with a 6-gun, and I can't get to the horses for a rifle. Look, if we play dead, maybe we can draw them out.
Marshal, I'm sorry.
Just lie still and don't talk. Yeah, here they come. 2 of them. Just hold still now.
I've seen those men before. They work for Clegg.
Stella, when I give the word, you yell as loud as you can, huh? Scream, it'll throw them off. You ready? All right, now.
Are they dead?
I don't know, but the fight's sure out of him. And if Clegg's with him, he's still in that grove. Come on, let's get out of here fast.
I can't get up. I'm hit. My leg.
Yeah. Here, I'll put you on my horse. We'll ride double. We better get out of here before whoever's in those trees gets a little braver. Come on now. I'll get you to that cabin.
Here you are, miss. You just lie back now. By morning you'll be fit as a fiddle.
Thanks, mister, but that coal oil you poured on my leg like to set me on fire.
Well, that's the best way to clean a wound there is, Stella.
Less than it's whiskey, of course, but that would be pure waste, wouldn't it now?
You two can afford to make light of it. It's me who's got the bullets.
Well, I'm going to have to feed my pigs. Having company like this has thrown me clean off schedule. I'll be back directly.
Marshal?
Yeah.
Having me along's caused you a lot of trouble. Slowed you down. Clegg is probably going to ride into Dodge ahead of you. He'll be waiting there.
Oh, why there?
Because he's no good with a rifle. He needs a 6-gun on a town street.
Well, maybe he won't try again, Stella. After all, there are other towns for him to take over.
It's more than that, Marshal. It's a lot more, now that he knows I'm with you. He's a jealous man. He's crazy jealous, and now he'll think there's something between us. Between you and me, I mean.
Well, let's not worry about that now. You just better get some rest.
It's foolish to think you might have any feelings about me, isn't it? Not knowing me any longer than you have.
Now, Stella, I told you.
I don't suppose any man could take to a woman he'd known for only one day, could he?
Look, Stella, you get some sleep. We've still got a long ride to Dodge, huh?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Marshal.
Good night.
Good night.
next morning, Stella's leg wasn't anywhere near well enough for her to ride, so I borrowed a spring wagon from the nester and we started out for Dodge. It was a rough trip and a slow one. Stella sat there, not saying much, just staring ahead. Once or twice I saw a dust cloud on the horizon, and I knew if it was Clegg Rollins, he'd be in Dodge long before I would. It was nearly dusk by the time we drove down the plaza and stopped outside Doc's office. And it was a half hour later before Doc had clean bandages on Stella's leg. Then I waited with her while he went out on another call.
Marshal.
Yeah, Stella.
I had a lot of time to think today while we were driving in.
It was a rough trip for you.
Not so bad, but what I wanted to tell you was I'm not going to stay in Dodge.
Oh? Where are you going?
Oh, I don't know. Abilene, maybe, even St. Louis. As soon as I'm well enough, I'm taking the Santa Fe out of here.
There's no reason for you to leave, Stella.
Yes, there is.
Clegg Rollins?
No.
Well, what is it, then?
Well, it's not important. It's just easier if I go. Easier for me, I mean.
Oh.
You can't forget somebody when you're living in the same town, Marshal. You better go now. Doc will be back directly, and there's no reason for you to wait. Not any longer.
Yeah. Well, goodbye, Stella.
Goodbye, Matt.
Marshal. Hello, Rollins.
Been waiting for you.
Oh, the last time you sent a couple of your men to do the talking.
I don't know what you're saying.
Oh, you're two riders who tried to dry gulch me. I hope you buried them, Rollins, because I didn't have time.
I come here to tell you and me can still work things out.
You didn't get me killed, so you still want to buy me off.
Any man can use money.
The government pays me.
Not as much as I could.
Listen, Rollins. So far, I got nothing personal on you. Nothing I can prove, anyway. Now, if you're smart, you'll saddle up and ride out of here and keep away from Tascosa, too.
We'll see. Meantime, Marshal, how is Stella?
No. I'm telling you, Rollins, you get out while you can.
Sure. Sure. Mighty fast, Marshal.
You shouldn't have tried it.
Yeah, I know that now. I just thought maybe...
Mr. Dillon? I seen it. I seen him back out the door. What happened? Who was he?
It was a man named Rollins.
What'd he do?
He didn't want me to send a new peace officer to Tascosa.
Well, that ain't much of a reason to die, is it?
He figured it was. Look, Chester, you go tell Doc about this, huh? I got some business over at Delmonico's.
What you gonna do?
Well, Doc told me there's a man I want to talk to down there.
Who?
An ex-buffalo hunter I'm going to ask to take the job of peace officer in Tascosa.
Who is it, Mr. Dillon? Slim Trent?
No, it's somebody who just got into town a little while back. He's a kind of a hot-headed fellow, but he can get the job done.
Well, who in the world is it, Mr. Dillon?
You don't know him, Chester. It's a fellow named Hickok, Bill Hickok. If you want, you can come over and meet him after you get Doc.
No, I don't care about meeting no Bill Hickok. I was hoping Slim Trent would get the job. I'll see you later, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, sure.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Mr. McDonald, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Lawrence Dobkin, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. To put a smile in your smoking, always buy Chesterfield. Made the modern way with Accuray. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon?
Is there something wrong, Chester?
Oh, there's going to be a fight up there by the stage office. You better come, Mr. Dillon.
All right, what's the trouble?
They're around back of the stage. You can't see them from here.
Oh, who is it?
A couple passengers. One's a great big man with red hair, about the biggest man I ever seen.
Who's the other one?
Well, I don't know, but he's kind of old and real thin and poor looking, like he'd been rode half to death. Oh, that red-headed fellow will ruin him, Mr. Dillon.
The size of a man doesn't matter much to a six-gun, Chester.
They ain't armed. Neither one of them's carrying no gun.
Then they won't get into much trouble.
Well, wait till you see him. That big one. He's got hands like shovels, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I can see him now.
Oh, look how he's slapping that poor little fella. If he really hit him, he'd kill him.
Stand there. Get your hands up. How can I beat a man who won't fight him?
All right, move back, everybody. Let me through here. All right, hold it, mister. That's enough.
What are you saying that's enough? It ain't by far enough.
This man isn't even fighting you.
I'm trying to make him fight, ain't I?
Why should he fight?
'Cause we come in on that stagecoach together, and he sat there the whole 8 hours and stared at the floor. He never said a word. Like it drove me crazy.
I think it did drive you crazy. He isn't going to hurt you anymore, mister. But you better get out of here.
I don't care what he does.
You fight him, mister. You break him up a little. I'll watch.
Nobody's going to touch him.
Are you scared of this old crow?
I said leave him alone.
You said? You're talking to Sam Kaler, mister. I'm a bear cat. People do what I say.
You're talking to a United States Marshal.
A marshal? Well, now.
How come you're not wearing a gun, Keeler?
Man's gotta wear a gun.
Most men do.
My hands do my fighting.
And you're big enough to whip most any man alive, aren't you?
I sure am.
But you go unarmed so nobody can use his gun against you. He'd be held up for murder if he did, wouldn't he? Hell, you figured yourself a nice big advantage, Keeler. But you're a coward.
What?
You're a coward! And I'd still be a fool to go up against you barehanded.
You don't dare use that gun. You said so yourself.
There are lots of ways to use a gun, Keeler.
Marshal, I'm gonna knock your head into a peak. And then I'm gonna knock the peak off. Right now.
Oh, he dropped like a pole-axe steer. You killed a man because of me.
I haven't killed him. But he's going to be kind of touchy when he comes to, and you better get out of sight.
Men are always fighting, hating each other.
Who are you, mister?
My name is Seth Tandy, Marshal.
Oh, Tandy, if you don't like men fighting, Dodge, there's no town for you. Chester.
Yes, sir.
Throw some water on Keeler, and if he wants more fight, tell him I'll be in my office.
Okay, Mr. Dillon. Keeler come to, all right, Mr. Dillon. You didn't hurt him so very bad.
Well, I haven't been worrying about it, Chester.
No, sir.
But it's been 2 hours. It's after dark. He couldn't have been unconscious all this time.
No, sir, he wasn't. See, I stopped off to the tonsorial. I got me my winter haircut.
No?
Oh, you should have seen Keeler when he come to. My goodness, he is mad. It wasn't getting buffaloed so much as everybody laughing at him. Seemed like he just can't stand that. He looked like he was about to go wild.
Well, there'll be more trouble from him.
Yes, sir. It's like this friend of his that showed up after the fight, a fella called Humbert. He just couldn't believe it when he seen Keeler laying there. This Humbert, he said somebody would get killed for it, sure.
Uh-huh. Chester, I'm going to go down to the Long Branch and have a drink.
Oh, I'll walk part way with you.
Okay. What happened to that Seth Tandy?
I don't know. He left. But there's something wrong with him, Mr. Dillon. Did you notice the funny look on him? Well, he's got eyes like a blind horse. What kind of man is he?
All I know is he's the kind that lets himself get knocked around and doesn't seem to care one way or the other. Yeah. You want a drink?
No, sir, thank you. I got business. But you tell Miss Kitty hello, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Evening, Matt.
Kitty. Is this glass yours?
Oh, one of the girls brought it over, but she's busy now. That beer pitcher's hers, too.
Yeah. Well, I'll leave some money with you and you can give it to her.
All right. They say the Santa Fe's going to start laying track of west of here soon.
Yeah. More railroad, more people, more trouble. I'm sorry, Kitty. I'm in a poor mood.
Hang up your gun, Matt.
Yeah? And do what? I'm too lazy to work for a living.
I suppose keeping the peace around here isn't work. And then there's getting shot.
It's been a long time since anybody put a bullet in me, Kitty.
Just 'cause you're learning to duck.
You know, up in Canada, they got a bird called a loon. And they claim that these loons really can duck a bullet.
Why don't you go up there and study them a while? See how they do it.
Yeah, might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, hello, Miss Kitty.
What's the trouble, Chester?
That fella Tandy, Seth Tandy.
What about him?
Well, some fellas seen him stumble out of the alley just now. They took him up to Doc's.
What?
He was all beat up. Oh, somebody had really worked on him.
Who?
Well, I don't know. Nobody seen it happen.
All right, let's get up to Doc's, Chester. We'll see you later, Kitty.
Sure, Matt.
Oh, hello, Matt. Chester.
Well, how's Tandy, Doc?
Well, there's nothing broken that I can find, but he's sure colored up. He's sitting in the back room there if you want to see him.
Mm-hmm. Did he say who did it?
Oh, he hasn't said a word about anything so far. Maybe you can get him to talk.
All right.
Let's stand back, Chester.
Well, okay, Doc.
Well, how do you feel, Tandy? Tandy, I want to know who did this. I'm sure it was Sam Keeler, but I want to hear it from you.
No, Marshal. There's been enough violence.
The next time he might kill you, Tandy.
It doesn't matter.
What?
It's not important. Not no more.
What's your trouble, Tandy? Maybe I can help you.
Nobody can help me, Marshal. When a man loses faith in his God, he loses everything. I've lost my faith. I no longer believe.
You're a preacher?
I was a preacher. 30 years.
Now, what'd you come to Dodge for?
Oh, no reason except get away from people that knew me before. I didn't want them to see me. Maybe start them doubting, too. I've got nothing left, Marshal. It doesn't matter what happens to me now.
Doc.
I heard him.
Well, tell him something.
I don't know what to tell him. He's a preacher who doesn't believe in God anymore. Oh, Matt, I'm an ignorant frontier doctor. Sure, I can dig bullets out of people. I can sew them up, too. I can shove their bones back into place, but nobody ever taught me how to patch up a preacher who's lost his religion.
Don't trouble yourselves about me, gentlemen. I'll be moving on.
No. Not tonight, you won't. Now, you can do what you want tomorrow, but tonight either you or Sam Keeler's going to sleep in jail.
Jail?
I'm not going to let Keeler catch you again tonight. And if you won't say it was him, I can't arrest him.
Oh?
Well, did he do it?
Marshal, I'll sleep in your jail.
Maybe Seth Tandy didn't care what happened to himself, but he sure went out of his way to keep other people from having any trouble. If I'd have put Sam Keeler in jail that night, that'd have been quite a battle, and Tandy knew it. So we took him downstairs, and after we found him something to eat, we gave him a blanket and locked him in a cell where he'd be safe. Chester slept in the office with a shotgun by his bed, and after looking the town over for a couple of hours, I went to my room. It was just after daylight when I was awakened.
Dillon!
What?
Wake up, Mr. Dillon!
What?
Mr. Dillon!
Oh, Chester, stop the racket and come on in. The door's unlocked.
Oh.
What time is it, Chester? What are you doing here?
It's Seth Tandy. He's gone, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Yes, sir. I went out to get us some breakfast, and he didn't feel like going, so I unlocked his cell and left him sitting there in the office, and when I got back, he was gone. Here, I found this note stuck on the door.
Marshal, if you want to see Seth Tandy alive, come to Turkey Bend at noon. Alone and unarmed.
Ain't signed.
No, it doesn't have to be.
Sam Keeler, huh?
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Do what it says, I guess.
But you can't go up there alone, not wearing no gun, Mr. Dillon. He'll kill you. That Sam Keeler could kill anybody.
And if I don't, what'll happen to Tandy?
He don't care what happens to him. He said so himself. You'd be risking your life for a man who don't even care about living.
Chester, go to the stable and get my horse while I'm dressing, will you?
Then you're going to do it?
And take the rifle boot off my saddle. I won't be needing it this time.
Maybe Chester was right. Maybe it didn't make sense. But still, I had to do it. It was about 20 miles upriver to Turkey Bend, and I got there about noon. I waited around for a while. Then Keeler's friend Humbert rode up. He was unarmed, too. He didn't say anything. He just looked me over carefully before he motioned me to ride upstream ahead of him. About a half hour later, we reached their camp. Keeler was there and Seth Tandy, sitting on a small pile of cottonwood logs, staring blankly at the fire. We got on and went up to him.
He was there at noon, Keeler, real prompt.
Marshal does things right, don't you, Marshal?
Yeah, sometimes.
Well, you done this right. You come alone and you ain't armed. You done your part. And I done mine. There's your friend Tandy. And he's still alive.
What do you want, Keeler?
I'll tell you, Marshal. You had everybody laughing at me back in Dodge. I don't like that. I can't stand people laughing at me.
What's that got to do with Seth Tandy?
Started over him, and it's gonna finish over him.
What do you mean?
I'm gonna beat him to death, Marshal. And you're gonna stand there and watch me do it.
Now, wait a minute, Keeler.
And when there's nothing left of him, I'm gonna go to work on you.
No.
You shut up, Tandy.
I don't care what happens to me, but the marshal came risking his life.
He did for sure, Tandy.
Wait a minute, Keeler.
Now, what do you want, Humbert?
You told me you were going to have a little fun. You didn't say nothing about killing people.
What?
I don't like this. I don't want no part of it.
What's the matter with you, Humbert?
I don't hold with killing people. I don't want to end up on a rope.
You don't like it, huh?
Now, don't you start nothing with me. Now, you leave me alone.
I'll learn you to go against me.
No!
You gotta learn.
I didn't mean nothing.
Get out of my way, Tandy. I want one of those logs.
Watch your head, Humbert.
Keeler.
I'll learn you.
Keeler.
Keeler!
You framed him, Marshal. You just saved my life with that log.
Yeah. Your life and Tandy's and probably mine.
I got a gun over here in my blanket, Marshal. I'll give it to you before it comes to.
Okay.
Marshal.
Yeah, what, Tandy?
You came here knowing you might be killed.
Well, there's always a chance of that.
But you came, willing to sacrifice your life to save mine, and knowing mine's worthless.
You listen to me. No man's life is worthless, Tandy. Whether he thinks so or not.
I can see that now.
Well, you riding on from here?
Oh, no, Marshal. I'm going back. My foot standeth in an even place. In the congregations will I praise the Lord.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. Put a smile in your smoking. It's as easy as ABC, because Chesterfields made with Accuray are A, always milder.
Smoke much milder. Burn evenly.
B, better tasting.
Draw more easily. You enjoy more flavor.
C, cooler smoking.
14% more perfectly packed than cigarettes made without Accuray. No hot spots. No hard draw.
So always buy Chesterfield. Remember, an Accuray Chesterfield is always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking.
You know, on the frontier, a man was hanged if he stole a horse. But our story next week's about a man who stole thousands, and he went free. Well, until then, good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Joe Cranston, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. And that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Quiet night, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Except for that coyote. He's wailing his head off out there. Mad at the moon, I guess.
Or in love, maybe.
Oh?
Yes, sir. The way I've noticed it, any time you find a man or an animal out squalling around in the dark, it's usually love.
Yeah, but this one sounds kind of mournful, Chester.
Well, sir, love is mournful sometimes, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Matt? Is that you?
Oh, good evening, Miss Morley.
How have you been, Matt?
Oh, fine. Fine, thank you. You, down here on Front Street this time of night alone?
I'm looking for Red Lawson. He's a new man, works for Al. Al's meeting him sometime after midnight, and they're going out on a cattle buying trip. I want to talk to him first. You satisfied?
Well, it's just that this is no place for a woman alone, Miss Morley. Maybe you better go home.
There are other women down here.
They belong here, Miss Morley. They work here.
Oh, don't be so stuffy, Matt. And call me Ava for once. Everybody else does.
Well, your husband might take exception to that, Miss Morley.
Now, you're blaming me for what happened before, aren't you?
I'm not blaming you for anything, Miss Morley.
I didn't tell him to get into a gunfight over me. It wasn't my fault.
I didn't say it was. Chester, you better see that Miss Morley gets home, all right?
Yes, sir.
I can get home by myself.
My, she's pretty as a picture. It makes you wonder.
Yeah, maybe you were right, Chester. With a woman like that, love might be kind of mournful.
So I just give my rope a couple of turns around that juniper stump, and I jerk back on it. I'll bet that
Lawson?
Oh, hi, Marshal.
I wonder if I could see you for a minute, huh?
Yeah, sure. Be right back, boys. What's on your mind, Marshal?
Lawson, I just ran into Miss Morley in the street outside.
You did?
Yeah, I suggested she go home. She's got no business being down here this time of night. It might be a good idea if you'd tell her that, huh?
Seems to me that's up to her husband.
Look, you're new here, Lawson. I guess you didn't know Fred Curtis and the Santa Fe Kid.
I heard about it. A couple of fools, as far as I can see.
Yeah, I guess they were. After they met Miss Morley.
Hey, look, Marshal. What's your stake in this?
I got no stake. What Miss Morley does is her own business, as long as it doesn't cause any trouble. I'm just trying to keep her peace, that's all.
I feel kind of sorry for her, that's all. Al treats her like a dog.
Uh-huh. Fred and the kid used to talk the same way.
Like I said, a couple of fools. I'm not.
I hope not.
See you around, Marshal.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I would think so. Sure.
Hi, Kitty. Can I speak to you?
Oh, sure, Matt. Excuse me, boys. I'll be back.
All right. You hurry back now.
What, Matt?
Kitty, has Al Morley been in tonight?
Oh, no. I haven't seen him, Matt. Should he have been around?
Oh, not necessarily. He and Lawson are riding out around midnight on a cattle buying trip. I just thought they might be meeting here.
Oh, well, not yet anyway. Jesse Wells would know what their plans are, though.
Jesse Wells?
Yeah, the bartender down there at the end, the young one. You know him.
Oh, yeah, sure. Why would he know?
Well, he's going along. Al asked him to help out. They're going to follow the Lazy Bee Roundup. Try to get in ahead of the buyers from Chicago.
Oh, yeah. He's a nice-looking kid. I wonder if,
Yeah, he's another friend of Ava's.
Oh, boy. Hold it. Marshal Dillon. Oh, come on. Wake up, Marshal.
All right. Take it easy. Who is it?
Jesse Wells, Marshal. Open the door.
All right, just a second till I get it.
what's the trouble, Wells?
Al Morley, Marshal. And you better get your horse, because we got to ride back out there.
Out where? What happened?
Buffalo Flats. We camped there to wait for the roundup crew. And Al's dead, Marshal. He's knifed in the back.
Did you do it?
No. It was Red Lawson. He knifed Al and he stole the money we were going to use to buy cattle.
What in the world is going on, Mr. Dillon?
You better saddle up, Chester. We got to ride.
What's the trouble?
The usual. Nothing new but the names. Seems Red Lawson turned out to be a fool in spite of himself. This way, Marshal. Camp is right there by that plum thicket.
Right. Be daylight in another 20 minutes.
Hello, boy. Oh. He's laying over there by the bushes. Yeah, I see him. Whose knife is it, Jesse?
It's Al's. We were all asleep. We built a fire, made some coffee, and then turned in. Going to wait for daylight, but Lazy Bee bunch planned to work their stock up this way.
I see. Here, Chester. Wrap the knife in something and hang on to it. Huh?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Now, go on, Jesse. What happened?
Well, like I said, Marshal Dillon, we were all asleep. I guess it was the sound of the horse's hose woke me up.
Mm-hmm.
Red Lawson, he was pulling out. I run over to Al, shook him to wake him up and tell him. Then I saw the knife. He was dead.
Where were you sleeping, Jesse?
Well, right about here, I guess. Red was across the fire over there, and Al was where he's laying now.
What about the money? How'd you know it was gone?
Well, I thought about it right off, and I figured that's why Red had done it. Al was carrying about $10,000 in a little leather sack he'd stuck under the blanket before we'd gone to sleep. So I went and looked for it. It was gone.
You figure Red killed him for the money, then?
Well, sure. Of course, I doubt he meant it, though. I think Red was trying to ease the sack out from under the blanket when Al woke up and caught him.
Yeah, it's possible.
Be light enough to start tracking him in a few minutes, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, sun's poking up over there now. Looks like it's going to be a clear day. Which way'd Lawson head out, Jesse?
East. Seemed to be following the wagon tracks.
Odds are bad, Mr. Dillon. He's got quite a start on us.
Yeah, too much of a start. Well, let's load the pack mule, Chester. I think we'll ride back into Dodge and then take the train from there to Abilene, then work back from the east.
Say, that's a good idea. Lawson probably won't be expecting anybody ahead of him.
I can't understand it. I just can't understand how anybody could do a thing like this.
It sounds like a meadowlark, Chester.
Yes, sir. He just flew into those bushes.
Red seemed a pretty nice fellow as far as I could tell.
It's a funny time of year for a meadowlark, isn't it?
Guess $10,000 was just too much temptation. Huh?
Oh, some of them hangs around all winter, Mr. Dillon.
Nah, that sure sounds a lot better than that coyote howling. All right, Chester. Get a hold of his feet. Let's load him up.
Sumac Creek water tank's right around the bend up ahead of us there.
How long we stop here?
Oh, about 5 minutes. Just long enough to take on water. Might as well relax, Marshal. It's a long ways yet to Abilene. Why, we ain't but 24 miles from Dodge City. Feels more like 100. These seats are harder than a saddle. Yeah. Say, this here fella you boys looking for, I guess he's a real mean enough.
What? Oh, yeah. Mean enough.
Well, it's just like I always say. This prairie country ain't never gonna be a law-abiding place to live. Well, every time I pull out of Kansas City on and run west, I'm expecting every minute to be shot or hung or scalped.
Chester.
What's the matter, Mr. Dillon?
Look out the window here. Around the bend there by the water tank.
Looks like we don't have to go to Abilene. Oh, yeah. There's some fella waiting to catch a train, I guess. You boys reckon that... Is he the one?
Yeah.
His horse is tied there by the tank. Must have decided on a quicker way of traveling.
Yeah, it looks that way. All right, Chester, he won't be expecting us. Let's get out in the vestibule and then drop off and take him as soon as the train stops.
Yes, sir. Hey, Marshal, whatever you do, don't let him get on this train.
Just keep the passengers away from the windows.
In a way, it's too bad, Mr. Dillon. Miss Morley would have really enjoyed that $10,000.
You're guessing, Chester. Well, he hasn't seen us yet. All right, let's go.
Lawson, get your hands up.
No.
You're under arrest. Get your hands up.
No. He's running for his horse, Mr. Dillon.
Lawson!
He's going to fight.
You can't get away on foot! Lawson! Come on, Chester.
That's a cutting it awful thin, Mr. Dillon. Giving a man 3 chances before you haul down on him?
We're still on our feet. He's not.
Yeah, but it's a pushing the odds, though.
Yeah, I guess. All right, pick up his gun there, will you?
Yes, sir.
Lawson?
He's still alive, Mr. Dillon.
Can you hear me, Lawson?
Sure. Sure, I can hear you. There's a sack of money. Looks like it fell out of his coat.
Yeah, I see it. Lawson, there's no doctor on the train. We're going to try to stop the bleeding and do the best we can for you. There'll be a train back toward Dodge City in about a half hour. We'll wait for it. Is that all right with you?
I don't have any choice, do I?
No, I guess you don't. You made your choice last night. Was she worth it?
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, every Saturday night, Gene Autry invites all his friends to visit him at Melody Ranch for a half hour of songs and stories about the Old West. Tune in the Gene Autry Show tomorrow night over most of these same CBS radio stations. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
Let me see now. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a bad one, Matt. Yes, I'd say the bullet's lying right in against his heart.
I just tried to wing him, Doc, but we were both moving. You can't always call him, you know.
No, I guess not. Well, I'm afraid that's about all I can do for him, Matt.
It's not enough, is that it?
He won't live an hour.
Yeah, I wish he was conscious. I want to talk to him.
Well, the stimulant might take effect, and then again might not. With this kind of a case, you never know. What is it you're after, Matt?
Ms. Morley?
Accessory before the fact?
She could have been.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm a broken down old man, Matt, but if that woman rolled her eyes at me just once, well, I do not know. I just might.
Matt. Yeah. Lawson? Lawson, can you talk? Can you hear me, Lawson?
Yeah. Sure.
Was Ms. Morley in on it?
Nobody was in on it.
Did she know you were going to do it?
She had nothing to do with it.
Was she going to meet you somewhere later?
She had nothing to do with it. It was my idea. Nobody else.
Lawson. Lawson, listen to me. You're dying. Do you know that?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I can feel it. She wasn't in on it.
All right. That's the way you want it. At least Al won't treat her like a dog anymore.
What do you mean?
I mean, a dead man can't bother anybody.
Al?
You ought to know you killed him.
No.
What?
He was asleep. I took the money and rode away. And they were both asleep. I didn't touch him.
You're telling the truth.
I swear I didn't kill him. I only stole the money and I didn't get...
Well, guess I was wrong, Matt. The bullet was closer to his heart than I thought.
Yeah. And I was wrong about something myself, Doc. I thought this was the end of it. Now it's wide open again. Wide open.
I don't see why you got me here just to ask the same things all over again, Marshal, because I told you how it happened.
Yeah, I know, Jesse.
You caught Red Lawson with the money on him. Now, what more proof do you need?
It only proves he took the money, Jesse. It doesn't prove he killed Al.
What do you mean?
Chester, you better punch that fire up over there a little, huh?
It does seem to be getting chilly in here.
Now, what do you mean by that, Marshal?
You killed Al yourself. Didn't you, Jesse?
You're out of your mind.
You woke up and saw Red steal the money and take off, and it gave you ideas. You slipped over and knifed Al in his sleep. You knew Lawson had got the blame for it.
Well, sure. Sure, because he did it.
He said he didn't.
Dang stove.
Well, Marshal, did you expect him to tell the truth?
He was dying, Jesse. Knew he was dying. I think he told the truth.
I see. His word against mine. Word of a thief.
I didn't say I could prove it, Jesse. But you did it, though. We both know that. And sooner or later, I'm going to get you for it. Chester, I think it'd draw better if you'd open the damper.
Quiet night, Mr. Dillon.
It was a quiet night last night.
And 2 men who were alive last night are gone tonight. Sure makes you stop and wonder.
Well, at least one thing hasn't changed. That coyote's still there.
I guess there'll always be coyotes around, Mr. Dillon. What are you going to do about Jesse Wells?
Oh, I don't know, Chester. He's guilty. You can see it written all over him, but there'd be no use bringing him in. I haven't got one piece of evidence. I don't know.
Yes, sir. She's quite a woman. Mercy. Quite a woman.
Yeah, she is that all right.
Matt? Is that you?
Good evening, Miss Morley. Who are you looking for tonight? Can't be Red Lawson. He's dead.
So is my husband. Have you forgotten?
My deepest sympathy.
Don't bother. You know better. I am sorry about Red, though. He was nice. You're the one who did it, aren't you, Matt?
Yeah. Yeah, I killed him. For you. I couldn't do anything else.
I don't know why you say for me. It wasn't my fault.
Yeah, sure, I know.
You know. You don't know anything. You don't know how it feels to sit in a house alone with your husband dead. No one in town coming near you. Like he was poisoned or something. Sure, I don't feel sorry about Al, but I would have once. He's the one who changed me, made me feel different.
I know it wasn't your fault.
And you didn't even come to tell me he was dead. Why not? It's part of your job, isn't it?
I didn't come and tell you, Miss Morley, because I figured that you'd... Chester?
Yes, sir?
Would you mind walking on ahead? I'll meet you on the Texas Trail in a few minutes.
Well, All right, Mr. Dillon, if you say so. I get friendly every time.
Why, just send him away, Matt.
I was just wondering if you were going to be home later tonight.
Well, I could be.
Around 10 o'clock, say?
Sure, Matt. I'll be there.
Well.
Hiya, Kitty.
Chester and I were trying to think of some way to rescue you from Ava's clutches.
Only one thing, though, Mr. Dillon. I wasn't sure you wanted to be rescued.
Kitty, has Doc been in tonight?
Oh, I haven't seen him, Matt.
Chester, will you see if you can find him and have him meet me here?
Yes, sir. Right away, Mr. Dillon.
Kitty,
Yeah.
I wonder if you'd help me with something.
Well, sure, Matt. What?
Drop a hint to that bartender, Jesse Wells, that it might be smart to slip out of here and pay a visit to Ms. Morley's around, say, 9:45 tonight.
All right. Is it anything you can talk about?
I don't exactly know how to talk about it, Kitty. I got a murder on my hands. I know who the killer is, and I can't touch him.
So?
So I'm gonna try to make him touch me.
Oh. All right, Matt. I'll take care of it. Will you be around for a while?
Yeah. I'll be here till about 10.
Who is it?
It's Matt Dillon. Who'd you think?
Just a minute.
Well, hurry up. Let me in.
All right, Dillon, come on in.
Well, Jesse, I thought you were working.
I was, till just a few minutes ago. Well, what's on your mind?
I think Mr. Dillon probably wants to ask me some questions or something.
Yeah, I do, as a matter of fact. Jesse Wells, for instance.
What?
You didn't tell me he was going to be here, Ava.
Well,
What do you mean she didn't tell you? Wait, Ava, what about this? You were expecting him. You knew he was coming.
Of course you knew I was coming.
You and Matt Dillon. For how long? And what kind of a fool does that make me?
I'm afraid you were born a fool, Jesse. That's why she picked you.
She's so wonderful you said if only Al didn't stand in our way.
I didn't tell you to kill him. I didn't mention it once.
You didn't have to. Just kept dropping hints, leading me on. And all the time you and Matt Dillon.
She's too smart for you, Jesse. You should have realized that.
Yeah. And instead I played right into your hands. Both of you.
How, Jesse?
Killing Al, getting him out of your way, giving the two of you a clear field.
You're under arrest for murder, Jesse.
What? Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Both of you would. Sit around and laugh about it while you're waiting for me to hang.
I said you're under arrest. Now hand over your gun.
No, you don't, Dillon. You're not going to carry it that far. You're not taking me in for something both of you wanted me to do.
Hand over your gun, Jesse.
You want my gun, you got to take it away from me.
Get away from the door.
Oh, sure, I'll get away from you. Hold it, Mr. Wells!
Are you all right, Chester?
Yes, sir. It was close, but he missed me.
Well, you two didn't miss him. I don't know which one of you fired first, but either bullet would have done it.
Well, you got his confession all right, Mr. Dillon. Doc and I heard every word from the front porch there.
We sure did. Only one thing, though, Matt. He didn't implicate the woman in it.
Yeah, I know. Will you take charge, Doc?
Oh, sure. Be glad to. Part of my job, you know.
Matt.
All right, Chester, let's go.
Matt? Could I see you for a minute before you go? Matt?
What's it add up to, Mr. Dillon? 3 men have been killed since this same time last night.
Yeah.
And you know, Mr. Dillon, I think maybe it's kind of all her fault. And you can't pin a thing on her. My.
Well, there's one lucky thing. There aren't many women like her.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lillian Bayef, with Harry Bartell, Lawrence Dobkin, and Jack Crucian. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Strange Island tells the remarkable story of a tropical paradise that sank into the sea. Hear all about it on Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle, tomorrow night on most of these same stations. Hear about the miracle that saves Tarzan from drowning and brings the island back from the sea. Remember, it's yours for thrills on tomorrow night's exciting adventure with Tarzan, created by Edgar Rice Burroughs and brought to you now by CBS Radio. Clancy Cassell speaking. And remember, Broadway's My Beat brings you startling mysteries Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Hello, Matt. Where are you?
Is that you, Doc? Sit down. I'll be right in.
Thank you. Coffee.
How are you, Doc? How's the coffee?
Fine, fine. Pour yourself a cup.
Well, gee, thank you.
What were you doing out there, Matt? Watering the prisoners?
I haven't got any prisoners now, Doc.
Oh, then you're falling down on the job. Offhand, I can think of a dozen men around Dodge that ought to be in jail.
Well, you give me a list. I'm going to need somebody to bring to trial next week.
You are? Well, what do you mean?
Well, there's a new circuit court judge coming. He's going to be disappointed if there's nothing for him to do.
A new judge? What happened to Judge Brookins?
Well, he just needed help, I guess. After all, he has to cover about the whole of western Kansas.
Well, who is this new man? What's his name?
By the name of Stokes. Judge Stokes. That's all I know about him.
Stokes? I hope he's a good one. I've seen some remarkably unlearned judges in my time.
Well, it's not an easy job, Doc. And out here, it doesn't pay enough to make it worthwhile to most men. You know, Judge Brooking could probably do twice as well back east.
And so could I, man.
I know, Doc, but then you wouldn't have anything to complain about. And if you didn't have anything to complain about, you'd just shrivel up and die.
Well, at least I wouldn't go to the pauper's grave I'm headed for now.
Say, Doc, how about loaning me $100, huh?
$100?
Good morning, Homer. Hello, Mr. Dillon.
Chester?
Chester.
Who's this you got?
Well, this is Homer Tisdale, Mr. Dillon. There's a complaint against him.
Oh, complaint?
Yes, sir. You know Van Walcott, who's took over that little store next to stage office?
Yeah, I know him.
Well, sir, he's coming over here in a few minutes. He claims Homer was trying to rob him.
Oh.
I figured it'd be best to settle a thing right here at you.
Yeah. Were you trying to rob him, Homer?
Yes, sir.
I see. With a gun or what?
No, sir. No, I ain't got no gun.
You were trying to steal something out of his store, then, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Where you from, Homer? I haven't seen you in Dodge before.
No, sir. I've been homesteading, Saline River. But I got starved out. I had to quit. I didn't have no luck at all.
Yeah. Well, you sure don't look as though you'd been eating very regular.
No, sir, I ain't.
Well, you got him here. Well, of course I got him here, Walcott. Dirty little thief. Marshal, I want to sign a complaint against this man.
Mr. Walcott, you've been in Dodge about a month now, haven't you?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, back east, I guess they're a little more formal in the way they handle things. Now, why don't you just tell me what happened, huh?
Well, I was next door at the stage office talking to Jay Buford. We heard a crash over in my store or something falling. So we run out, and there he was. We caught him red-handed, Marshal.
Caught him doing what?
Stealing, that's what.
You haven't told me what he stole.
He had a whole handful of potatoes, Marshal. Man's a thief. He belongs in jail.
A whole handful of potatoes, huh? Is that true, Homer? Is that what happened?
Yes, sir, Marshal. Yes, sir, it's true. I was hungry, and I seen the potatoes. I thought he wouldn't miss a couple. I could pay him back later.
Man who steals belongs in jail.
Look, Walcott, he shouldn't have done it. I admit that, but...
Then throw him in jail.
But I can't do that.
Why?
Well, for one thing, Chester and I have to ride up to Fort Larned for a few days, and there wouldn't be anybody here to watch him and feed him.
Leave him some water, that's all he needs.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
You take Homer over to the Long Branch. Maybe Sam Noonan can put him to work sweeping out or washing glasses or something, huh?
Now, look here, Marshal. You ain't gonna make a fool of me.
Get going, Chester.
Marshal, I'm telling you...
Mr. Walcott, why don't you get back to your store? Maybe somebody's found a few pennies and wants to buy that handful of potatoes. Doc was right. There probably were a dozen men around Dodge that should have been in jail. But if the law was going to start locking up men like Homer Tisdale, I figured they wouldn't need me to handle the job. At least that's what I thought on the way to Fort Larned. It was 4 days later when we got back, and I found out different. We were riding up Front Street past the stage office when Jay Buford, the stage company manager, and Van Walcott spotted us and started yelling. I had Chester take my horse while I got down and went over to see what they wanted.
You come back just in time, Marshal.
Done what I said, it wouldn't have happened.
I was just telling Walcott. If you didn't get back today, we'd have to do something ourselves.
What's the trouble, Buford?
Murder. Murder and robbery, Marshal.
Right there in the stage office. Charlie Reynolds is dead and $10,000 is gone. Happened this morning.
Hold up.
It was about 8 o'clock, Marshal. And I'd just opened up my store and gone into the stage office to say good morning to Jay. He was standing there talking to Charlie Reynolds, and, well, I no sooner got inside than the voice out back yelled at us to throw up our hands.
And we did, too.
And then this gunman come forward wearing a mask. He knew right where the money was, too.
I had it in the treasure box waiting for the stage to go north, Marshal.
When this gunman opened it up, it was all bills. And he scooped them out into his pocket. And then he stood there, Marshal, and he told us not to try to follow him. And then before we could even move, he pulled the trigger on poor old Charlie Reynolds and killed him.
Just like that. No reason at all.
You didn't follow him. He got away.
Well, now, who's going to follow a killer like that? We ain't crazy.
Any idea who it was?
You bet we do.
Who?
That mask. That didn't hide nothing.
Well, who was it?
Homer Tisdale.
What?
Just as plain as day, even if he hadn't spoke.
Homer ain't so meek as he looks, Marshal. He's a killer, that's what he is. All that other's just pretending. You should have put him in jail first off.
Any idea where he is?
He must be halfway to Texas by now. But you better find him, Marshal.
Yeah.
Yeah. That Homer's a mighty cool one if he is still in Dodge, Mr. Jones.
Maybe he hasn't heard about it yet, Chester.
You don't think he did, do you?
Oh, we'll ask him if he's in here.
There he is, sweeping out back them tables.
Yeah.
Oh, Marshal, Chester.
Oh, Homer.
The fella's looking for a drink. It ain't 10 o'clock yet.
Homer.
Hmm?
How long have you been here?
Oh, come into work about 8:30, Marshal. Why?
Where were you before that?
Out back. Sam leaves me asleep in that shed he's got out there.
Homer, can you prove that you were out there at 8 o'clock this morning?
Prove it?
Did anybody see you?
Well, no. No, nobody ever come out there. Why, Marshal?
Well, the stage office was robbed this morning, and a man was shot and killed.
No.
Jay Buford and Van Walcott witnessed it.
Yeah.
They say you did it.
Me?
They're willing to swear to it.
Well, I didn't rob them. I didn't kill nobody. I wouldn't do nothing like that, Marshal. You don't believe them, do you?
Doesn't matter what I believe, Homer. There are 2 witnesses. You haven't even got an alibi.
Well, I was right out back there, Marshal. I was eating a little bread and some bacon.
Will you promise me something, Homer?
Well, sure, Marshal. What?
You promise me that you won't leave Dodge.
I'm in bad trouble, ain't I?
Yeah.
Well, I won't run. I promise.
3 days later, Judge Stokes' circuit brought him to Dodge. I went over and talked to him about Homer Tisdale. And it was like talking into a rain barrel, or rather a whiskey barrel. The judge seemed to have more interest in corn liquor than in the law. And all I could get out of him was that a jury would have to decide the case. So the following Monday morning, court was opened in an old dance hall across the railroad tracks. A jury was sworn in, and Judge Stokes took over. First, he put Van Walcott on the stand, and then Jay Buford. Chester and I sat with Homer and watched.
Marshal, something I don't understand.
What, Homer?
Well, that judge, he'd been talking to Walcott about me. Now he's going to talk to Buford. Is he going to ask me anything?
Well, sure, Homer. He'll put you on the stand, but you'll have your lawyer to help you.
What?
What? That man's sitting right over there.
Oh?
He's the lawyer that the judge appointed to defend you.
Oh. Well, how can he help me? He ain't talk to me. He won't know what to say.
Oh, he will talk to you, Homer. I guess there's no hurry.
Mr. Dillon, I never seen that lawyer before. Did you?
No, he's a stranger to me, Chester, but Judge Stokes seems to know him.
I swear, I don't understand why they ain't no persecutor.
Prosecutor, Chester.
All right.
But I asked the judge about that, and he said that there's no need for one.
Guess he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Now, Mr. Buford, we've heard the testimony in detail from Mr. Wolcott. So to speed things up a little, I'll just ask you a few questions. Yes, sir. You were at the stage office when the holdup took place, right? That's right, Your Honor. You saw everything Mr. Wolcott saw. That right?
Yes, sir.
The bandit came in, took $10,000 in bills out of the box, then shot and killed, what's his name?
Charlie Reynolds, Your Honor.
Charlie Reynolds. All right, Mr. Buford. Now, I want you to tell the gentlemen in the jury who that bandit was.
It was Homer Tisdale, Your Honor.
Homer Tisdale? How did you know it was him?
Well, he had a mask on, but it didn't really hide nothing. It was him, all right. Besides, it was his voice, plain as day.
Then you knew him before?
Sure. The day we caught him robbing Wolcott's store. He's been a thief ever since he come to Dodge.
Oh, now, look here. Your Honor.
You're out of order, Marshal.
But, Your Honor, he's giving the jury a wrong impression of this man. Now, believe me.
You sit down, Marshal, or I'll hold you in contempt.
Your Honor, don't you understand?
All right. There. That's better. The jury's competent to judge the evidence, Marshal. All right, Mr. Buford, you may step down. Yes. We'll now hear from the defense. Take over, Mr. Ship.
Oh, Marshal, you didn't talk to me, didn't ask me nothing. You said you would.
Just wait a minute, Homer. We'll see what your defense says about it.
May it please the court and the gentlemen of the jury, you've heard the evidence. I rest my case.
What? Marshal?
That ain't no defense.
What does that mean, Marshal? He's sitting down already. Marshal?
You can't do that.
All right, silence. Silence in the court. Silence.
The jury will retire to consider the evidence, and it'll return with its verdict in, say, half hour. And it better be the right verdict, or I'll hold you all in contempt. Now, get to work.
Marshal, I don't understand, Marshal. I thought a man had a right to say something for himself.
Yeah, so did I, Homer.
And that defense feller, he didn't help none. Where's the judge going now?
Outside for a drink, I expect.
Well, what?
You wait here with Chester.
Will you talk to him, Marshal? Tell him I didn't do it.
I'll be back,
I
Homer.
didn't do nothing.
Oh, have a nip, Marshal?
No, thank you, Judge.
I always like to get the jury out. Gives a man time for a little refreshment. That's good corn you make here.
Yeah.
You know, Marshal, I'm a drinking man, but I've never been drunk in my life. Never once.
Well, that's fine, Judge.
Marshal, I'm sorry I had to sit you down so hard in there, but a court's got to be run by one man or it'll get out of hand. I know. I've seen it happen.
I've seen some things happen in court, too, Judge. I never saw an accused man not get a chance to defend himself before.
Well, you heard the evidence, Marshal. What defense could he make? It'd be just a waste of time.
I see.
I want to get this trial over with. I got to take the train up to Abilene at midnight. That doesn't give me much time to see Dodge, does it?
No, I guess it doesn't.
In fact, a half hour's too long for that jury. I'm going to call him back now. You'll excuse me, Marshal?
Sure, Judge, sure.
Maybe you'll change your mind and have that drink with me after, huh?
Yeah, Judge. Maybe.
Well, he sure didn't give that jury much time, did he, Mr. John?
No, he didn't, Chester.
Marshal, what do you think they'll say?
They haven't much choice, Homer.
Well, gentlemen, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Let's hear it.
We find the defendant, Homer Tisdale, guilty.
Homer Tisdale?
I ain't guilty, Marshal.
Stand up.
I didn't do nothing.
Stand up, Homer. Go on.
It ain't fair.
Homer Tisdale, you've been found guilty. Where's the money? What did you do with that $10,000?
I ain't got it, Judge. I didn't take it. Honest, I didn't take it.
Since you won't tell us where you buried that money, I'm going to sentence you. For robbery, you get 20 years in prison.
20 years?
But you'll never serve 'em, Homer Tisdale. You're a double-dyed monster, and your hands are steeped in human blood. Creatures of your like aren't fit to live. Away with you. And for murder, I sentence you to be hanged by the neck until you are dead. Court dismissed.
Marshal, did you hear him? Did you hear what he said?
I declare I never seen nothing like this. There might just as well not have been no trial at all.
Take Homer to jail, Chester, and keep him there.
Well, it ain't right, Mr. Dillon. It just ain't right at all.
Do it, Chester.
Yes, sir. Where are you going?
I'm going to have a drink with Judge Stokes.
What?
Yeah. We're going to become real good friends.
Have another drink, Judge? No more, Miss Kitty. I've got to be going.
Pour him one, Kitty. He's got an hour yet before his train leaves. Have you, Judge?
Sure. You'll have another, Judge. There you are. You can't sit around a whole hour without a drink.
I told you,
Aren't you enjoying yourself, Judge?
Oh, it isn't that, Miss Kitty, but, I haven't been alone all day long.
Well, it's been my pleasure, Judge. I don't often get a chance to be with a man like you.
I know, but there must be things you have to do. I just don't feel right taking up all your time this way.
Oh, don't worry about him, Judge. People don't get really serious about breaking the law around here until after midnight anyway.
That's right, Judge. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put you on the train, and then I'll get to work. Huh?
No, I don't want anybody to put me on the train.
Well, it's less than an hour from now.
Marshal, I insist I go alone. I'm going to leave now.
Well, it doesn't take that long to get to the depot, Judge.
I want to walk around first by myself. I like being alone sometimes. Well, everybody does.
Oh, okay, Judge. Sure, I understand. You go on alone if you want.
Well, I'm grateful to you, Marshal, for all you've done. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, Miss Kitty.
Well, goodbye, Judge. Look me up when you come back.
Of course. Goodbye. Goodbye, Marshal.
Goodbye, Judge. Goodbye. Let me know when he gets out the door, Kitty.
I will. I don't know what this is all about, Matt, but I hope I did what you wanted.
You were a big help. Got pretty tiresome till we came in here.
There he goes. You better hurry if you're going to follow him.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up Chester first. I think I know where the judge is going. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Yeah, sure.
I declare must have drove him crazy, Mr. Dillon. You dogged him around that way.
I worried him some, Chester. That's how I knew I must be right.
Here we are. We better watch through the side window there, and they'll see us.
Yeah.
Can you see anything, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. They're in there, all right. Judge Stokes is with them. All right, come on. We'll walk right in the front door. You get to one side when we go in, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Gillen!
What are you doing here?
I thought you wanted to be alone, Judge.
Shoot him! Shoot him, I tell you. He knows.
Now, Buford, walk it. Which one of you is going to shoot me? Now, one of you must have a gun somewhere. You shot Charlie Reynolds. No? Then get your hands up while we search you.
I got a gun, Marshal. Here.
I'll give it to you. Get his gun, Chester. It's still in his pocket. Tell me, Judge, how much money did they give you out of the $10,000?
I don't know what you're talking about, Marshal. But I'll have you in court for this.
Oh, I'll be in court with you and in front of Judge Brooking. You know, you overplayed your hand today, Judge Stokes. You and that bought defense lawyer, and I'll find him before the night's out.
You wouldn't dare arrest a judge. Whoever heard of such a thing?
Well, now, I guess maybe a judge is a pretty important man, isn't he?
He certainly is.
Yeah.
Well,
I tell you, since you are the most important man here, I'm going to give you a cell by yourself. You can have Homer Tisdale's. He won't be needing it anymore.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, Joseph Kearns, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Over the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
.20 p.m. We got in right on time, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, the railroad's getting better every month, Chester. Looks like they're going to civilize this prairie yet.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
All right, let's go.
Well, Abilene sure don't change much. Looks about like it did the last time I was here.
Yeah, we're getting most of the cattle at Dodge now. The boom's leveled off here. Still a rough town, though, I suppose.
You think he'll put up a fight?
I don't know, Chester. He's pretty mean from all reports. He may. We'll try to avoid it, though.
Of course, we're only guessing anyway. He might not even be here.
No, he always heads for Abilene when he gets in trouble. It's his hometown. He'll be here. And one good thing, it's Bill Hickok's town, too. At least we'll have the local sheriff on our side for once.
Yeah, I suppose that's some help.
Some help? Well, I'd rather have Wild Bill along than anybody I know.
I suppose.
Chester, what's the matter with you? You're acting like a man at his own funeral.
Mr. Dillon, I've had an uneasy feeling ever since we left Dodge. Kind of a hunch, you might say.
It's nonsense. They're going to pick up a killer and take him back for trial. That's all.
Maybe. And maybe not.
Look, Chester, any man who lives by a gun knows down inside that he's going to die by one someday. But if he's got any sense, he keeps from thinking about it. Of course, he can't help getting a hunch now and then. I had plenty of them myself. Mostly wrong. Come on, Chester, let's walk down to the Last Chance and I'll buy you a drink. As a matter of fact, I'll buy us both a drink.
What'll you have, boys?
Rye for me.
Yes, sir.
You can make mine the same.
A bottle of rye and a couple of glasses.
Quite a crowd in here for this time of day.
Yeah. I've been looking around for Wild Bill, but I don't see him.
Suppose the Daggett kid might be in here, Mr. Dillon?
Bet he spent most of his time hanging around the saloons while he was in Dodge.
Here you are, boys. Drink up.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, bartender, do you happen to know a kid around town by the name of...
Who, mister?
What? Oh, never mind. Well, he's here, Chester. Down there at the end of the bar.
Yeah, that's him, all right. Well, sir, Mr. Dillon?
He's what we're here for.
We gonna wait for Mr. Hickok?
No. Come up on his left side, Chester, and watch his gun hand.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I'm telling you, it was the funniest sight you ever seen. The bullet knocked that scrawny hound dog end over end. First shot fired. Caught him right in the back of the...
You're not a touch of law. You're Jack Daggett, aren't you?
That's right, mister. What about it?
My name's Dillon, U.S. Marshal from Dodge. You're under arrest.
You're kind of out of your territory, aren't you?
Marshal's territory's anywhere. I'll take that gun of yours now.
You will, huh? All right.
Drop it. Drop the gun.
Let go of my wrist!
The gun!
Drop nothing! You heard the marshal.
That was easy, Mr. Dillon. A lot easier than what I thought it'd be.
All right, Chester, put the cuffs on him.
Yes.
Seems to me your partner acted a little high-handed there, Marshal.
It does, huh?
Now, he had no call to slug that boy in the head that way.
Would you rather I'd have put a bullet in his belly? Chester saved his life, that's all. He was drawing on me.
Well, now, if you'd come around and seen me before you started anything, you wouldn't have had this trouble. My name is Rourke. I'm the town constable here.
I see.
Young Jack here told me all about that shooting out in Dodge. Said they ganged up on him in a poker game, tried to cheat him. Forced him to shoot his way out.
That's a good story. It's too bad it didn't happen that way. All right, Chester, let's get him on his feet and go find the sheriff.
I reckon you won't be finding him, Marshal.
Why not?
Hickok's up at Topeka. Won't be back for a week or 10 days. Meantime, I'm the law in Abilene.
And I got a favor to ask from you. I'd like to use one of your jail cells until 9 o'clock. That's when the next train leaves for Dodge.
I'm sorry, Marshal. I got no authority to do anything like that.
What difference does that make? If Wild Bill were here, he'd let me do it.
But Wild Bill ain't here.
I see.
A lot of us folks here like to run our own town. We don't like outsiders coming in and taking over. It's 4 hours till that train leaves, Marshal. I think you're going to find 4 hours is a long time.
Meaning?
This young fella you arrested has got a couple of older brothers. The Daggett boys. You probably never heard of them, but you're going to. They're not going to like this.
I don't care much what they like.
Maybe they'll teach you to care when they hear about this. And they'll hear. Like I said, 4 hours is a long time.
Look, I want you to get this straight. I came here to arrest the killer and take him back to Dodge to stand trial. I got him under arrest now, and I'm going to take him back.
Maybe.
All right, Chester, let's get him out of here. Get hold of his other arm there. Lift him up.
Yes, sir.
Take him out if you want.
Mr. Dillon?
What is it, Chester?
Maybe it was too easy.
Yes, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
We'd like to get a room, please.
Well, I have a very nice one right at the head of the stairs. If you'd care to look at it.
That won't be necessary. We'll only need it for about 4 hours until the train leaves for Dodge.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you'll just sign the register here.
Thank you.
My, your friend seems to have suffered quite an injury.
Yes, sir. He bumped his head.
Oh, really? Well, it's certainly a bad cut just to have had. Boy, that's one of the Daggett boys. Young Jack Daggett.
Yeah, that's right. I got him under arrest for murder. Now, where's the room?
You arrested Jack Daggett? Right here in Abilene?
Yeah. You said the room was up...
And you're planning to keep him here at my hotel for the next 4 hours?
Well, I can't stand out there on the street with him.
Marshal, do you know what's going to happen when the Daggett boys hear about this?
No, but I understand they may not like it very much.
May not like it? I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot stay here. I will not let my hotel be made the scene of a bloody massacre.
Now, just a minute, mister. You've rented me a room. I've signed the register, and I've got the key. I'm going to use that room until 9 o'clock, whether you like it or not.
It's the second door at the top of the stairs.
Thank you. Come on, Daggett. Move.
You heard him, son. Come on.
Keep your hands off.
There's just one thing, sir.
Yeah.
It's not a question of your honesty, you understand, but in view of the circumstances, I wonder if you'd mind paying in advance.
What time is it, Chester?
It's 6:23, Mr. Dillon.
I thought it was later than that.
Yes, sir, I know. He goes pretty slow when you're waiting for something like this. I swear I wished it was 9 o'clock. I wished we were leaving on that train right now.
You're not leaving on no train. Not alive.
You got a one-track mind, Daggett.
So have my brothers, Dillon. What they think about all the time is hands off the Daggets. That goes for you or anybody else.
Reckon we ought to stuff a pillow in his mouth, Mr. Dillon?
Might not be a bad idea.
You won't think it's funny when they come around.
But maybe they won't come around. Maybe they decided... Cover the door from the other side, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, who is it?
It's me, sir. The clerk.
What do you want?
It's the Daggett boys. They're across the street at the last chance right now.
And you're hoping I'll go over there instead of waiting for them to come here, huh?
Well,
All right. I'd rather jump them than have it the other way around. Chester, I guess we'll go over and have a talk with him.
What about him?
Well, he's cuffed hand and foot to a pretty solid iron bed. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Bet on it.
You ready, Chester?
I'm ready whenever you are, Mr. Dillon.
All right, let's go.
That must be them, Mr. Dillon. Across the room there.
Yeah, I guess so. They look a lot like Jack. And they look mad. There's quite a crowd around them. Well, Chester, the only way to get it over is to get it started.
Yes, sir. How will we do it, Mr. Dillon?
I haven't got a plan, Chester. Just face him down, that's all.
Yes, sir.
Don't mean nothing to
Go ahead, it's your deal.
you. The Daggett brothers?
What if we are?
This is him, Jim. This is a fellow.
Shut up, Rourke. You've been glad enough to stay out of this so far. Stay out of it now. My name's Dillon, United States Marshal from Dodge City. I got your brother Jack under arrest for murder. You probably heard about it.
Yeah, rumors got around.
I'm taking him out of here on the 9 o'clock train. He's going back to Dodge to stand trial. But my guess is he's going to hang. Now, the point is, what are you going to do about it?
Why didn't you wait? We'd have looked you up.
You didn't answer my question.
Still 2 hours and a half till 9 o'clock. I reckon we got plenty of time yet. We'll wait.
Why wait? What's the matter with now?
We'd rather wait.
Maybe you're trying to pick up some helpers among this bunch of hangers-on, huh? Well, look at them. Each one trying to sneak behind the man next to him. If you're counting on any help there, you better forget it.
You're pushing your luck, Dillon.
I don't think so. You boys are full of talk, and that's all. You never even intended to start anything.
You're a dirty liar. We're going to do plenty.
Now, don't you move, either one of you. You covering my back, Chester?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll take that gun. Thank you. Yours, too.
Sure. Sure play, Dillon. Where it stands now.
Thank you. Here, Chester. Kick those back onto the tables.
Yes, sir. All right, folks, just leave them lay, please. Don't nobody touch them.
Here, Chester. Now hold on to my gun.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Now just keep them off my back.
Yes, sir.
You. Come here.
Sure.
You called me a liar, didn't you?
Yeah.
Why, you cheat, chin horn. You are
I thought you Daggets were tough.
Hey, watch this. Watch.
All right, you. You're next.
I'll wait, Marshal. I'll get to you later.
You're a no-good coward, Daggett. All right, Chester, I'll take my gun back now.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. All right, boys, the show's over. Unless, of course, one of you'd like to take up where the Daggets left off. Any one of you still figuring on helping them try to take my prisoner away from me? No? I didn't think so. You're all fine, upright citizens now, huh? A pride and joy to Constable Rourke here.
That's enough, Dillon.
I thought I told you boys the show was over. All right, get out. Go on, get out, all of you. Move!
All right, let's get out of here. Marshal, I'd say you overreached yourself there. Stepped past the limits of your authority.
How I enforce the law's my own business. I do things my own way.
The way it'll get you killed someday.
Maybe.
I have to live in this town, Dillon. You don't know the Daggett brothers. If you cross them, you're through. I've seen it happen.
Come on, Chester, let's go.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
What time is it, Chester?
It's
It's 7:45, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, the time's dragging.
Yes, sir. It's still an hour and 15 minutes till that train leaves.
What difference does it make? You're not going to be on it. Neither one of you are.
The way I'm figuring, Jack, we'll all three be on it.
You wait and see. You'll never get to that train. My brothers will take care of you.
They don't seem to be in any hurry about it.
You wait.
I sure do wish I hadn't had such an uneasy hunch about this trip.
Forget it, Chester.
They'll stop you. You just wait.
It's only 8:15. Mr. Dillon seems to be going slower all the time.
Yeah, adds up, though. It won't be much longer now.
45 minutes, if the train's on time. And if we're lucky enough to get on it.
Chester, you're wearing yourself out. Why don't you sit down and relax, huh?
I just can't seem to set my mind to it, Mr. Dillon.
No Daggett will ever leave this town wearing handcuffs as long as the other two are alive.
Well, I'd think that's up to them, Jack.
Sure. And they'll take care of it, too.
I swear and declare, Mr. Dillon, I almost wish they would try something and get it over with.
The waiting's always the worst part, Chester.
You find out what the worst part is.
I could slug him, Mr. Dillon.
No, let him talk. Let him talk, Chester. He's only got a few more weeks to do it in.
They'll never hang me. I'll never even stand trial. You wait and see.
Chester?
It's 8:30 exactly, Mr. Dillon.
All right. Let's get started.
A little early, isn't it? Won't take that long to walk from here to the station.
It might if we have trouble.
Yes, sir, I guess it might.
You'll have trouble, don't you worry about that.
Jack, why don't you get on a new subject?
How are we going to take him, Mr. Dillon? Just drag him?
If he wants it that way. Otherwise, he'll walk handcuffed to my left wrist. Keep him covered, Chester. I'll unlock these cuffs and get him loose from the bed.
Yes, sir.
Dillon, if you're smart, you leave me here and run while you still got the chance.
Well, I've never been smart enough to run yet. Stick out your right wrist. All right. On your feet. Come on. You can put your gun away, Chester. Starting now, he's only going where I go. Now, come on, Jack. We got a train to catch.
Thank heaven, gentlemen, you're leaving.
Yeah, we're leaving. And I want to thank you for your wonderful hospitality. I'll be glad to recommend your hotel to anybody who plans to stop over in Abilene.
Oh, I hardly know what to say, Marshal. You simply don't understand. You don't know these Daggett brothers. No offense personally, Jack. I have to live in this town, and I...
Come on, Jack. Now, you boys must run quite a bluff. You got everybody in town jumping sideways.
You'd be smart if you did, Dillon.
Good luck, gentlemen. Best of luck to all of you.
All of us. Well, that's hedging his bet.
Up there, Mr. Dillon. Not a soul on the street. Quiet as a graveyard.
Yeah. They're going to make a play, Chester, somewhere between here and the depot. We can count on that.
Yes, sir, I kindly figured they would. Especially after getting beat up over there at the saloon.
Well, they would have anyway. And jumping them like that did one good thing. It scared the pack off. At least we only have to worry about the Daggets, not a mob.
You'll think it's a mob
Shut
by
up.
the time...
Now, from here on, you keep your mouth shut. If you don't, so help me, I'll slug you and drag you to the depot. All right, now let's go.
Nothing, not a soul. I never thought I'd see the main street of Abilene deserted at this time of night.
It's not deserted, Chester. They're inside, behind the shutters. But at least they're staying out of it.
I wonder if coyotes are as lonesome as they sound, Mr. Dillon.
They couldn't be, Chester. Watch that left side up ahead of us, sir. It's pretty dark along there.
Yes, sir. They might jump us from behind.
I don't think so. Too many people watching. They gotta keep up their reputation.
I hope you're right.
Chester, they're at the corner of the bank. Somebody moved.
Across the street, too. In the shadow.
Take the one in the shadow, Chester.
Yes, sir.
There's one down, Chester. The other one's still there in the shadows. Get him if you can. Jack here's ruining my aim.
I'll ruin more.
Good for you, Mr. Dillon. You ought to have slugged him sooner.
I didn't slug him, Chester. He caught a bullet that was meant for me.
Shot by one of his own brothers. Here, let me unlock those handcuffs, Mr. Dillon.
No time. Here, I'll get him up on my shoulder and... All right, let's move in and keep firing.
Yes, sir.
Hold it, Chester. Well, I guess we got the other one. Here, let me get him off my shoulder. Get these handcuffs off. Well, there's our prisoner, Jack Daggett. Wanted for murder, killed by his own brother. Let's take a look at the others. Three men dead.
Look down the street there, Mr. Dillon. They're all starting to crawl out of their holes.
Sure. They're all on our side now. Oh, come on, Chester. The train's coming. We gotta get on it and get out of here.
Yes, sir.
So let Rourke clean up this mess. He ought to be good for something. That sounds more lonesome than the coyotes. Gives a man the creeps.
Yes, sir, it sure does.
Well, you were wrong about that hunch of yours, Chester. It wasn't us. Not this time.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards and Barney Phillips, with John Daner, Tom Tully, Larry Dobkin, and Jim Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow night, Lionel Barrymore and your Hallmark Playhouse invite you to enjoy another Hollywood cast bringing you another drama in the tradition of this fine program. Every week, your Hallmark Playhouse features Lionel Barrymore as host. Frequently, Mr. Barrymore stars as well. Historic dramas, stories about the human side of patriots, presidents, pioneers, and adaptations from literature. Enjoy them on Hallmark Playhouse over most of these same stations, presented by CBS Radio. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, listen Sunday nights to the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. William Conrad.
Good evening. Tonight is a special night for us here in the studio, for it's with this show that we start our 8th year of the Gunsmoke series. This means that for nearly 400 weeks, Matt, Chester, Doc, Kitty, and all the other citizens of Dodge have been occasional visitors in your homes. All of us connected with Gunsmoke want you to know how much we appreciate your interest, your loyalty, and we sincerely hope that you'll continue to be with us each week in the future. And now, Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Maisie! Maisie!
I'm coming.
I told you to wake me at sunup.
I know, but you were sleeping so sound.
I got me a long ride. Now get me some food.
It's all ready. Potatoes inside me. Coffee's on the stove. Vince.
I want some grub to take with me.
It's ready, but...
And some water. You fill up them canteens.
Vince, you listen to me.
I ain't got time for talking. Pour the coffee.
It ain't no good, Vince, you riding off like this. There.
I'm going to get that marshal.
It won't do no good. You can't bring Billy back. He's dead, Vince. Let him rest.
He's dead, all right. Hung by the neck until dead. Turned in by that marshal in Dodge.
It ain't ever gonna set easy, your brother dying that way, but you can't change it. More shooting ain't gonna change it.
I promised him. I promised him the night before. All the way riding back yesterday, I could hear him. Get me that marshal, Vince. Get him for me. I'm gonna do it.
You ain't gonna win by no gun battle.
I got me a plan. I'm gonna fix it.
There ain't no way to fix things with guns. You shoot him, you'll hang.
He's gonna make me kill him.
You ain't talking sense.
Oh, yes, I am. He's gonna make me kill him. He's gonna draw first. He's gonna arrange it all himself. When he does, I'll get him.
Oh, Vince.
That's the way it's gonna be, Maisie, pure and simple. Don't you fret none. I'll get him, and I'll ride out scot-free. Come on now. Pack me that grub. It's a long ride to Dodge. You the marshal?
Yeah, that's right, Matt Dillon. What can I do for you?
Well, now, Marshal, I was kind of figuring that maybe I could do something for you.
Oh, is that so? Now, what's your name?
Vince Wiley.
I'm glad to know you, Wiley. What's on your mind?
I'm thinking about settling near here. Buying me a ranch, maybe.
Yeah, that's good. How do I come into it?
Well, I'll tell you right out. I was thinking that maybe you could use my help.
Oh? How's that?
Well, now, Dodge is a hard-living town, ain't it?
Yeah, it can be.
Must run a lawman ragged, keeping the peace.
I manage.
Sure you do, Marshal. Of course you do, but it seems to me there ain't no man living can't use some help.
I got help.
Yes, I know. I've heard about Chester. But I figured you could use somebody who could really handle the job. I'm mighty good with a gun, Marshal.
You're anxious to use it, is that it?
No, it ain't nothing like that. It's just that I got a real deep interest in the Marshals.
Well, I'll tell you something, Mr. Wiley. I'll remember what you've said. And if the time ever does come when I need your help, I'll ask you for it, huh?
That's just fine, Marshal Dillon. In the meantime, though, you just remember I'll be ready to help keep the peace any time.
Well, don't you go to any extra trouble.
Well, it wouldn't be no trouble. I'll just be around, ready to step in any time there's any ruckus. You remember that, huh?
Uh-huh. All right. Mr. Wiley, I got something I want you to remember, too.
Oh? What's that, Marshal?
Keeping the peace is my job, not yours.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi, drink light, refreshing Pepsi, stay young and fair and debonair, be sociable, have a Pepsi.
When friends drop in, let your hospitality show you're sociable in the modern manner. Pepsi, you know, is the favorite of the smart and young at heart.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi, drink light, refreshing Pepsi, stay young and fair and debonair, be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Have you tried a Pepsi lately?
I ain't gonna wait much longer, Tooey. Just hand over my money.
You're talking too big, Rod. I ain't so sure it is your money.
You saw the cards.
And I seen the way they come off the deck.
You ain't calling it a crooked deal now, are you?
And I ain't handing over no money, neither.
You'll hand it over right now.
I got a gun, Rudd. It says you better put that knife down.
I got a gun that says you both better stand steady.
Mind your own business, mister.
Keeping order is my business. Drop that knife.
You ain't...
Drop it! Now, put the gun on the table.
I don't know who you are, mister, but I don't give my gun to no stranger.
Put it down. It's better. I'm going to turn these things in at the marshal's office. You can pick them up when you're ready to leave.
All right, what's the trouble here?
Oh, Marshal, I was just coming up to your office. I got a gun and a knife for you.
What happened?
Well, Marshal, there was going to be bloodshed, sure. One man there drew a knife, the other one drew a gun.
So you stepped in and disarmed him, huh?
Why, sure. You wouldn't have wanted me to just stand there looking on, would you?
Marshal, how about getting my knife back?
I guess I better keep it, Rudd, until you're ready to leave. I'll keep your gun, too, Tooey.
All right, Marshal.
I'm glad you see it my way, Marshal.
Yeah. All right, you two men, get out of here and cool off. Go on.
Sit down, Matt.
Thanks, Kitty.
Well, you got here too late for the excitement.
Yeah, so I see.
That Vince Wiley sure handled the situation in a hurry. Stopped the fight before it got started.
Uh-huh.
Saved a lot of wear and tear on the furnishings. You know, it's nice to have somebody do something. No broken bottles, no smashed chairs. He stopped it without even busting any heads.
Are you telling me that things do get busted when I stop a fight, Kitty?
Well, no, Matt. It isn't that. I guess it's just that, well, you can't spend all your time here waiting for trouble.
No, I sure can't.
Wouldn't it be kind of nice to have a fellow like Wiley around just in case?
Yeah, maybe so, Kitty. Maybe so.
Well, I don't know what you're so ouchy about. I should think you'd be grateful to him.
Seems to me that you're grateful enough for both of us. Oh, here he comes. Why don't you tell him about it?
I will. Mr. Wiley?
Ma'am?
The house would be glad to buy you a drink. You saved us a lot of damage stepping in the way you did.
Why, thank you, ma'am.
Sit down, Mr. Wiley.
Thank you.
I was just telling the marshal
Well, excuse me.
Oh, Matt? Don't you want a drink?
No, thank you, Kitty. I gotta get back to the office. I'll see you later.
All right.
I'm sorry you won't stay, Marshal.
You'll manage.
You know, Miss Kitty, I think the Marshal's kind of put out with me.
Oh, well, he's got a lot on his mind.
No, ma'am. No, I think it's just that he don't appreciate me. But he will. I aim to see that he does.
Oh, yeah, there's Matt. Hello, Matt.
Huh? Hello, Doc. Yeah, I guess I just closed my eyes for a minute there. Well, why don't you sit down?
Yeah, well, I don't mind if I do. You know, Matt, it's too bad you aren't a patient of mine.
Well, not for me, it isn't.
I prescribe rest and sunshine for a lot of my patients, but I never saw anybody who takes to it as easily as you do.
Oh, that's a pretty old joke, Doc. Aren't you getting a little tired of dragging it out all the time?
Well, now, Matt, your sitting here in the sun isn't exactly new either. I'm kind of surprised to find you doing it these days, though.
Oh? Just what does that mean?
Why, the way that young fella's keeping himself busy doing your job, I wouldn't think that you'd want to get caught just sitting around.
Wiley, you mean? Huh?
Of course, Wiley. If you don't know who I'm talking about, Matt, well, you're the only one in town who doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's been mighty busy. He stopped a street fight this morning. He sent a couple of drunks packing yesterday, and... Matt.
Yeah, Doc?
What do you think he's up to?
I'm not quite sure.
Well, he's not doing your reputation any good. That's one thing.
Maybe that's what he's after, Doc.
It could be. Oh. Looks like there's trouble over there that you might have to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what Dobie and Chester could be so head up over.
Well, we'll find out if they don't start fighting before they get here.
Just go right on over there, Mr. Dobie. You're just plain apple-headed. Well, I know what I see, Chester. Well, ain't nothing to it at all. That fella ain't done nothing to amount to nothing since he come to town.
What's the trouble, Chester?
Mr. Dillon, Mr. Dobie here says you got a new deputy. And he's doing a fine job, Marshal. But he ain't no deputy, is he, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester, he isn't.
Well, if he ain't, he ought to be. He sure is keeping the peace in this town like it's never been kept before. Why, he ain't doing nothing at all. That wily fella steps into a fight now and then, don't amount to nothing. He stops things before they get a chance to start. That's what we need around here. A firm hand. A firm... Why, that Wiley ain't nothing but a busybody. Just this morning he run old Newt Price out of town.
Newt?
Yes, sir. And everybody knows old Newt never done nothing to hurt nobody in his whole life. He was drunk. Well, forevermore, what if he was?
All right, never mind,
But Mr. Dillon, Mr. Dobie and the folks is talking like this wily fellow's doing a better job than you
I
are.
said never mind, Chester.
Well, all right.
And I tell you, Marshal, you ought to give some thought to this man Wiley. He's protecting property in this town for a change.
I'm giving him some thought.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Good day, Marshal.
Prune-faced old gossipy. Why, Mr. Dillon, ever since that...
Let it go, Chester.
That wily fella ain't done nothing but put on a big show, picking on drunks.
Well, he seems to have a lot of people talking about it.
Yes, sir, he sure does. And I just can't figure out, though, why he'd want to put on an act like this.
I can't either, Chester. But I'm sure gonna find out.
Who's there?
It's Matt Dillon.
Hello, Marshal.
I want to talk to you, Wiley.
Sure you do. Come on in. You, come to take me up on my offer, after all?
I've come to tell you to quit going around town acting like the law.
I'm just trying to help out.
I don't want that kind of help.
Well, I don't know, Marshal Dillon. There are a lot of citizens in this town who seem to like what I'm doing.
Well, I'm not one of them.
It ain't likely that you would be.
Just what are you after, Wiley?
After?
Is it my job that you want? You want to be the marshal, is that it?
No, I don't want to be no lawman. But I wouldn't mind fixing it so you wasn't no lawman neither.
You don't want my job, huh? You want me, is that it?
Makes you nervous now, Marshal, don't it?
No. I've had men come gunning after me before.
Well, you see, Marshal, that's where I'm different. I ain't gunning for you. At least not right out.
Well, whatever it is, you're through.
I don't know what you mean.
I'm just telling you to move on.
Well, now, Marshal, I tell you to get me out of town, you're going to have to shoot me.
Well, that's up to you.
No, it ain't, Marshal. It's up to you. And I ain't going to draw on you. It ain't healthy to draw first. I had a brother that done that. He done it. He killed a man. And the marshal took him in for murder.
Ah. So that's it.
Yes, sir, that's it.
I didn't take in a man named Wiley. I'd remember that.
And I took a small advantage of you, Marshal. I just sort of changed the name from Wilson.
Wilson? Billy Wilson?
That's the one. He drew first, and they hanged him a little bit ago, remember?
And he was guilty of murder.
Well, I ain't going to take no chance like that. No, sir, I ain't going to draw first. You are. When I kill you, it's going to be all nice and legal like
Now, you listen to me, Wiley. Ever since you come to town, you've been trying to show me up. You've been trying to goad me into a fight.
Looks like I come pretty close to doing a fair job, too.
Well, that isn't going to work.
Yes, it is. And there ain't nothing you can do about it, Marshal. I ain't breaking no law. I'm helping you keep the peace, ain't I? You start complaining on me, folks will think you're afraid for your job.
You're wasting your time.
I got plenty of time.
I'm not going to give you a pat hand, Wiley. If you kill me, it'll be murder. And then they'll hang you just the way they hung your brother. No, your scheme isn't going to work.
Oh, I'll find a way to make it work, Marshal. I'll find a way.
Miss Kitty, if you'll just kindly aim me at that door the next time it comes around, I better get on.
Come on, Chester. I'll go with it.
Oh, thank you.
There we go.
Miss Kitty, you better watch that door. It hit me from behind.
Chester, you sure you can make it back to the office?
Well, my land, of course I can.
I think I'd better get somebody to walk along with you,
there
don't
ain't
you?
no need to do that. No need in the world. I'll make it just fine.
Well,
Good night, Miss Kitty.
night.
Uh-oh. Miss Kitty?
Yeah?
You watch that door. It's downright dangerous.
Oh, I will, Chester. Good night.
Good night.
Chester, hold up a minute.
Who's it? Well, hello there, Mr. Wiley. You out keeping the peace?
As a matter of fact, I've been waiting for you.
You have?
You've been bellied up to the bar all evening.
Well, I had a few. That's a fact.
Come to think of it, Chester, I'd say you was drunk.
No, I ain't neither drunk. I'm feeling right nice, but I ain't what you'd exactly call drunk.
Any self-respecting lawman would call you drunk.
Why, they wouldn't do no such a thing.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to arrest you.
Arrest me?
Mm-hmm.
What in the world are you talking about?
Come on now, I'm going to take you in.
Look here now, you ain't gonna do no such a thing with me.
You give me an argument. All right, I'll settle it. Now, maybe the marshal might feel like coming to look for me.
What about it, Doc? Is he going to be all right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure, Matt. Yeah, now, Chester, just take it. Nobody's going to hurt Chester by hitting him in the head. Yeah, now, all right, Chester. You can sit up now. Oh, that hurts something awful, Doc. Yeah, I don't wonder. From the smell of whiskey around here, I'd say your head was bound to hurt, whether anybody hit you or not.
All right, listen to me, all of you. Now, who did this? Who hit Chester?
No.
Didn't anybody see who did it?
No need to ask anybody, Marshal. I did it.
You pistol whipped him, huh, Wiley?
Just didn't seem I had no choice, Marshal. Your own assistant gets rowdy out in the street.
Rowdy? Chester was never rowdy in his life.
Well, now, I don't know about
Shut
that.
up, Dobie. Okay, Wiley. Okay. You've been looking for a fight with me ever since you came to town. Well, now you got one.
All right, Marshal. Just remember, I ain't gonna draw first.
Nobody's gonna draw, Wiley. I'm just gonna beat you blue.
You'll have to draw first, Marshal, because You'll have to draw. Well, go ahead, draw. You ain't gonna beat me.
He shot the marshal. Matt, your arm, it's bleeding.
Not yet, Doc. All right, Wiley, you drew first.
I didn't mean to. Now, don't shoot, Marshal, don't shoot.
You can stop crying, Wiley. I wouldn't want the job of burying you. But just get out of town before I change my mind.
I'll go, Marshal.
He sure ain't carrying none, Mr. Dillon.
Well, Marshal Dillon, I think you were completely right.
Shut up, Dobie. And you just remember one thing. Anytime you think I'm not doing my job, you can write to Washington for a new marshal. And until you do, I'm in charge around here, and I'll choose my own deputies. Has anybody got anything more to say? All right, then. Come on, Doc. After you get Chester patched up, you can take a look at this arm.
Tibet in the news. Who's an expert on Tibetan affairs? Who was the personal guest of the Dalai Lama in happier times at the top of the world? Why, Lowell Thomas, of course. Ask us about another part of the world, and there's every chance the answer again would be Lowell Thomas. The roving raconteur has been just about everywhere, seen just about everything. So when a story breaks, he has that extra edge of intimate first-hand experience to give extra dimension to his reporting. One of the most colorful men in the industry, one of the most striking different sounds on the CBS radio network is Lowell Thomas, heard every Monday through Friday evening with his fascinating, concise reporting. Only a network could bring you a Lowell Thomas. Only the CBS radio network does. Remember, the keen mind and formidable experience of this noted world traveler, lecturer, raconteur, and CBS newsman is an exclusive with the affiliated stations of CBS Radio Monday through Friday evenings. Don't miss Lowell Thomas tomorrow evening. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon. He's just plain vanished.
And there's no note anywhere, Chester?
No, sir, nothing. I looked again, all over.
Well, it's 2 days now. That isn't like Doc.
I still think he's just gone off on an emergency out in the country somewhere.
Well, maybe, but he's always left word before.
Well, what'll we do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know. Might start asking people, Chester. Try the saloons and the store and maybe the depot, huh?
All right, sir. I'll go right now. Well, I do declare.
What?
Riding right up Front Street as big as life.
What? Why, that old devil.
Well, you sure are a sight for sore eyes, Doc. Where in the world have you been, anyway?
Hello, Chester. Matt?
Oh, you had us worried, Doc.
Oh, that's so?
Well, you've been gone 2 days.
I know. Next time, leave word, Doc.
I will. I surely will. If I can.
Well, it sure would save us a lot of time.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, Doc, if you can?
Just that. If they let me, I'll leave word.
Come on inside, huh? Okay, Doc, I'm curious. You want to tell me about it?
Well, I can tell you part of it, the least important part. I made a promise about the rest. You know how it is, man.
No, but you tell me.
Well, the other night, Wednesday it was, I was peacefully asleep on my couch when a couple of riders tromped right into my office. They said a man was hurt bad on a place out past Fort Dodge. So naturally I got up and went along with them.
Well, then why didn't you leave a note and say so?
They told me not to.
They told you what?
Let him talk, Chester.
Of course, I figured then it must be a shooting. But my job is to take care of everybody, sinner and saved alike. And so when we finally got to this place the next day...
What place?
That's part of what I promised not to tell, Chester.
Oh, my.
But like I was saying, there was a young man there who'd got himself shot in the back. The bullet lodged right in his spine. I dug it out and did all I could for him. And then I just sat there for quite a spell. And then I put my things away and I walked out into the other room.
Well, Doc, how is it?
I did what I could.
What do you mean?
He's dead. The shock of extracting that bullet was too much for him. It's a bad place, the spine.
You killed him, huh, Doc?
No. No, I didn't kill him.
He's dead, ain't he?
That boy wouldn't have lived more than a couple of days anyway with that bullet where it was. Whoever put it there murdered him.
Want me to shut him up?
Not yet. Doc, tell me something. You know that boy in there?
I do.
Mm-hmm. The three of us here, you know any of us?
Him? I've seen him around somewheres. Dodge, I guess.
Well, that settles it. He ain't walking out of here.
Shut up. You know his name, Doc?
No, I don't. Might come to me, though. Let me think.
You don't understand, Doc. He wants to kill you already, and now you're trying to remember his name. That's just going to make it worse.
You can't kill a doctor for following his oath.
No. I shot that boy when he tried to get away and shoot you just as easy.
Don't be a fool. I'm a doctor. And since there's nothing more I can do here, I got to be available to other patients. Don't you know I'm the only doctor within 100 miles of Dodge?
Right now, it's one too many.
Now, wait a minute. I'm kind of thinking the doc's right. You know, he ain't like an ordinary man. A doctor's, well, it's almost like he ain't quite human somehow.
He's human enough to tell what he knows to that hard-head marshal they got in Dodge. The way I figured, it's us or the doc.
I'm not interested in what you figure, mister. Right this minute, there may be some woman having a baby and needing me real bad. There may be several folks needing help.
He's right. We can't kill him.
Well, I can't.
You do what I say and nothing else, you hear?
And, Doc, listen to me. If I let you go, will you promise not to tell her about anybody you recognized here?
And if I don't?
And doctor or no doctor, I'll kill you myself.
Yes, I suppose you would. All right, I'm here as a doctor. And nothing else. I promise.
Word of honor, Doc.
My word of honor.
Okay, get out.
Well, that's quite a story, Doc.
Oh, you played it right smart if you ask me. Who were they, Doc?
Well, I only recognize one of them, Chester, besides the man they'd shot.
Have you thought of his name yet?
Chester, don't you understand? I gave my word I wouldn't tell.
Oh, but that was just so you could get away.
Yes, but still I gave my word. It doesn't matter how or why.
But, Doc, they're just a bunch of killers.
I know.
Leave him alone, Chester.
But I don't... Yes, sir?
Matt?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you do the same if you were in my booth?
That'd be a hard choice, Doc, but... Yeah, I suppose I would.
I think any man would. Leastwise, any man of honor.
I guess I wasn't really thinking about it that way.
Well, I'm going to get myself some sleep. Matt? That was a good boy they murdered. I hope they hang for it. God bless them.
How are we ever going to find him, Mr. John?
I don't know, Chester. We don't even know who they killed.
And just think, Doc could lead us straight to him right now.
It isn't making the Doc happy, Chester.
No, sir, it sure isn't.
Sincerely, Matt Dillon. U.S.
Marshal?
Jake Worth. Why, you haven't come to Dodge in 6 months that I know of.
I'm here now, Marshal.
Oh? Trouble, Jake?
I'd call it that.
Well?
You know that cottonwood? Big one down at Branded Bend?
Yeah.
There's a hole down by the roots at the north side of it, Marshal. I put a sack in that hole this morning. It's got $20,000 in it.
20? Well, that's a lot of money, Jake, even for you.
It isn't if Hank gets back all right.
Hank? Well, that's your youngest boy, isn't it?
18 last month. He didn't show up the other night, Marshal. The next morning I found a note tacked on the corral. Said to leave the money or they'd kill him.
Well, come on, Jake. We'll try to get there before they pick up the money.
No, Marshal, I won't take any chances. They'd shoot him sure if we did that.
You should have told me before you left the money. You should have come here first.
You didn't hear what I said, Marshal. I won't take the chance. All I want now is for you to watch for anybody who turns up rich around here.
Jake, listen to me.
You listen to me, Marshal. Nobody's going to do a thing till Hank's back safe on the ranch. Not one dang thing.
Jake, if they killed Hank, you'd want him hung, wouldn't you?
I'll hang him myself if it comes to that.
All right, then let's go. Let's get down to Brandy Bend and wait for him.
No, I already told you no.
Jake! I think Hank's dead.
You what?
I think they've already shot him and he's dead.
What are you talking about? Where is he?
I don't know.
And how come you think he's dead?
Well, I can't tell you.
Marshal, I've had about enough of this.
Look, we're wasting time here. Come on, Jake. I'll tell you what I can on the way to the river.
You better, by heaven, or one of us ain't never going to get to the river.
Jake Worth was known as a hard, hot-tempered man, but he was straight as they come. He'd made one fortune in Texas cattle and another in buffalo hides, and now all he wanted was his ranch and his 3 sons to work it with him. The Worths were good men. They didn't cause any trouble, and they worked hard. It wasn't easy to tell Jake, but without mentioning Doc, I said what I could. And when we reached the Arkansas, we hid our horses in a clump of bushes and worked our way on foot up to the big cottonwood. And then we saw it.
That's him. That's Hank.
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Jake.
Yeah. They killed him. They killed him all right. He was a good boy. Had his whole life to live yet. Why'd they do it? I gave them the money. Why'd they do it?
I'm sorry, Jake.
Marshal, I want the truth now, every bit of it.
Well, that's all I know, Jake. Hank tried to break, and one of them shot him. But we'll get him.
I'll take care of myself as soon as you tell me who they are.
I don't know who they are.
Don't lie to me, Marshal. You know a lot you're not telling me.
I've told you all I can.
That's my boy lying there, Marshal. He's been murdered, and if I didn't know you so well, I'd begin to think maybe you had something to do with it yourself.
Easy now, Jake.
Then why don't you tell me?
Because the man who told me about it had to promise not to name anybody. That's why.
What man? Who is he? I'll get it out of him if I have to cut it out.
I know. That's why I can't tell you who he is.
What kind of a lawman are you, anyway?
I've told you all I can, Jake.
No. No, you haven't. Marshal, I don't believe your story about nobody promising nothing. You know who done it. You're gonna tell me. I'm giving you 24 hours to name those men. And me and my boys are coming to Dodge. There'll be blood spilt, Marshal.
Jake, I give you my word, I don't know who did it.
I don't believe you.
I'll help you take your boy home now.
Go on back to Dodge. I'll manage here.
You're making a bad mistake, Jake.
24 hours, Marshal.
I'll be there.
We'll find you, wherever you'll be.
Jake, So long, Jake.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of tonight's show, our star, William Conrad, steps out of the character of Matt Dillon to bring you an announcement which we are certain will be of great interest to all our listeners. So be sure to listen at the close of tonight's program for a special message from William Conrad. And now the second act of Gunsmoke.
There was no use arguing with him. The man's grief had destroyed his reason. And the worst of it was, I knew his sons would do whatever Jake told them to do. Unless I could stop it somehow, I'd have to shoot it out with 3 good and perfectly innocent men. And for no reason at all. I thought about it all the way back to Dodge. And by the time I got there, I had an idea. I went up to Doc's and I talked it over with him.
All right, Matt. I'll do whatever I can.
Well, it might not work, Doc. And you'll be exposing yourself to a lot of danger. Have you thought about that?
I have. And I've also been thinking about the men who killed Hank Worth.
Well, we could wait till they start spending their money, or till one of them gets drunk and maybe talks too much somewhere.
Yes, we could, but meantime, you and the Worths will have a gunfight. Oh, and that'd be a terrible thing to let happen.
All right, then, Doc, let's go. I want to get to the ranch before dark.
You know, Matt, I haven't been out here since Mrs. Worth died. It must be 4 or 5 years now. Place sure has changed.
Yeah. I don't see anybody around, do you?
Well, maybe they saw us first. Maybe they hid out.
Yeah, maybe.
That's far enough, Marshal. Watch him, boys. If he makes a move, shoot.
Yes, Jake?
Jake, I came here to stop a shooting, not to start one.
You can stop it, Marshal. Just tell me who killed my son.
If I knew, I'd be on his trail, Jake.
What's Doc doing here, anyway?
Tell him, Doc.
I took the bullet out of Hank just before he died.
What?
That's right, Jake. Now come down here where we can talk like friends, and I'll explain it.
Stay where you are, boys. All right, Doc, let's hear it.
Well, they got me out of bed, Jake, and they led me out into the country. Hank had been shot in the back, and I extracted the bullet. But it was no use. He'd have died anyway. There were 3 men there, and I recognized one of them.
Who was he?
I had to promise I wouldn't tell, Jake, or they'd have killed me.
That don't matter now.
Think about it, Jake. Doc gave him his word, and you're asking him to break it. Now think about it for a minute.
I'm thinking, and I'm thinking about my boy, too.
Hank's dead, Jake. We can't help him.
Shot in the back, and the coward who did it's running free.
You want to help get him, Jake?
Don't ask fool questions, Marshal. Of course I want to get him.
All right, then listen to me. Those men told Doc if he talked, they'd kill him.
Yes, and they meant it, too.
All right, so I got an idea, Jake. We'll spread it around that Doc has identified the killer. The news will reach him soon enough. And meantime, I'll lay low and have Chester tell everybody I've ridden out after them.
Go on.
And we'll just wait. 1 or 2 or maybe all 3 of them will come into Dodge to kill Doc some night soon.
I still might get away.
I'll deputize you and your boys right now, and you can wait for them with us. But you're going to have to stay hidden, like me.
Well, we won't mind that. Not if we get a chance at them, we won't.
Good.
Funny thing, though.
What?
Man like Doc here, rather than break his word, he'll make himself a target for those killers.
Yeah. Look, Jake, Doc and I are going to go back to Dodge now. I'll see that the story gets started. And in a day or 2, you and your boys can ride in, but separately, though. Otherwise, it might cause talk.
I understand.
And come straight to Doc's.
We'll get there.
For the next few days, Doc never left his office. I figured that'd make him look scared and draw the killers right into his place. The rest of us sat around in his back room and waited. Chester kept us supplied with food and coffee. And on the 6th night, about midnight, we got our game.
Mr. Dillon, I think it's Sam.
What?
They just rode up Front Street, 3 of them. They're tying up outside right now. They acted too deliberate-like for ordinary riders, so I run up the back way to tell you.
Good. Doc, come on in here, huh?
What do you want me to do, Mac?
Take cover in here and stay out of sight, huh?
Whatever you say, man.
Let's go downstairs and meet them, Marshal.
No, we might just scatter them that way, Jake. Now listen. One of them will probably stand guard on the street while the other two come up here to get Doc. Chester, you and the two boys go down the back way. Jake and I'll wait in Doc's office. Now, don't jump that man until we go into action up here. You understand?
Yes, right, got it.
All right, then move and move fast. All right, come on, Jake.
Now what?
Well, we'll just wait here in the dark.
Good.
I'm gonna bunch up Doc's blanket on the couch here so that they'll think he's in it. What?
They're on the stairs now.
All right, get back in the corner, Jake, or we'll be shooting each other.
Yeah.
Now, quiet. And don't start shooting till I do.
Doc, wake up, you lying dog.
Just shoot him and get out of here.
Wait, he ain't here.
What? Get your hands up. You're
It's
under
a
arrest.
trap.
Both of you. You all right, Jake?
Yeah, I got one of them. I'm all right.
Doc? Doc, come on out. They're dead. Light the lamp, will you, Doc?
All right.
You okay, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, come on in, Chester.
Oh, we got him. He tried to get away when he heard the shooting up here, but he run smack into one of the Worth boys. He's dead.
Bring the lamp over here, Doc. No, I don't know either one of these men. Now, Doc, you can tell us now, is one of these the man you recognized?
This one here. I remembered later I treated him for a broken nose some time back. I never did know his name. He came up the trail with a herd, I think.
Yeah. Doc, will you take care of things?
Sure, man.
Well, Jake?
Marshal, me and the boys will be getting back to the ranch now.
Sure.
Marshal,
What, Jake?
I doubted you. I'm sorry for that.
Oh, forget it.
No, it's best I remembered. A man shouldn't make mistakes like that.
Well, there was no harm done. The way it worked out.
I'll buy you a drink before we leave, Marshal.
I think I'd like that, Jake. Come on, let's go.
Now, a special announcement. Here is our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You know, I believe this is the first time I've ever set aside the character of Matt Dillon to speak to you. But this is important to all of us here on the show, and I hope it will seem so to you. Starting next week, Gunsmoke will come to you at a new time, on a new day, sponsored by Chesterfield Cigarettes. Chester, Doc, Kitty, and I, together with all of our strong-minded, brawling, hard-living citizens of Dodge, who will come to you next Monday, July the 5th. So from now on, that's when you'll hear Gunsmoke, on Mondays. And we'd like to think that all of our listeners will find time this coming Monday night, July the 5th, to tune in to their local CBS radio station for Gunsmoke. Until then, good night.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc. Join us again Monday, July 5th, as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. George Walsh speaking. For the top tunes of rural America, hear Saturday Night Country Style every week on the CBS Radio Network.